Thinking about it. Now we're live again. Hello, we're back. Facebook bumped us off. I don't know if it's because we've been on for 8 hours for that one particular session. So
I'm surprised you made it that long, in all honesty.
I was curious. I mean, well, the first time, that's the second time we've been bumped off. The first time lasted right at about an hour and 15 minutes. I don't know what happened that time, but yeah, we made it a whole 8 hours this time. So, but we are back, and we're now joined by Shaggy as well. Hello, sir.
Hello.
How's it going with you?
Oh, pretty good.
Get my phone resituated here.
We're in my man cave.
Same here. Sorry.
Macaroni
And the Transformers.
I just have horror stuff.
Oh, that's with my wife. She's a big horror fan. So
some of the
I've got bookshelves of Godzilla. So,
funny thing about Godzilla, I actually had my oldest boy actually watch a Godzilla movie. He actually loved it, so it made me proud.
Nice.
Because I remember watching like the Sci-Fi Channel when I was like a teenager, just watching like a marathon of Godzilla movies, and he was like, he saw like a commercial or something on YouTube when he was watching one of his videos or something, and he's like, "Dad, what's Godzilla?" And I was like, "Oh, let me show you, son." It's like, let's watch this one. It don't really matter. It's, you know, and he's like, he loved it, so made me proud.
Yeah, I could literally step out of the way and do what Spoo's doing. I've got 1, 2, 3. I don't know if you can see him in the background. I've got the big Godzilla. Then I've got my vintage Millennium Falcon.
Mm.
Then I've got a vintage, what is it over here? Vintage AT-AT.
I've got a friend, his name's Jason, and he's got a huge Star Wars collection, like all the way back. Because when he was a kid, his mom used to work at a store, and he's actually got figures still in the case without the punch tab that gets hung up. And he told me about, I think, God, it's almost like been 10 years ago. He actually had it like insurance invested. It was like over $70,000 worth, and he's still been growing because they've just been finding more. I lost audio.
I can still hear you.
Demuted himself.
Oh. Yeah, I couldn't hear D at all.
It clicked on by mistake.
Hmm.
This behind me, I've actually got a rider on my renter's insurance for $5,000 to place what I've got.
I showed those when I had Tyler on.
What you see, what I have, actually, let me just take it off that freaking stand. Be a lot easier.
Scorponok?
Yeah, I just got him today. He came in the mail. The
Sweet
new
mother of God.
Earthrise Scorponox. And yeah, I got him holding Optimus. He's big. I also have Tripticon back here with his little guy and full tilt. And I got like, it's hard with the camera. I got Predaking. He's technically a knockoff Wei Zhang version, but it's actually a lot better. Then I also got the new Skylynx little guy. Yeah, I mean, honestly, what I have in here is nowhere near what I actually have all together, because I have more in the garage put away till I get more shelves built up, because I'm building my own shelves. Because I like the bookshelves, but then again, I want like more headroom, arm room a bit, and it's kind of hard with this itty bitty like 8x8 or 8x10 room.
Yeah, I know. I agree with the bookshelves. It's hard to, because some of these are like 12, 14 inches tall. To space them right.
I mean, I'm only like 6'9", 6'10". My hands are just, that's how much room. But yeah, I got my whole convoy shelf up here. I stole this idea from a friend because he's a bigger Optimus Prime.
Yeah.
And just, I think it's funny how bad 2020 is, Hasbro actually released a dead Optimus Prime figure for us from the Transformer movie. So that, that's how bad this year is. They actually released a figure where he died, and he actually has like a little decal where he actually has damage on the ab area.
God, I need that. Oh, he's got a hot rod.
Yeah,
he's got a hot rod.
Where's my Transformer?
I also have Hot Rod. He's still in the bag. I got his Target Master as well. Original. I mean, yeah, this is just a fraction of my collection.
Shaggy.
Oh,
This is what happens when nerds get adult money.
Well, when your wife's a tattoo artist, you kind of can actually get the figures you want. I mean, it's pretty funny. I've got a G1 Astral Train, then I got the new reissued Astral Train that came to Walmart's. Then I also got the Earthrise Astral Train because I was like, I like combiners. I like Transformers with more functions.
That's probably the one thing that I truly am sad for is when I grew up, I got rid of all of my original Masters of the Universe, and I'm talking like every single Masters of the Universe figure, and I got rid of most of my Transformers, and to this day I'm kicking myself daily for doing it.
Yeah, I mean, I've had like some figures I had as a kid, but I only have one left right now because just constantly moving.
Oh,
as a kid and stuff, and then you get older, it gets put away, and then it gets lost and stuff. So I have this little
we got a treat for you.
Grandma Pretender figure, just him. I still have him, so he's kept safe somewhere, so I don't lose him again.
Rocket firing Boba Fett. This is the reissue that they did that you could only do with proofs of purchase.
Yeah, my Star Wars friend, he has that one. Yeah.
It's got a 90.
Nice.
90.
Very, very jealous.
Nice.
Action Figure Authority.
AJ's currently looking up the pictures of the NECA Back to the Future for you. She'll post those here in a second.
Cool. This one actually isn't legit though. I got like 4 of them at the time and sold them all immediately for a good markup. The only reason I still have this one is because it was damaged in shipping. So, see, this case got cracked right here and caved in. So it's not actually a 90 anymore. It's not legit. So I just keep it for
Still, the closest thing to that I've got. I used to. You were talking about the appraised Star Wars collection. When I was about 26 or 27, somewhere in that area, I lost my Star Wars collection. I had about 95% of the original toys, vehicles, figures, play sets, everything. And then the relaunch that they did in the 90s, I had every one of them all the way through the Power of the Force, Episode 1, Episode 2 and 3, all in package mint. And then the entire collection in 1996 was appraised at $15,000, and that was when it was about a fourth of the size that it ended up being, and then the entire thing was stolen. And she's got those pictures, so she's going to post them now.
There was one. Aha!
Yeah,
wow. I may actually have to get those. Back to the Future is actually my favorite movie. I've watched that so many times as a kid, and I still watch it.
Really?
Oh yeah,
that's awesome.
Marty has one expression through the NECA figures.
Yeah, they're supposed to be out. Those 3 are supposed to be out this month. Doc comes out in November, and I forget there's a one with him in the radiation suit at the very end comes out.
Wow. Are you telling me?
Yeah, cannot wait.
I just like the 3 Marty figures that was on NECA. They just had the same head. Just
That's the 40th anniversary.
That's your Back to the Future is your favorite movie?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite movies.
Yeah. Well, you didn't get to see my wallet display. Well, you know.
Oh yeah, I've been watching. I just been kind of in the background, listening and watching a bit. I just recently put my kids to bed not too long ago. And
fair enough. I was about to put the costume back on for you.
Oh no, I actually was watching before you hopped on, so I'll watch you in a new costume. And I got to see one of the Vision Cons long ago. You kind of had your hoverboard and you went down the slope because there was all that snow a couple of years back.
Yeah, that was 5 years ago. They've almost 6 years ago now when I very first started doing it. And
yeah, I was like the Western steampunk cowboy with the robotic claw.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Damon, what are you doing? You're just like wandering around.
Yeah. Didn't have much input there. You guys had all your like cool figures and stuff, and I just have video games. So like,
hey, there's a roll of video games.
Oh, video games. I'm actually trying to mod my mini PlayStation.
Oh, I can do that, but not. Shh, don't tell anybody.
All right.
There's like auto-bling you're able to download to hack it and stuff. So
right now.
I've got the auto-bling on it. I just don't have the games on it yet.
I sadly don't even own a gaming system right now, which is sad. The only thing, the closest thing to a gaming system I have is when I was showing the collectibles. If you notice the two little miniature arcade games, I have Defender and Spy Hunter, and AJ has Miss Pac-Man. That's the closest thing to a video game system I have right now.
So we have a Switch. We have two Switches. We have our Switch, which is the main Nintendo Switch console, and then she has a Switch Lite. So when COVID hit, we just started playing the shit out of Animal Crossing and Skyrim.
Oh, I don't even want to start on Animal Crossing. Oh, my wife and my youngest. Oh dear God.
Yeah.
The worst part about Animal Crossing is when you stop playing for like a month and you can't come face to face with your villagers anymore because you don't want them to be like, "Where have you been? We've missed you," and you're like, "I know."
No, the worst part about it is turnip prices. When your 17-year-old has a anxiety attack over their turnip prices.
Yeah, it's a problem, man.
It's a problem.
You know what? I never.
When the quarantine hit,
go ahead.
We tried to get our hands on anything like any kind of game system when the quarantine hit, and we didn't have couldn't even leave the damn house, but couldn't get one anywhere. And here lately, like once everything opened back up, and we actually saved a little money to go and get one. Went out and couldn't find one anywhere. We were trying to didn't want anything like new just because it was way too expensive. We wanted just like a 360 or something, just something that we can do to pass the time. And like, I guess everyone had the same idea. So once places opened back up that sold used ones, they just had nothing. They still have nothing. I actually looked like a week ago.
Yeah, I work at a game store, and like we got nothing ever. Like I had some original Nintendos, but like there you go.
Well, something was funny. I'm not sure what it was, but something was funny.
Where do you work, Damon? I used to manage a GameStop. Do you work at a GameStop or?
No, it's like a small pop store. Yeah. But like it's got cool stuff in it. I actually got this from a friend. I don't know if you're familiar with God of War.
Oh, love God of War.
Yeah,
that's from the new one.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And I got the game for it here somewhere. Come on, like they're all alphabetical. They're up there.
When I was working at GameStop, whenever something really bad would happen, I would say something like, "Yeah, this sucks worse than Kratos' asshole."
Have you played the new one? Like, it's really good.
I haven't played it.
I've actually I've played a little bit of it, and I'm very pleased with it. I liked it a lot. I like the whole Norse take on it, as opposed to the Greek gods. I tell you, the game I'm looking forward coming out is Assassin's Creed, the Viking one.
That's
I
weird.
want to play that.
Looks amazing.
So everyone can go see Damon at Game Stash in West Plains, Missouri.
That's me. That's where I work.
Yeah.
Just don't be terrible. Be a decent human
I'm
being.
trying to move my foot and kept kicking the tripod. Like
There's so many lights in this house. That's enough my lighting.
Guys, I'm about to have to bug out. But real quick, while we're on video games, top 5. I'll start the subject. Top 5. For me, number 1 video game of all time is Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic.
Yes. Yes, agreed.
Number 2, Mass Effect. Made by the same people.
Aware. Yeah.
Number 3, oh God, why can I not think of it? The title. 1999 Game of the Year. No, it's 2000. Oh, shit. Can't think of it. Number 4, Majesty. It's a PC game.
That is an old one.
I got an old one for you.
Oh, I got if you say ET, I want to come up through the screen.
The one I was trying to think of. Number 3, Homeworld.
I know Homeworld.
Great game.
I don't know if I have a top 5. I'm not huge on games. I love games. I haven't had the chance to play very many. But I agree on Knights of the Old Republic. That's my number 1. God, Knights of the Old Republic 2 might even be in my top 5. I don't know. But Legend of Dragoon.
That's my number 1.
PS1 game, yes. That's probably my number 2 or my number 3 if I decide to use Code or 2 or not. And probably Silent Hill, another PS1.
Very good game.
That game literally scared me when I was a kid. When I played it.
The first 3 were genuinely terrifying, like scarier than any horror movie I've ever seen.
Yeah.
It was actually, I think, the first game I went, nope, put the controller down, and I just walked away because I walked in one room and a wall of spikes came to me. And I was like, nope, I'm done. Not playing. Just walked in. It just started the game. And I was like, nope, I'm done.
I was in Texas.
Probably Arkham City. I love Arkham City.
The first game to ever make me nope out was Resident Evil 7, the new one. But it has a VR mode for PlayStation 4. And it's a total game changer. Like I could barely get into the house without like freaking out. It's just dreary and spooky, and like there's nothing's happening. It's just like, man, I've seen this movie before, and I'm the guy who goes in first and doesn't make it out.
Those games, like they did a fantastic, like even the first Resident Evil. Like I mean, with as horrible and cheesy as the acting was on those games, just the first one specifically, like I don't know, just the atmosphere that it created was genuinely tense. Like I won't say scary.
You could use this lockpick, the master.
If you get by the whole camera game.
Like there's a drinking game based around that, and like or a play along like they do with the Rocky Horror live shows. They have a script for that for the first Resident Evil game, and I've never gotten to do it, but I want to.
Let's do it.
We should. Next live stream, we'll do
that. My top 5. Did we finish everyone else's top 5?
I don't think so. I think
thinking of my top 5. I mean, I'm like with Spoo as like I don't really play games that much, but if you would think of the, I guess like top games I played the longest, like I most played and everything. And I mean, one was when I was a kid playing. I think it was that Donald Duck, kind of like Indiana Jones Quack Shock or something. I played that when I was a kid the most. Mortal Kombat 2 as a kid. I was a Reptile. I played like that the most. Then more recently was like the Borderlands series because I just love how the the graphics were, and all the little dialogues in it were just hilarious. And that's basically really it. I mean, I play like other games, but those are probably the only games I've played the longest.
Shaggy, you should try the Outer Worlds.
What system is that for?
It's on
everything.
Yeah, I think it's on every. Yeah, I think it's on pretty much every platform.
Yeah,
like if you enjoyed some of the older Fallout games, but you like the art style of like Borderlands, it's like right up your alley.
Yeah, I'll give it a look and everything. Right now, the kids have taken over the Nintendo Switch with the whole Mario Party and Smash Brothers Brawl right now. So it's like, let me play. I need a.
It's on.
I like a lot of the Telltale games too.
On the Switch.
Is it on the Switch?
Speaking of that art style, I like a lot of the Telltale games. It's sort of like a choose your own adventure type of deal. I love that type of stuff.
Well, and I love that there's I'm very anti-censorship and about free speech and shit. And I love that a lot of the dialogue choices, you get to tell non-player characters to go fuck themselves.
Right.
Like, you can actually say that, go fuck yourself. And they're like, fuck you, this is fucking bullshit. What the fuck happened? I just like it when, the F word is used generously in video games. It's
definitely has a sense of realism to it. So what did we think of the games that were premiered at Fandom, like Gotham Knights and Suicide Squad versus the Justice League, or Kill the Justice League rather?
Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League had a really funny trailer, but I'm worried that it's going to be a games as a service problem sort of thing, like a lot of games are starting to do. Because, like, dude, I pay for enough stuff already. They're just turning video games into Netflix, where, like, if I want to keep up with everyone else, I have to pay this service, and then I have to play the game every day. Like, there's only 24 hours.
DLCs, just
Like for example, I'm
old enough to remember when you got the whole game on a cartridge.
Yeah, there was no like DLC to download for updates or anything. You actually had the game.
And I don't even have a problem with DLC. That's just the natural evolution of the medium. But like my issue is stuff like battle passes, because like I bought the game, right? And then maybe I want the expansion pack, a DLC, but then I have to pay $10 every season to get all this bonus stuff, and it might be like weapons and stuff. And essentially, at that point, it's pay to win. So if I don't pay for it, but Billy Joe does, like he has stuff that I literally can never get, and I have to keep up with the Joneses,
Yeah.
But so like Call of Duty Modern Warfare does that, but so does like the new Madden game, and then so does like Fall Guys. Fall Guys, their battle pass is free. Which is nice, but then Mortal Kombat does the Combat League, and in order to keep up with that, I have to play at least 5 matches every day. Like, there's so much. I just want to play games, and now it's a job. And
right.
Like, not even like, oh, I'm a streamer. Like, no, I have to keep up. I have to keep up.
Well, and even with the DLCs, like it used to be, like a DLC was like, hey, we made a new level for this, or a new side story for this, or whatever. You can download it and you can play like an extra chapter to the game you've played. But now it's like you buy the disc for the game, but that's literally just buying a disc that gives you the capability to play the game, or rather to be part of the game. But to actually play the game, you have to download all this other crap. And it's ridiculous.
That's less of a problem than it used to be, because like there was a lot of backlash, say like 8 years ago, like when that started to become like a real.
Like with EA's microtransactions.
See, like EA, like a microtransaction, that's different in my eyes anyway. It's like those are coins to spend on other stuff. Like you can like, oh, here's some costumes that came out later. Like I don't like these multi tiers of like things you have to buy. But like a good example would be like The Witcher, because like The Witcher is a full ass game. It's long. And then they were like, oh, here, $20, and here's the Blood and Wine DLC. And it's like another damn game. Like, they do it right. And that's how a lot of places have been doing it lately, like these past couple of years. But like video games, it was so bad years ago that it still has that stigma that like DLC just means the game's not finished. And that isn't the case anymore. because like we lost our freaking minds about it. Like back to Mortal Kombat, like that whole game is there. And then like they keep releasing free costumes constantly, but if you miss them, you can pay for time crystals and get them when they come back into rotation. Like you can't get them free anymore, like through the Combat League, and that's kind of my issue with the Combat League is like, man, I wanted these already, but at least they were there and they were free at one point, and that's why I don't like games as a service, because like now I have to be paying attention to just this game, and that's the point. Like that's what they want. They don't want you playing other stuff. They want you playing their game. Like it's like if you don't watch this episode of this show, then you'll never understand anything ever going forward. And they're hitting it with you every freaking day. To rant on this,
added this guy.
Oh no. Yeah, Mortal Kombat did add Spawn, and he's great. He was part of the Combat Pass 2.
Yeah.
I'm just glad that Spawn's making a comeback.
Me too. It's super cool. Hey, dude, what's up?
Still here.
Hey.
I'll be back.
But I had an issue with my beef when it comes to the video games industry is Activision. The irony being that they were the first third-party company to exist in the video game space, and they've become what they once hated.
Well, yeah, corporate gets a hold of everything.
So like they put out the Crash Bandicoot Insane trilogy, which is fantastic, and it adds new content, and it's totally free. Like all that content that they came out after the fact was free. It was only $40 for the full remaster of 3 classic games. Like that's good business. That's awesome. But then they put out the Crash Bandicoot Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled, which is a full-blown remake of CTR. And then it was cheap as well. And they took all the courses from the following 2 games and added them into this game and a bunch of characters. And you're like, that's awesome. But then they add, after the fact, once the game has reviewed like 9s and 10s across the board, they add after the fact the Nitro circuit, or like the Nitro Pass or something, where like now you have to do all these races, and you when you do all these races, you get Nitro points, and then you can use those Nitro points to get Wumpa coins, and those Wumpa coins can be redeemed for this. And like this was all after the fact, and that's dirty. Because like you used to, like when you just played, when the game first came out before the Nitro Pass was done, and like added to the game after the fact, like you would just earn those Wumpa coins constantly, and you're like, oh, here's a new costume for my character that I didn't have to pay for. I was rewarded for playing. And then they updated the game, and they give you like 1/10 of the Wumpa coins you were getting before, but you could buy them. You could buy 1,000 of them for $10. Like I've already paid for this game, man. But if you wanted a new costume, it was 10,200 coins, like 1,200 coins. I mean, so like the cheapest I could possibly buy, I have to buy 2,000. If I want one costume for a character, I have to buy 2,000 coins. But then I'm left with 800, and so I'm tempted to buy more so I can get another costume later on. And I'm spending more and more money. Like Activision doesn't see it as I bought this game and I should be given the game at this point. They want more and more and more. It's the needless microtransactions and like this constant building of a meter. Like the Nitro Pass thing had a meter that would build, and you'd be like, oh, now you're bronze tiered and you can get this character. But if you want any costumes for that character, you got to spend money. Or here's this character for being silver, but you got to spend money. Like they would sprinkle it on to try to get you another $50 out of you. And like Activision is so gross about it. So I'm done. I'm so mad. I get so worked up about that game. It makes me so pissed off.
Oh, you don't want to know how much I spent on PUBG Mobile then.
But that's another good example. Is like that Battle Pass. They sprinkle this free stuff with you, and you're like, oh, but look at that skin though. How much is that? Oh, $10 isn't much, right? And that but at least PUBG Mobile's free, right?
Yeah, it's free. Then you get, they have if you pay for the season pass for this, you can unlock more stuff, more skins for guns, costumes, and all of those stuff. And you do get some credit back, but it's not much really. But yeah, they're right now they're doing the whole Anubis style thing, and I really like it. So
if it's a free game with the battle pass, I understand it because it was free. They have to make money somehow. So long as the pricing is fair. But again, with Crash Team Racing, I paid money for that game. I should at least get something. There's a lot of content in the game already. I will admit that. There's a lot of content in that game.
Yeah, even though
they threw so much more in and wanted so much out of me. It wasn't here's $3.
Yeah, so I got this. I got this future porn shoot to go to pretty soon. So I can't stay on too much longer.
Is that your third or fourth glass of wine so far today?
Yeah, who's counting?
I got really worked up about Crash Team Racing again. I haven't been that angry in a while. Not good.
Are you rage ranting now about the games and the
Hey, you want to talk about a real video game? How about Wild Gunman?
I'm kidding. Continue. Sorry. Go
ahead. I don't like the direction that the games industry is headed.
I do see your point on that, and I do think that's why a lot of people are buying older systems and the older games and everything, because it's complete. There's no updates and everything. Because I've seen a lot of people.
One of the newest games it came out today, and it is selling like hotcakes. Tony Hawk Pro Skater Remastered 1 and 2 has no
God, that was a game back in the day.
$40, and people are going insane because not only is it a good game and it's an older game, but they're not adding more crap that you have to pay for. You get the game when you buy it. If they were to be oh, here's DLC and we're adding the third game and it's $20. Fine, that's awesome. I'm cool with that. But don't make me pay for one skater for $10. And if I want another skater, it's another $10. You can develop more. One skater should maybe be $4.99. I don't know, something. But it's getting out of hand.
Have the hidden characters from those games? Are they still on there?
They're back in it. Spider-Man's in it again, and I think it's the PS4 Spider-Man.
Nice. So Boba Fett and Wolverine and Spider-Man and I forget who else.
I think a lot of them are. And Officer Dick is back in it, but the model they use for Officer Dick is Jack Black.
Hell yeah.
How fun. They did a lot of work on that game, and it's and it shows. I think my overall point
is fat now.
He's not in this game. He was in the Underground franchise.
That explains why Jack Black shaved then.
Sheesh. But it seems pretty obvious that the passion and the love of a lot of the games industry is disappearing, or being overshadowed by the corporate side of it, and it's because the corporate side has so much power. You think it's bad in movies, man. Corporations rule the video games industry, and it's kind of sickening.
Yeah.
It's turning something that I love into something so gross.
So it's just the movie industry then.
Yeah. But you can still see there's some hope. CD Projekt Red, they're the guys who did The Witcher. They're putting out a game, Cyberpunk 2077. They keep delaying it because they're guys, it's not done. It's not done. We don't plan on doing DLC.
Yeah,
it's going to be a full DLC. It's going to be a major DLC, and it's going to either be free or very cheap. They're rewarding the loyalty of your customers because they spent a lot of they're spending money on your game, and CD Projekt Red is also very progressive, socially, which is cool.
I think it's because Keanu Reeves.
Keanu Reeves is in it, and that's dope.
Keanu Reeves is involved, and Keanu Reeves is a very wholesome man.
And then back to CTR. Here I go again.
Oh my god.
There's a lot of love in that game too. If you just look at the way it plays, if you played the first one, it plays better than the original game. They added so many characters. It's the developers of the game, they love their games, but then the asshats wearing suits are like, no, we need another $5 on top of that. Make them pay. It's like the CEOs at McDonald's have never had a burger before,
right?
So a CEO of McDonald's, or somebody
well, that would be implying that the burgers at McDonald's are made of meat. But
I'm surprised you didn't dry heave whenever you said burger.
Someone who's never had a burger and they're trying to run a business would be like, why aren't you charging them for the napkin? We should be charging them for every spray of mustard. We should be charging them for every sesame seed. And that's what the games industry is doing. They don't see it as me paying for a burger. They see me paying for every little piece. And it sucks that that's the way everything is going. It's imagine if the movie industry was like, oh, you want to watch the third act? That'll be $15.99.
Right.
That's the way the video games industry is going, and it's very upsetting. I think we'll fight back like we did with DLC, like I was saying earlier. That issue's not as bad as it used to be. Now it's a different thing. It's similar, but not the same.
Unfortunately, you're never going to convince everyone to stop paying for them. So until they realize that it's
because it's a game that I actually love. I pay money from Mortal Kombat would have been in my top 5 that we never got around to, the whole franchise. So when a new Combat Pass comes out, I do buy it because I want to give that developer, NetherRealm Studios, I want them to have money to make another game. It's me putting my little chip in,
treating it like a Kickstarter.
Yeah, if they're a successful company and they have a successful game, they can make another game that I like. And the game is good, but you can tell with the Combat League that the higher ups were like, we need money though.
Oh yeah? But watch this though.
But luckily it's totally optional. I only buy the Combat Pass. I don't buy the time crystals and stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, Damon, are you old enough to have played the original Mortal Kombat in arcades?
I wasn't able to play it in arcades. I'm not old enough for that. I have played it on an arcade system, like a tabletop, but I wasn't around for the hype. The game came out the year I was born.
So Shpoo's gonna know this. Aladdin's at the Battlefield Mall.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I played the first Mortal Kombat at.
I think I played it for the first time at Battlefield Lanes, but yeah.
Mortal Kombat was the first game I ever played.
Oh, why'd you have to mention Aladdin? I missed that place.
Oh God, yeah, right.
I still have some tokens from Aladdin's.
Really?
Yeah.
That's in Springfield, right?
Yeah, it used to be in the
Battlefield Mall in Springfield years ago.
Years ago.
So we
That's
just
where the food court was.
So
it was basically you come into the food court. It cut off from the food court and went behind all the other stores and around.
Where
so it was
Claire's is, there's a jeweler store now. Yeah, we're Pan Pacific and everything is. They're on the right hand side of the food court. All that used to be the arcade.
Yeah,
and it went
huge. Back behind it as well. So it was about the same size as Sears.
Yeah,
it was literally
a big arcade.
It was the size of a department store. It was enormous. And then they cut it in half, and then it went way back.
Yeah.
So, what were you about to say, Tyler?
Sad day.
Oh, my wife, Sharmila, she's from England, and she just discovered a few weeks ago, a couple of months ago, she went up to Springfield to buy a handbag from that movie, Spirited Away.
Oh!
Yeah.
Where'd she go?
She went to
Excited.
Springfield.
Yeah,
The Hot Topic there.
the Hot Topic.
Like, really cheap. And she discovered London Calling.
Oh God, London Calling's good.
Oh my god.
I recently had one of their with pasties, pasties.
They're pasties.
Pasties.
Pasties and sausage rolls, and and so her take on it is like, it's the closest thing that I've had to authentic English food in America so far. So she's like, yeah, it's and she likes it. So
I thought it was cool that they even exist.
One thing Springfield is not known for is its London food. It's known for its cashew chicken.
Right. Yeah. And I was like, were they impressed with your, English accent or the fact that you're actually from London? And she was like, no. Because they probably
like he's English. It's like there was a food truck at a concert that I went to recently, and that dude was English as hell. Like
as hell.
There are like really interesting,
thick, like London accent.
Springfield does have some like really interesting little restaurants, like the little hole in the wall type places that if you didn't already like know about them, you're probably not going to stumble across them.
Right.
That I mean, everything from like you've got a Cajun restaurant that's actually by there was a man and woman that owned a Cajun restaurant actually in New Orleans, and it was wiped out by Hurricane Sandy, or wait, not Sandy. What was the big one that came through there? Katrina. Yeah, Katrina.
Yeah, it was either Katrina or Andrew. It got wiped out.
God damn, that was like 18 years ago, dude.
That wiped them out, so they moved to Springfield and opened a restaurant there. Oh my dear God, is it amazing? So you've got stuff from that end, and then all the way at the other end, you've got Pappy's Place, which, if you didn't know what Pappy's Place was, I mean, it looks like the type of place that you would want to like scrub your body down for about 4 hours in a steaming hot shower after you leave, because it's that much of a greasy spoon. But the food it's a barbecue place, and I mean, even just getting a cheeseburger, it best damn cheeseburger ever. It is one of my favorite restaurants in Springfield, and it's just this little shitty looking hole in the wall diner.
I don't want to talk about cheeseburgers right now, dude. Before I got here, one of the reasons I was running late, Bootleggers in West Plains has a challenge burger today. I don't know how long they're going to be doing it, but it was today. It was the Ass Reaper burger. If you finish it, you didn't have to pay, but if you did, like if you couldn't finish it, it was $12.99, like almost nothing. But it like Carolina Reapers, ghost peppers, jalapenos.
That's right up our alley, Spoo.
That is an episode of the show, D. What's going on?
And then, but like they put something else in the burger. Habanero cheese, like it was just it was. Hold on, she's got you. Hold on, what was it?
Half-pound juicy smoked burger with a little extra kick of ghost pepper sauce, special seasonings, and then we added a slice of habanero jack cheese. 2 slices of jalapeno bacon, sauteed jalapenos and onions, and a little bit of Reaper salsa. The salsa has serranos, Reapers, maple syrup, bourbon brown sugar, and a little bit of barbecue sauce.
That's heavy, Doc.
Jalapenos.
You lost me at onions, but otherwise it sounds amazing.
Like the burger was damn good.
Totally done that challenge.
It instantly just kicked you right in the gut. Like, oh man, I finished it. I didn't have to pay.
I love the hot stuff. I mean, just
it's a lot and it's fast. It's not just like just Reaper hot sauce. There's Reaper in every bite. It's soaked into the bun at this point. Like it's the salsa on top. It's the sauce on the burger. It's in the burger. It's part of the cheese. Every bite was Reaper, and if you've dealt with Reaper, like if you breathe wrong, it's over.
Oh yeah.
All right, so like,
I think we lost Spoo.
I gotta go
so bad right now, dude.
You gotta go, Tyler?
Yeah, I gotta bug out tonight. got to work in the morning.
Oh, I got to get out of here too. 4 o'clock's going to come early for me.
I'm having a flashback to our hot sauce challenge episode gone wrong.
Oh God, right?
Say again.
I said right. The hot sauce challenge gone wrong.
When Dee and I had the show, we did an episode. It was a hot sauce challenge because he and I both love hot sauce.
Yeah.
Well,
I used to.
We had like an increasing amount of hotness. So like the first one was just a little weak, thing. And the second one, he's like, oh, it's only like, 10,000 Scoville or whatever. And then the next one's like, 500,000 Scoville. And then the next one, is this all the way up to this ghost pepper sauce. And we do the first one and it's just nothing. And so we get to the second one and we're like, all right, cool. So we popped we were just putting them on crackers and then eating it. So eat the cracker and we're sitting there chewing and you just like, there's 3 of us doing this and you see all 3 of us just like,
we just,
oh shit.
Yeah.
Hang on. What happened?
Freezer is he saying that was their reaction. We ate this pepper and then we were like,
hang on. I'm coming. Hang on.
But did he freeze? Like what?
But anyway, what he was saying was,
what happened? I thought you were just like.
Then we ate the first one, and it was like this is nothing. It's not going to be bad because we were trying to do the hot sauce, the hot thing challenge that was big on YouTube at the time, and so the second one wasn't terrible. It was like 16,000 Scovilles, and the third one was like 350,000 Scovilles. Well, we couldn't find any information on the last one. The guy just at the hot sauce palace said it was hot, and we put it on the rich cracker and we ate it. And after about 4 or 5 chews, we all 3 realized something was very wrong.
I went to the Texas palace kind of recently.
After
we have a sauce called The End. It's a what was it? It's a.
Can you guys hear me at all?
I can hear you. We just can't hear you.
Are you there?
My camera stopped working. Hang on. The site is using your camera to turn StreamYard. Okay.
The End sauce is a 6 million on a Scoville unit scale. And for reference, pepper spray, like standard civilian pepper spray, is at 5 million.
There we go.
So like that sauce is hotter than just doing that with pepper spray.
Basically, it boiled down to the second sauce.
It's not for food. It's for like, look what I have.
Yeah. The second sauce that we had that was supposed to just be like 10,000 Scoville turned out to be pure capsaicin extract. And so all 3 of us were just like, oh God, I can't, what's going on? No. And then like it suddenly cuts to text that's just like, so 30 minutes later, we all come back on and we're just miserable. Like, so here's what happened. But yeah, that was that wasn't fun.
Oh, you had to go to the hospital a couple days later.
I did. Yeah. 24 hours later, I was in a hospital room. Or no, like that night.
Yeah, it was that night because you was so much in pain. I remember that video.
Yeah. That was that night. I ended up in the hospital. Like I had I had ever since my gallbladder was taken out, like every so often I will have like really bad stomach problems. And that was right before, I think it was like a month after that is when I actually ended up in the hospital for like a week for stomach issues.
All right, guys. Yeah. I really do have to bug out now. It's been a pleasure though. But D, I think it was D. You that asked me a few minutes ago, a little while ago. You said, "Hey, Marty, is that your 3rd or 4th glass of wine?"
Oh no, that was Shaggy that said that. But yeah.
Oh, Shaggy. If I'd have been clever, I would have said, "No, this is the same one."
It just keeps matching.
Man, that's pretty cool.
I'm pacing myself. Come on. It's the future. Anyway. It's been a pleasure talking to all of you tonight.
Yes, thank you so much for joining us, man. I appreciate it.
It will see you in the future.
Bye, Tyler. Tell your lovely wife bye for me.
I will. Good night.
Keep in touch.
See you later.
And with that, I think I've got to sign off as well. 4 a.m. is going to come real early for me. So,
Right.
Spoo,
Hey, me too.
It was an honor and a pleasure. I appreciate you having me on again.
Absolutely.
We'll see about since I'll be at work all day tomorrow. I'll try to watch when I can.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you hit a slow period, feel free, even if it's just for a couple of minutes, bounce on and just be like, "Hey, still here, still alive. Goodbye."
Damon, Shaggy, it was a pleasure. Have fun. Everyone out there, be kind to one another. Love you all.
And party on, dude.
Party on.
And here's your Russian clip of the day. That was an inside joke for anybody who used to watch the show.
Yep, I know.
Gonna say, Jonathan, you're Shaggy. You should have got that one at least.
Oh yeah.
I'm probably gonna also do that.
D and I, we used to have a Monday through Friday show on YouTube. Basically, our kind of version of like a Good Mythical Morning, that type of show. So we did everything from like weird news to every Wednesday we did Worst Week Wednesday, where we just showed like fail videos and laughed at them, and we would talk about nerdy stuff. We'd talk about weird stuff, cryptids, urban legends, you name it. And every episode ended with the Russian clip of the day because, well, Russians have some of the craziest videos in the world. And it usually was just like a little short 5-10 second clip that usually made no sense whatsoever.
Did like Tosh.0 steal that from you?
What?
Did Tosh.0 steal that from you? Because like they had a thing where they did that for a while.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. They might have. I don't know. We never really had a ton of, I'm a small channel. We never really had a ton of views. We had one episode that had like several thousand views that just blew up for some reason in one day. Most of those views were from one day, like 3-4 weeks after the video even came out, which was weird. But every so often we would we talked about Good Mythical Morning quite a bit, like Rhett and Link, and we would say something like make a comment about something that they do, and then like a couple of days later they would come out with a video that would say something that was almost addressing whatever it was we said. And I'm like, this video's got like 40 views on it. There's no way that they saw it.
There's no way it's Rhett and Link, just two of them. Yeah,
but it was weird because that would happen a lot, and I never understood how. But yeah, just a lot of coincidence, I guess.
I think I'm gonna have to dip out too. That burger is sitting real heavy in my stomach now.
I understand.
And
well, thank you, sir, for joining. And
I'll pop in and say hi, or at least like jump on your stream and like chat away like I was earlier today.
Right. I mean, what you don't want us to be able to watch you writhing in pain on a toilet?
If you want, like.
I mean, we had like a half-hour conversation about porn, so why not?
Yeah, I was watching that, and my wife was like, "What are you watching?" I was like, "It's a live stream on. It's just people talking." She's like, "Okay." She's working on her art tattoos and stuff for tomorrow.
I'm sorry about that, by the way. Like,
it's okay. Like after a while, I was like, "Okay, let's get to another topic." But it made for some funny moments there for a bit. I'm gonna try to take some of this and make like a highlights video out of it if I can. I don't know if I'll, I mean that last stream was 8 hours long, so I don't know if I'll be able to do that, but I'm gonna try. Huh?
I should have said something about Jaws earlier. It's a good movie.
Oh yeah.
Oh, anyway, I will at least pop in to say hi tomorrow. But
Okay.
otherwise, I got to go.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us, and you take care of the tummy.
Good luck.
It's honestly mostly because I got to work, but it's funnier if I say I have to poop.
Yeah. I'm just
Right.
going to pretend like you don't have to work, and it is just because you have to poop, and just say good night and Godspeed.
Right. Good meeting you, Shaggy. See you later, Spoo.
See you, man.
Later.
And then there were two. Is this where you tell me you get a bounce too?
Oh no, I'm perfectly fine.
Oh, good. So this streams I have been on for 10 and a half hours now. I have yet to be alone. I know that here in a few hours it's gonna happen, and I'm prepared for that. It's okay. We've got a couple of ideas for what we can do during that time, but yeah, I'm an hour and a half away from the halfway mark. This is throat's a little sore, but I'm doing all right.
I'm not going to step away, but I need to refill my tank here real quick, so I will be back.
Okay, then. I will take this time to basically, if you're watching this, and I know we had somebody earlier that I don't know who they were. They just found it through the recommended videos, apparently. But if you're watching this and wanting to know what it is you're watching, this is the Skallywag Supreme Stupid Stream. We're calling it the Stupid Stream because, well, it's a 24-hour long live stream where it's just me and a bunch of my friends talking nerd stuff for an entire 24-hour period. And that is ridiculous. But go big or go home, right?
What's that movie called?
And doing more regular streams could be a thing we can do. Not 24 hours necessarily, but just streams from time to time. We're totally cool to doing that. And if you are watching and you want to join the conversation, by all means, just shoot me a message on Facebook. Say, hey, I want to jump in, and we'll add you in. Simple as that.
I know why I'm terrified of snakes.
What? You're out of snakes?
No, she's watching Camp Sleepaway movie.
Mm.
And I think I remember seeing it as a kid. And
yeah,
she asked me, was like, do you remember a scene where a kid drowned and a snake coming out of his mouth? And it was like, now you know why I'm terrified of snakes.
I was watching Sleepaway Camp the other day, actually. I started it and never finished it, but it's been years since I've watched that movie.
Yeah, my wife's a big horror fan.
Same here. Oh, God. I am going to hand you off to AJ for a second, simply because I need to relieve myself as well. I don't need to poop, but I do need to go. So I'll be right back.
Yay.
So you're stuck with me.
Yay!
I'm not as cute as he is, but you know, I try.
It's the bald thing. It's the bald thing, you know.
It is the bald thing. Oh my goodness. What were you guys talking about? Like, I heard something about Sleepaway Camp or something like that.
My wife is watching that movie right now.
Oh.
And I think I remember seeing it as a kid, and there's a scene where the kid drowns and the snake comes out of his mouth, and that's the reason why I'm kind of terrified of snakes.
Oh my God, I forgot about that scene. Oh.
Yeah, I forgot about it too. She reminded me about it, and I was like, "Yep, that's why I'm terrified of snakes."
Yes, that's it. It's amazing. It's the things that stick with you when you're a kid that you watch, and you're like, yeah, this traumatized me completely, and I didn't realize it at the time. And then I'm in my 40s, and you're like, "Yep, nope, can't do it." I'm not scared of spiders, but I can't watch Arachnophobia. I can't watch that movie. And it's not even that good of a movie. I just can't watch it. It bothers me so much. The giant spiders, I just can't do it. But I'm not scared of them. But Like spiders at the house, I'm fine with. I had to be because my son was scared of them, and my ex was scared of them. And so if there was a spider in the house, I had to take care of it. So, but I am scared of mice.
I don't like spiders either. Snakes and spiders are just my top two. Then, well, basically, my top three fears is snakes, spiders, and being possessed.
Yeah, well, I mean, the third one is definitely scary. My top fears are mice, bridges, and orangutan.
Really?
But they're not irrational fears. Well, the bridges might be an irrational fear, but the mice, my son's almost 26 years old, and he was a premature baby. So we were in the hospital for like 2 weeks after he was born. And our neighbor had moved out at that time. And so when we got home, I guess the landlord over there had like done extermination or something like that. And we got home and I'm putting my brand new baby down in a bassinet. And all of a sudden the bassinet starts moving. And I look down and there are these baby mice crawling up the bassinet. And I pick up my newborn. This sounds terrible. This sounds so bad. I tossed him to his dad, who was like a foot away from me. And I told him to get out of the house. And then I got bit. And not like once. I got bit like 34 times by baby mice. So I hate mice. Can't take them. It's so funny because if we have them, like we've only had 2 mice, like really, but when he moved in, I told him that story, and then we were like sitting here, and he saw a mouse, and he got up really slowly, and he goes, "I just want you to know that I love you very much." And I was like, "What?" And he goes, "There's a mouse," and I was like, "Nope, nope, 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 nope." No, and I just like sat on the couch, like just like up, like curled up, and he takes care of them for me, but I can't do mice. And I'm gonna hand this back to him. I should go on there and tell the orangutan story though.
Yes, do that.
Okay,
do that. She has a story that actually made like national news at the Kansas City Zoo. So this is she's gonna come on and relay this story. So I realized I had taco sauce on my shirt, so I had to change shirts. Totally just jumped topics there, but yeah, that's why I'm now wearing a new shirt. So yes, while we wait for her, once again, if you are watching and you would like to join in our nerdness, by all means, just shoot a message over or comment on the video, either one. And just be like, "Hey, I want to join," and we'll shoot you the link, and you can join. We're just talking nerd stuff, whatever, anything goes. No real like formula to it or anything. No rhyme or reason or plan. Just sort of kind of going with the flow, and whatever happens, happens.
And some of it doesn't even have to be nerd stuff. Some of the subjects that was talked tonight.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh.
Hey.
I'm like, I was trying to get the house, the house I made you in the shop, but I can't quite get it.
You see the Myers house and Freddy's boiler room back there, little dioramas for my NECA figures that she made those.
That's cool.
Yeah, he was like, I need something, and I'm like, I could do that. It took me a while though. The boiler room only took me like 2 hours, but the Michaels house took me. Yeah, it's out of cardboard. The Michaels house took me a week and a half.
About that. Out of foam.
Yeah. Okay, so am I saying? Am I telling?
Talking, I'll show some good close-ups of it while she's talking.
Am I gonna tell the orangutan story?
Yes.
Okay. So, this is gonna the feedback. We're gonna have to. All right. So, yeah. That was like, we're just switching rooms here. So it was, I want to say, Dakota was playing. So 1998, at the end of October, my son was almost 4 years old, and he had to have dental work done, and we had to go to Kansas City because it had to be, he had to go to the hospital, the children's hospital up there. So we get there, he does the dental work and has the surgery. He comes through it perfect. We went back up 2 weeks later, and we told him that if he was good, we would take him to the zoo. He was really good. We took him to the zoo. We get there, and it's like dead. There's like 2 cars in the parking lot. We couldn't figure out where the entrance was to the Kansas City Zoo. So we're driving around. This security guard pulls up, and he's like, can I help you? We're like, we need to know where the entrance is. He's like, oh yeah, follow me. He takes us to the entrance. We go into the zoo. The first animals we see are sea lions. Really, really fun. Dakota liked it a lot. And we're walking, and Dakota sees this giant house, like this giant building. And it's the monkey house. And Dakota got really, really excited. He was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to see the monkeys. I'm going to see the monkeys. So we're like walking through to see the monkeys. And all of a sudden, zookeepers on like go-karts starts like driving by us really fast. And on the walkie-talkies, they're like, Joe's loose. Like, we can't contain him. And all I'm thinking as a mom is, what the hell is a Joe? And is it dangerous? And then all of a sudden, these people come up to us and they're like, we have civilians. And I'm like, I don't like being called a civilian at a zoo. And there's this little petting zoo near, like in the middle of the walkway, and it's like up on a hill. So it's got the top part of it is level with the hill, and then it goes down, and there's like the barn with the animals. And they pushed us in there, and they were like, stay in here. And don't look out the windows. I remember like, don't look out the windows. And we're like, okay. Well, don't know what this is about. It's me, my mom, my dad, and my son. And then all of a sudden, we're looking out the windows because, there's windows all the way around. And you see these little trees falling on one side of the path. And we're like, what the hell is a Joe? What could possibly be knocking these trees down? And then we saw him, a very, very large male orangutan, sauntering out like Knuckles, like just coming out from like the forest that was on this side, like this side of the building. And you hear these baby goats and sheep like down below making all kinds of noise, like bad and everything. And they're like backing up. And we're like, Dakota's excited. He's super excited because now he's seeing a monkey and it's not like in a cage. So he's like, monkey. And he's screaming at the top of his lungs on the upstairs where there's all these windows. And Joe sees him, looks at the window, walks over to the goats, picks up a baby goat, twists its neck, throws it at the window. So I have a 4-year-old who's screaming, monkey, and then splat. A baby goat right in front of his face goes down the window dead, and he just screams at the top of his lungs. Like it's like the goat scene from Jurassic Park, but instead of like a T-Rex, it's an orangutan throwing it at him. All of a sudden, the door behind us swings open and a man in a suit comes in, and he's like, I'm the director of the zoo. And we're like, oh, okay. And he goes, I need you guys to get into this bathroom now. He knows how to open these doors, and he knows you're here. So we go into a bathroom, and it's like the toilet. My son was like beside the toilet. I was in front of him. My mom was in front of me. My dad was in front of my mom. And the director of the zoo is in front of my dad. And all of a sudden, you hear like doors swing open, and you hear tables being thrown and chairs being thrown. And this damn orangutan is in the classroom that's outside of the bathroom, this giant meeting room that they have. And they're just throwing things. And the security guard who showed us the front, the entrance, his name was Sterling. Beautiful, beautiful black man named Sterling who had like this very deep voice. And all of a sudden you hear this really deep voice go, "You son of a bitch, come get me." And you hear like a chair hit a window and break the window. And I guess Joe chased Sterling outside. The zookeeper, the zoo director, opens the door a little bit. He's like, "Come on." He knows you're probably in this room because it's the only room he didn't try. And he moves us to another room with one little window. And he's like, "Don't look out the window. If he sees you, he'll come back in here." Oh, you're pulling it up. And so he puts us in this little tiny classroom. And
I love how it just said zoo visitors noticed him.
I know, right? So he leaves and we're in this classroom. And of course, my dad's the type of person who's like, you told him not to look out the window, he's going to look out the window. So he pulls the curtain up and there's this giant hairy ass in front of us. Like he's like, if you reached out the window, you could have like pinched the orangutan's butt. It was that close. And he's like moving back and forth. And we couldn't figure out why for a minute. And then all of a sudden he stepped just one step over. And you see a truck on one side and a Jeep on the other side pull up. And there's two zookeepers with tranquilizer guns. And they shot him. It hit his butt. We saw it like go, like his thigh. We saw it go in. He pulled it out, dropped it on the ground, charged the freaking Jeep, got on top of the Jeep. The guy gets into the Jeep. He takes the windshield wipers off of the Jeep. He pulls them off and he's like stabbing them through the windshield and bending them. Like he bent them and he's stabbing. He's trying to kill this guy. The other guy who was in the truck then shoots him again and he is still stabbing. He's like on top of this like Jeep stabbing away, trying to like, I don't know, get this guy. Like he got shot. And then all of a sudden you see this orangutan slowly get a little slower and a little slower. And then he just falls. He falls on the ground. And Dakota at this point is just freaked out. He's like crying. And he's like, "Is the orangutan dead? Is the monkey dead?" And we're like, "No, he's just asleep." And he just screams because he wants this damn monkey dead. He doesn't he doesn't want to deal with it. So we're like trying to comfort this 4-year-old. My dad just thinks it's the funniest thing ever. My mom's a little freaked out. All of a sudden, like the door opens. It's the director of the zoo, and he's like, "Okay, so we need you guys to leave this area. We can take you anywhere else that you want to go. You can see any of the animals." Dakota at this time was done. He's like, "Nope, I want to go home." So I said, "No, I think we're just going to go home." He's like, "Okay, we'll take you. You guys can come to the zoo anytime for the rest of your life. You can get in free." He goes, "I'll put you on a list. Anything he wants at the gift shop, he can have." And I'm like, "Oh, like, I don't care at this point. I just want to get my kid out of this like trauma experience." So we're walking outside and we're walking to the golf cart that they have for us, which Sterling is going to drive. And Dakota's walking next to me holding my hand. And all of a sudden, Sterling picks up my kid like really quickly. And all Dakota sees are these giant black hands going around his waist. He screams so loud because he thinks the orangutan is like woken up and is grabbing him. Dakota came like I don't know, 4 inches away from stepping on the first tranquilizer dart, which would have killed him. He's screaming. The noise that child made that day is something I will never ever forget. We get on the cart. We get to the gift shop. He could have picked anything he wanted. He picked a little tiny, probably a 4-inch blue sea lion, stuffed sea lion. That's all he wanted. We get into the car. We're driving home. It's like a 4-hour drive. He falls asleep crying himself to sleep. We get halfway and we stop for gas, and he wakes up screaming because he somehow in his head has this idea that Joe is under the car and is going to kill him. For like 2 weeks, he had nightmares that this orangutan was going to kill him, to the point now he's 26 years old. One of his favorite movies was The Jungle Book. He can't watch the King Louie scene because of the orangutan. He won't go into a monkey house.
If I turn the camera to, can you see? I'm trying to see if you can see the shadow behind you. I can't really get it to show up on here. Yeah, the shadow behind you totally looks like Pennywise is on the curtain behind you.
Okay.
Do you see that, Shaggy?
Yeah, I see the shadow.
Oh yeah, I guess you can see it from your own feed there, I guess, but yeah, that's creepy.
But so I don't like orangutans. My kid is petrified of orangutans. But nobody believed us. We got back to town and we're telling everybody this story. Nobody believes us. First of all, how do you make something like that up? You can't. Like, I'm not that creative. About 2 weeks later, my aunt calls me. I'm at work and she's like, "Are you listening to Paul Harvey? Do you remember Paul Harvey and the rest of the story on the radio?"
No, I don't think I did.
Okay, so there was. It was.
Have you ever heard the infamous Area 51 call? That's a guy that's like claiming to be an employee at Area 51 and that he's like escaped or something, and he calls into a radio show and he's like freaking out from a payphone, saying how like they're
the one that he calls back and he's like, "No,
yes.
I'm just making up."
That was the Paul Harvey show.
Yeah, that was the Paul Harvey show. It was a national show, and he was famous for, he would tell part of a story and then he would go to break and he'd come back and he would be, and now for the rest of the story. So she's like, "I think he's talking about you." He said, I had a recording of it, but it was a family from Branson got an unexpected jolt at the Kansas City Zoo when an male orangutan named Joe got loose and escaped his cage and scared them while they were at the petting zoo. This is like seriously what he said. So I contacted them and I was like, because I wanted to find out, one, how he got out, and two, why he was so angry. It turns out that he had a mate, and the mate either died or they sold her or whatever, but she wasn't there anymore. And he was notorious. If you look him up, he's notorious for getting out of the cage the enclosure that they had him in. But he would take his tire swing and he'd throw it at the top so that he wasn't getting electrocuted when he'd get over, because it was electric on the top. And this time he climbed up, he went over, but he got electrocuted a little bit. So he was angry because he was heartsick, plus he had just got electrocuted, and that's why he was so mad. And then he has this little kid who's just screaming monkey, monkey, monkey at him. But yeah, that's my orangutan story. It's kind of like Jurassic Park, but orangutan style. It's terrifying. And the worst like visual ever is the fact that when that little goat hit the glass, it just kind of still had a look in its eye, and it just like slowly went down the glass all bloody. Oh, it was terrible. It was so bad. So I'm scared of orangutans. And that's why. See, I have fears. They're not irrational. But
so what irrational fears do you have, Shaggy?
My top three were snakes, spiders, and being possessed.
The being possessed one I can see.
Honestly, the snake and spiders I'm more scared of than the possessed, but it's still in like top three. I mean, okay, honestly, when that whole
I wasn't expecting the feedback.
That one fake movie, the Poltergeist. No, not Poltergeist. it made it look like they were like filming in their home, but it was like a demon possessed.
Paranormal?
Yeah, that's it. I didn't, because it was about possession, and I was like, okay, I'm not looking into any of this at all because I don't like that type of stuff.
Right.
And so one night, my wife now at the time was my girlfriend's like, well, let's watch this, and I'm literally just shaking and everything, and she's over there just cracking up laughing and everything, and I'm just like, I'm freaking out. I'm literally shaking the couch because I'm like so terrified and everything about it. And how they played out the whole movie and everything. But she's like, this is all fake. And I was like, thanks for telling me after the movie's over. I couldn't sleep very well that night. It was just like, because she didn't know about the fear and everything. And I was like, I'm literally freaked out about that. And I think it's kind of when I was a kid with my whole little sixth sense that I somehow closed that door and locked it.
Yeah.
And everything. So, yeah, I would get like weird, vivid dreams when I was a kid. I don't get dreams anymore now because I've locked that door.
Yeah, I see. I completely. I think he's closing the door so he doesn't hit the. It's weird recording in the same house because if we get close, it makes a feedback noise.
Well, I turned my sound off because I was like, well, we can be in the same room and I'll just turn my sound off and that way we won't get feedback and I'll still be able to hear through your phone. But yeah, it still gave feedback. So.
Yeah, but that teaches us something. We'll just have to do just on your phone if we watch movies later and rip them. That'll be a thing. What are your fears, Shpoo?
People love to make fun of me for mine. Like I only have one legitimate thing that I am just truly afraid of, and I don't really know that fear is the right word for it, even, but it's just a general mistrust and uneasiness around. But that being Amish people. But there's a reason for that. I spent 22 years working at the Hotel of Terror, and every October is when Rumspringer happens, and that's where Amish youths get to go out and experience the real world and decide if they want to stay in the real world or stay part of the Amish community. Well, they go out to experience the real world, but they don't know how to handle the real world. So they get really drunk, really, on whatever they can get their hands on. And then they're like, hey, let's go to this haunted house. And every time, and I don't mean that as an exaggerated, most of the time thing. I mean, every single time one would come through, it was now my job to stay with them from the moment they get in line to the moment that they leave, because every single time, without fail, they would just start swinging at everybody. And you're talking about people that built barns with their bare hands. So it's like a mule kicking you in the face. And I remember one time where we had to actually like wrestle a guy down, and it took like 4 of us just to get him to the floor. And the bad thing about it is, like, so they get so violent and they're laughing hysterically the entire time. So, I mean, it's already, a little strange just because it's unknown. They're living out in the middle of nowhere, doing their thing. They're not fans of us city folk. And anybody who is that secluded, that untrusting of regular people, and finds violence that funny, then you can just stay the fuck away from me. I don't want anything to do with it.
I mean,
so yeah, not a big fan of the Amish.
I every now and then I have to work with the Amish because I work in the lumber yard and everything.
Yeah.
So
I think that if it was like someone who was still in the Amish or in the Amish community who was not like experiencing, the other part of the world. I don't think they're as that bad. It's just, but you also have to think they're like 19 and 20-year-olds.
Yeah.
There's that too.
Yeah, they're at that age where they're just, dumb to begin with. And don't worry, no Amish people are watching this right now. At least I don't think so. And if you are, get back to work.
I don't know. They can't own anything electronic wise or anything, but they have no issue if. I remember this one story. This one guy, he lived in Seymour. He lived close to an Amish group, community and stuff, and they absolutely love like WWF and WCW at the time. So when Monday or Sunday came around, they came knocking on doors like, "Hey, are you happen to watching the wrestling? Mind we join you?"
So they love watching people beat each other up. Imagine that.
Yeah. So yeah.
Maybe that's where they got the ideas. Maybe that's where these young kids who are leaving home for the first time in their whole lives get the ideas that this is what you do. It's just drinking alcohol for the first time and seeing horror stuff for the first time and watching wrestling.
People in weird costumes, being over the top. I must power slam him.
Yes. That's what it is. Yeah. I mean, I will say, like, I used to watch wrestling all the time. I was a huge wrestling fan back in the day of like the Monday Night Wars and stuff like that. But it is very, little kids get really good ideas from it. Dakota, when he was let's see, Whitney he was 4 and my niece was 2, and all of a sudden they were like in his room playing, and you hear this thud and just this scream of a little girl, and I go into his room and he's like on the bed and she's on the floor next to the wall, like crumpled into a little thing, and I go, "What happened?" And he goes, "I was Rey Mysterio." He like jumped on the bed and drop kicked his 2-year-old cousin, and she went flying across the room and hit the wall.
Oh my God.
It is the only time my child got spanked in his entire life. He got spanked.
When you said it is, I totally, for whatever reason, thought you were going to say, "It is the cutest thing I've ever seen."
No, I spanked him and
I need help. I am a sick individual. Please, somebody help me.
But he thought he was Rey Mysterio. They were playing wrestling. She was playing too. But like, I had to explain to them that these are athletes who train to not actually hurt each other. Like, it is choreographed so that they know how to not hurt each other. You can't just drop kick your 2-year-old cousin. I tell people all the time, it's the only time he ever got spanked, because any other time Dakota got in trouble when he was growing up, all I had to do was middle name him. I had to say his name with his middle name included, or give him the look. If I gave him the look and middle named him, that kid would cry and like ground himself or punish himself. He is the most amazing child, because I would just have to look at him and go, "Dakota Walker." And he would just be like, "I'm sorry, Mom." But I think it's also because he got spanked when he was 4. But no, that's when we didn't stop watching wrestling, but we toned it down a lot. Like, we didn't watch it quite as much because I felt like my kid was getting an idea that he was either a Hardy Boy or Rey Mysterio. It was one or the other. He was either Jeff Hardy or he was Rey Mysterio. So
I miss wrestling from the late 90s, early 2000s. That's when it was good. The Attitude Era.
Yep.
The Monday Night Wars, yes.
Yeah.
When you had Raw and WCW Nitro on at the same time.
Yeah. I was a wrestling fan early 80s. Like, I mean, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, Terry Taylor, Gentleman Chris Adams, like all of them, Mr. Perfect. I was never a Hulk Hogan fan. I always felt like he was a douchebag. But I I'm sorry, eat your vitamin. Like, I felt like he was preaching at me, like he was like trying to be Billy Graham or something. True. But I loved, like, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat was one of my favorites. And Chris Taylor, Barbara Beefcake, all of them. So
Attitude Era favorite wrestler can be WCW or WWF, either one.
Okay. Oh. Okay, so this is gonna be.
I have one that I promise you no one else is gonna say except for maybe my friend Adam.
Okay, so my choice is someone who is the most controversial wrestler just because of what happened, but I loved him at the time and I still love him for his wrestling, and that was Chris Benoit.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was one of the most efficient technical wrestlers ever to exist. Like,
yeah, anytime you had Chris Benoit versus Dean Malenko, you were in for a long but awesome match.
But so technical. And Chris Benoit versus Eddie Guerrero, you were Eddie wasn't as technical, but he brought way more charisma.
I got to see those two wrestle live.
Really? That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Chris Benoit is I just always thought he was technically just almost perfect in almost all his matches. So I know it's controversial just because of, how he died and how
you know about the conspiracy theory on that?
Oh, conspiracy. Are we going to do conspiracy theories now? Okay.
Why not? So this is, conspiracy theory, yes. True, also yes. So WWF's WE whatever, it was F at the time.
Right.
WWF's like their website. The day before, literally one day before what happened, they were hacked, and somebody posted on there, "Our deepest condolences go out to Chris Benoit's family as his wife has been killed."
I remember that.
Yeah. And they had to retract it, and then a day later, so she has been killed now, and he kind of did it and then killed himself.
Well, I don't remember that part. I remember like seeing it on the news and nobody knew exactly what had happened. And then Monday night they did the ring, the 30 rings for him. And Eddie Guerrero came out and all of them came out. And then they had Thursday night. Was it Thursday night or Tuesday night at the time? I can't remember. It was just a couple days later. They basically announced that his name will never be spoken again.
Yeah.
Because of what happened. And like they have, like, people have said it, but it's not something that they even mention his matches anymore. And when the WWE Network came out, you could watch almost every match that was ever made on WCW because they own it, and like all of these. And if you tried to find a Chris Benoit match, there was only 2. And it was tag team matches where he was with other people. There was none of his single matches were on the WWE Network.
That's truly sad.
Which, I mean, I understood at the time, like the week it happened and like all that. But now that we know what the science is behind everything and all of that, like, it doesn't take away from the fact that he gave his life and everything he had for the sport. And he was an amazing wrestler. And no one in his family would say he was a bad guy. Like, everyone in his family, even his wife's family and stuff, said that he was not a bad guy. He had anger issues. So did she. Like, they weren't, they were maybe toxic and stuff, but no one's ever said he was a bad guy. He just had anger problems and all of this. And I don't know, compared to, it's like erasing somebody completely. It's just, it's ridiculous. Especially since some of my favorite matches were him with Eddie Guerrero or Dean Malenko, or when he was part of the Horsemen, you know, like there for a little bit, and like all of that. I loved those matches. And
as much as I love to play movie casting, if there ever was a human being that was just born to play Wolverine,
it was him.
I mean, they even called him the Wolverine, the Rabbit Wolverine, yeah. And I mean, he's 1 inch taller than he is in the comics. He had this short, stocky build for it. He had this mean face on him. Perfect.
I know. I had such a crush on him.
He was actually Canadian.
I know. Oh my gosh.
But my controversial response to favorite wrestler of the Attitude Era from the WCW.
Okay.
Disco Inferno.
He was so funny.
He was funny, but he was a damn good wrestler. I mean, he was right up there with your Chris Benoit's and your Dean Malenkos and your Eddie Guerrero's. He had charisma just all over the place. But he was a cheesy character. He was a jobber. So he never got the clout that he should have gotten.
Well, it was WCW at the time as well. Like, it was not ran the way it should have been ran. Everyone who ran it said it was not ran the way it should have been ran. In order for him to get seen, he came up with a crazy idea, the Disco Inferno. It was fun. And most wrestlers, even the big name ones, they like Dude Love, okay? Mick Foley coming out as Dude Love. They have their little kitschy ones. He never got to get past it. That's the problem. Like, most wrestlers get
he was always just his gimmick. That's all he ever was. But like, if you watch that man wrestle, he technically, on a technical level, was phenomenal. I mean, he was right up there with those other guys, but he was the gimmick, and that's all he ever was. So no one remembers him for it, and that's sad.
Okay,
you know my favorite thing from WCW history. So Bill Goldberg comes out, and they're like, "Oh, he's undefeated for like 15 years or whatever." But his first match in the WCW, he lost.
Yep.
His very first match was against a nobody, and it was like it wasn't on a Nitro night. It was on whatever their Sunday night thing or something. Right. But he came out to a nobody, lost horribly, and that was his first match.
I'll be right back.
Okay. What? Oh, okay. She's going potty. Are you a wrestling fan?
I mean, I used to be when I was younger and everything and stuff, but
so
it got to a point.
Who was your favorite?
My like all the other like wrestlers that were really good and everything and stuff, like Mick Foley, Chris and stuff. Yeah, I really liked them, but I think my favorite one was Goldust. He was just silly, covered in gold. He just did that. I was like, I'm going to be entertained, and he was pretty. I thought he was a pretty good wrestler too. And
he's a damn good wrestler, but he's another one of those like if you ever see interviews with him, he's one. I mean, because he comes from a long line of wrestlers, like real wrestlers and legends of wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
And he, they give him this gimmick, and he just despised it. He didn't want to be we're talking about Goldust.
Oh yeah, no, Dustin.
He didn't want to be the gimmick, and like the whole reason why he started, just getting more and more flashy and more over the top and questionable sexuality in character and stuff like that was to piss off the people running the show. But unfortunately, it backfired because the more he did it, the more the fans loved it. The more the fans loved it, the more that the powers that be loved it. So they kept encouraging it, and until he finally was just like, okay, screw this, and walked away.
Remember when he went to WCW as Dustin Rhodes? Like when he showed up in his jeans and wife beater and he's just standing there, and it was like, yes, I love that so much. I got to meet Dusty Rhodes. I don't know, a long time ago, probably like 20 years ago. I got to meet Dusty Rhodes. That man was hilarious.
I got to meet several of the WCW guys. We had them in town, and I was delivering pizza at the time. And I will never forget this night. I don't get starstruck. I have been starstruck twice in my life. One time was the Ernie Hudson story that I told earlier, simply because it caught me off guard that I was on an elevator with Ernie Hudson. This was the other time. WCW was in town. I knew that. I had to miss it because I had to work that night, and I delivered pizza for a living. And we were dead, just completely dead all night long. And we closed at 11 o'clock. I had everything done, completely done. I am literally sitting there watching the clock so I can clock out. And the phone rings at 10:56. I look at my manager. I'm like, don't do it. Don't do it. And he gives me a delivery. Now, this is back ages ago. I mean, we're talking 25 years ago ish. And, so this is back when most people still paid with cash. If somebody paid pizza with a credit card, you have about a 90% chance you're not getting a tip.
Oh, yeah.
That's how it was at the time. 90% of people that use a credit card to pay, you're not getting a tip. So, and it's going to the Holiday Inn downtown, like the big fancy Holiday Inn. So I'm like, it's going to a big fancy hotel downtown. It's a credit card order right at closing time. I'm not getting tipped. So I am pissed. I'm just fuming the whole way there, driving there. I walk in, so the lobby of this place is just this giant open lobby that has like a bunch of tables, and there's a big fountain and stuff like this, and there's a glass elevator over here that goes all the way up to, and then the whole thing is a big square, so you can see all the rooms from the lobby if you're looking up. And I see some guys, like 4 or 5 guys, sitting at a table right in the lobby, right at the corner of the lobby, and I walk right past them to get to the elevator. I see them, they're sitting there, they're drinking beer and talking and stuff. I pay no attention to them because I'm fuming at this point. I get on the elevator, I go up to the 4th or 5th floor, whatever. I walk over and I knock on the door, and it opens up, and there stands Arn Anderson.
Mm-hmm. It's awesome.
One of the original 4 Horsemen. And I'm just like, oh my God, I'm a big fan. And I was caught off guard and did not know what to say. And he was extremely nice and extremely friendly. And I handed him the slip. He signed it. He gave it back to me with a nice tip on there, I might add. And I'm like, all right, well, thank you very much. And I start to leave. He's like, can I have my pizza? And I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Here you go. So I handed the pizza, and I'm like, it caught me so off guard that I was not there at all. So I turned to leave. I get back on the elevator. I go back down the elevator. I walk back out, and as I'm crossing the lobby again, I see those 4 men sitting there. Diamond Dallas Page, Kevin Nash, what was the guy, the big security guy? Dillinger?
Big Boss Man?
No, an actual like ref security guy.
Oh, I don't remember.
Doug Dillinger? Is that his name? I want to say Doug Dillinger. I could be wrong. Who was the 4th one? Somebody else. I forget who the 4th person was, but it was another wrestler, like big name wrestler. And so I was like, oh my God. But yeah, I actually, and then fast forward about a year after that, actually got to hang out with Kevin Nash again, and Scott Hall. That's the other one. And hang out with the 2 of them again backstage at an event in Springfield. And was kind of relaying, being like, "Yeah, I doubt you remember this, but I was the pizza guy that stopped and whatever, and blah blah blah." And Kevin, like I just remember that after the conversation that Kevin Nash was like, "I'm impressed." I was like, "Why?" He's like, "Because I've never met someone who says fuck as much as I do." That's the Kevin Nash story.
Kevin Nash story. That's amazing. My dad, we went to Springfield to see when wrestling would come around, and it was before WCW. I can't remember what it was called, but it was like Saturday mornings and everything. And like Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, Junkyard Dog. I got to meet all of them. Dusty Rhodes. It was
Wasn't
just
it like
I can't remember.
Oh, it was like AMW.
WA?
Yes.
American Wrestling Association. AWA.
American Wrestling Association.
Yeah. But I got to meet all of them. And I was a kid. Like it was like 30. Gosh, I'm so old. Like 35 years ago.
Oh God.
I mean, I was probably 10. So yeah, 35 years ago. But it was a lot of fun. Dusty Rhodes was giant. I just remember him being so like just a big guy. And Sid Vicious was there. It made me like he didn't wrestle. He was just like hanging out with the wrestlers, like they were walking by. We were like in the back row, and because we got the cheap seats, so the wrestlers would walk behind us behind the stage, and we'd see them and stuff. And Sid Vicious was there, and he was a giant. I just remember thinking, oh my God, this is the biggest man I've ever seen.
That's something you don't ever realize, is that like there for a while anyway, maybe still now, I don't know, but like there for a while, the average height of a wrestler was about 6'10".
Yeah, Sid Vicious was giant. He was he was huge, and his hands, because he came up, my dad wanted to shake his hand, and my dad was an average size like height, but my dad was like 105 pounds. I think the most he ever weighed was like 125 pounds. So he was like a little skinny guy. I did not take after my dad. And like I just remember his hand. When he went to shake my dad's hand, I remember thinking my dad's hand looked like a baby's hand. Like it didn't even cover like the palm. Like it was that, his hand was that big. I was like, he could probably put his hand over my head and just pick me up like that. Like it was huge. And I was like, oh my God, he scared the shit out of me as a kid. Cause he was just, I didn't think there was human that big. And then like, he's just standing there and I'm like this, I'm like looking up. I think I probably sprained my neck looking up at him. But you coming in here? Cause if you're coming in here, oh, you're leaving your phone in there. Okay. To see. He's checking to see if there's any like any comments, but there's not. Nobody's watching us right now. Like we literally have nobody watching us right now.
Yeah.
That's okay though. I figured this would happen late at night.
That's fine.
That's why I took off tomorrow, because I knew that he would need people overnight, and I figured he would wake me up. But I feel like I'm going to end up pulling an all-nighter as well.
I'm going to go on an adventure.
I feel like my phone is squeaking. Are you going outside?
Mm-hmm.
You going to go walk?
I have to take our trash out because it's starting to stink a little bit. I just noticed from what I made for dinner earlier, and I have to go for a bit of a walk to take the trash out. So bear with me for a minute.
Do you want me to do it?
That's okay. I need to stretch my legs anyway.
Okay.
I'm getting me some water, but I'll take my phone with me. Watch out, Bulma.
Oh.
Ghost Hunters.
That's cool.
What?
There's Ghost Hunters on TV.
Oh.
Have we figured out what bad movie we're gonna watch?
Nope. Did we ever get church back?
What? No. He's getting water, I hope. He said he was gonna get some water. I hope that's what he's doing.
Sure.
I'm getting water. I'm getting water.
Yeah, you're getting water all right.
I'm getting water.
That's hilarious. He's like,
I'm getting water now, and I'll get rid of water later.
it did speaking, I'm just saying.
That's why
I was all prepared to. I was completely prepared to go pee on camera, but AJ's like, no, don't.
Are you really gonna pee on camera? And he goes, well, if I have.
I said I was prepared. I said I was prepared to until you told me not to.
I was like, don't do that.
I won't. I like my privacy. It's me time.
Me.
Is it?
Is it
what?
Nice?
You said the moon looks cold.
Nice. Yeah, well, there's like a haze around it. It's not quite full, but here, I don't know if you can see it or not, but hang on.
Probably not.
I'm just gonna walk outside to see for myself.
There it is.
I'm just like 30 minutes north of you guys.
I know. You should just come over and rip a movie with us.
Well, then I have to drive, and I drive a forklift all day, so I don't really want to be behind a wheel.
Yeah, true.
Just so everybody knows, this is our regular routine. He takes the trash out to the dumpster, and
but the dumpster is all the way next door. See,
That's what I do.
We're friends with the guy that owns
the... put it back in my car, and I go like just basically a block down to go because that's where the trash bins are at.
Yep. Ours is our neighbor.
Yep, there's the moon.
Has a business and right next door to us, and he will let us trash. So, Shaggy's gone, and Spook's gone.
You guys are gone.
I think it's just me.
No, you guys are screen locked.
No, I'm not. Nobody's watching anyway. Oh, we had 8, 9. We're at oh my gosh, we're almost at the halfway mark. My leg itches so bad. I got a tattoo, a new tattoo last Friday, and it's at that healing stage where it's just itching.
Try not to scratch it. Oh, we lost somebody.
Oh, there I am. I forgot. We're friends with the guy that owns the auto shop next door to us, and so he's like, we used to just burn our trash, but he's like, why don't you just use our dumpster? So we use it some.
Hey, back.
Nice.
Yeah.
Tap that.
Can I just do the rest of this thing outside? It is nice outside.
It does feel nice. I'm grabbing my vape and going back out. And
let's not do the whole thing outside. Oh my god, my leg itches so bad.
Try not to scratch it.
I'm not. I'm rubbing lotion on
What'd you get anyways?
If you go to
a Transformer, you'd like it.
I got
was that the Bumblebee I saw?
Yeah, that's my profile picture is my new tattoo.
Ah.
It's on my thigh. So he's really big. Like he's my largest. Oh, look at that.
Skirts. And I got Skyby right there. Then I got camera. Black Arachnia from Beast Wars with Megatron. Air Razor.
Yeah, I can't get him. I hate this thing. Yeah, where is it? I can't see my own.
If you didn't know what was going on, that looked really dirty.
Boo! You were such a brat.
We should have. We have a fire pit in our front yard. We totally should have made a fire tonight.
We should have.
I have a
Perfect
fire
night
pit in
for
my
it.
front in my yard too.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see it. Probably not, but there it is.
That's pretty. Well, I can see that looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Filled with
So, I have the picture up on my Facebook. But he so my nick, like, people know me as like the B, because my initials used to be AB when I was married. And all my businesses are AB's Creations and stuff like that. So I was known as the B for the longest time. So all 3 of my tattoos are B's, some way or like some form. And my goal is to get 13 bumblebees on my body in the next couple years. I didn't get tattoos until I was 40. So first one, it's a bee. And I got Togepi. So it's a Pokemon Togepi, but it's a little bee. And then I got Bumblebee.
I think someone wants in. You want to go in, Chimp?
Aw, look. Are you just sitting outside, Shmoo?
Yeah.
I'd come out and
Well,
join
I'm
you, but
standing outside anyway, but I was sitting.
the phones will make noise if I go out here with you. But I can sit over here. You should have made a fire tonight. That would have been perfect.
Yeah, I got
a fire pit and a couple of tiki torches.
Yeah, we got I dug the fire pit like the first week of quarantine, of like, you have to stay home. I was like, okay, what can I do? So I dug a giant hole in my front yard and made a fire pit. It's totally a project of mine. I was like, no, screw it. Are we gonna do a fire?
I don't know. Yeah, we also have a dinosaur.
Yay, it's blue. We have a dinosaur. We have dinosaur bones. We have 2 dogs, a dragon, dead baby dolls hanging.
You can tell it's our house when you pull up to it.
Well, I like creepy shit. Just
Well,
look at my boyfriend.
The front of my yard's a little bit hectic because, I think it was sometime during the summer we had that big windstorm coming through.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it knocked down my biggest tree in my front yard, ripped from the roots and everything. So I got like a 4-foot hole and the tree, most of its trunk still in the front yard and everything. But I'm kind of sad because that's where I put my hammock at. Now I don't have a spot to put my hammock.
At least it didn't hit your house. My friend Larry, who runs Geeky Cool, you'll like if you ever watch our live on
He was on earlier.
Yeah. The same storm, a tree got blown over on his house, but it landed on his house in his kid's bedroom. Luckily, nobody was hurt, but his house was destroyed. He's living in an apartment building while they're fixing it.
Yeah, we got lucky. The top part of the tree was basically like 2 feet from our house.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And it would have hit. If it would have hit, it would have hit my man cave because that's where it's at on the house on the corner. So
I remember back in 2007 when we had the ice storm. I lived on a street that came up to a T at the end, and the house on the other side of the street of the T, tree came crashing in and took out part of the house. And we were talking to the neighbor, and he was like, "Yeah, the guy that lives there was sitting on the toilet when it happened. The tree came in, crashed through the ceiling, and landed in the bathtub right beside him. And his only reaction was, I was sitting in the right place when it happened. Because even though I was done going, I went anyway."
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a tree in our front yard. He wasn't here. He didn't live here at the time. I didn't live here at the time. I lived next door. But it's a giant tree that's been struck by lightning. So we were home over at the next door, and the people who lived here, they had little kids. All of a sudden, in the middle of the night, we heard this huge boom and crash. And the tree had landed on the house because it got struck by lightning. So I was like, and it's still standing there. They cut part of it off, but we still have part of it in the front yard. So I have a big
someone has been digging around it here lately for some reason.
Oh, that's so weird.
Yeah, I got a tree.
There's these two big sticks that lean up against it that I use when we do fires. I use it to move the logs around and whatnot. Well, I came out the other day and like the ground all the way around that tree has been, somebody used the stick and was like digging up the dirt all the way around the tree, except for a space about that big. And I noticed earlier today that spot is dug up now.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Why are people digging around my tree?
They haven't touched anywhere else in the yard, just around the tree for some reason.
Maybe they think I buried treasure out there.
That's also it's like there's something over there at that tree.
I wish I had buried treasure.
I've had a tree in the backyard. It got struck by lightning too, and it's still kind of just back there, toppled over. Just let nature take its course. Don't know what to do with it.
I know. I've thought about cutting this one. Like, I was actually going to make an art installation out of it. Like, I was going to put cement on it, and then I was going to do, like, all kinds of things sticking out, and, like, do creepy faces. I was going to carve creepy faces in it and all that stuff. But, yeah, the cement doesn't stick to the tree. Won't stick to the wood though. So, I don't know. I have the broken garden out there as well. So you can come to my house and I have plates in a bucket and you can just break plates at my house.
Yep. Mazel tov.
It's great for stress relief.
Yeah, like when you're mad, you just come. I used to have people, like my son's friends would come over to the house at like 2:00 in the morning and I'd get a text that would be like, Mom, if you hear a noise, it's just me breaking plates. And they would be out breaking plates in my front yard just because they were angry or upset or whatever. So I'm like, okay. So it's called my broken garden. I call it my broken garden because broken is beautiful. So bunch of broken plates.
And that's why she likes me.
Aw, you think you're beautiful?
That's the wife's horse skull that she got from a client.
That's cool.
Nice.
Cameron.
I used to have a raven skull completely intact, and I don't know what happened to it. I still have the box that it was in, but it's gone. No idea where it went or when.
What?
Mm-hmm.
That's weird. You lose things. You have so many things that have gone missing in your life.
Yep.
Yeah. I feel like that's a thing with you.
It is a thing.
I am so tired. So tired. Is your back hurting? Do you want me to get off here so you can come sit on the comfy couch?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Because, I mean, I can get off here so we don't have the beeping, and I could just be on your phone with you if you want. Or you can be on my phone with me. So
Either one.
Either one. I'm so tired. I will stay up with you as late as I can. I might fall asleep on the couch watching a movie with you. I'm not even going to lie.
Well, we've almost reached the halfway mark.
I know. But I worked all day, too.
How late are you staying with us here, Shaggy?
I'm not really tired, so.
Good for him.
I have to work tomorrow. All I have to do is just watch my kids, make sure they don't get into fights over the Switch or something. And
I am covered in fireworks.
I know tomorrow night, me and the wife's going to go to that axe throwing place.
Oh, I want to do that.
So, because at first we were going to go with, I think some of her coworker friends, but they kind of canceled. So we're probably still going to go and everything. So
That's awesome.
Well,
Spoon's been wanting to do that. We just haven't.
Okay, we'll tell you what,
AJ. How much of a Viking I am if I could throw an axe and nail it every time.
Right.
All right, well, AJ, cancel yours.
Okay.
I'll bring this in here, and we will look up what it is we're going to riff. So nobody's watching, or I would say go on to Netflix and we'll find a movie. So Shaggy, if you want to go on to Netflix and find a movie with us, we're going to find some bad movie to watch and we're going to riff it.
All right. I mean, I've got Netflix, Hulu, Amazon Prime, Disney Plus.
Same here. So what's going to have? I need to figure out how I can plug my phone in and do this all at the same time.
Let's see here.
I was gonna say, like, I was not on there anymore. Like, my face was still on there though. That was creepy. I looked at myself. So.
Where's the remote?
Right here. Do you want Netflix or do you want Amazon Prime has better bad movies?
Okay. That is true. I think Amazon or maybe Hulu has like the best.
Amazon has better bad movies. Remember, because they have all the like really bad movies.
Okay, so we're going to Amazon Prime.
Prime Videos.
What kind of movie?
I have no idea. The worse the movie, the better.
The worse the movie.
I'll go under the wife's profile. Oh, that's right. The Boys' new season's out already.
Sweet.
Is it really?
Maybe we can just watch that.
New episodes Friday. So it's a new episode every Friday. So it's just probably one episode so far. Oh my god, I still want to scratch my leg. Like,
okay. All right, so I'm going to come down to horror movies. Slumber Party Massacre, Sleepaway Camp 3, Sleepaway Camp 2, Chopping Mall, Killer Clowns from Outer Space, House, Creepshow 2, Night of the Demons, All Hallows Eve, Cabin in the Woods, The Ice Cream Man, Clint Howard. Oh, that one's a maybe.
Okay.
We have Brutal Massacre, a comedy. I don't know. Return of the Killer Tomatoes. Phantasm. Lisa.
What? It's Lisa, a 14-year-old.
Chafing at restrictions imposed by her single mother, makes phone calls to strange, handsome men, unaware that one of them is a murderer. Preys on single women.
She's 14!
That's creepy.
Yep.
Nightbreed. Disturbing behavior. Hellbound. Strangers Pray at Night. Pet Cemetery. Zombievers. Vivarium. The Lighthouse. Planet of the Sharks. In the near future, glacial melting has covered 98% of Earth's landmass. Sharks have flourished and now dominate the planet, operating as one massive school led by a mutated alpha shark. 5-headed shark attack.
That's funny.
Oh boy, what is better watch out?
Like this kind of reminds me when me and my friends would not like really rip a movie, but we would try to find the most ridiculous movie, and the first thing that came to mind was Rubble Geisha.
Oh god. Humanoids from the Deep. Oh god, I've done that one before.
Six-headed shark. There's five-headed.
Six-headed shark. I believe there's up to like 10-headed shark at this point, which is just a circle. Oh my God, they've got Society. That is one of the most messed up movies you will ever see in your life. Somebody dinged. What do we ding? You have new notification. Okay. Girl House, class of 1984. Phantasm 2. Quiet Place, Come to Daddy. Dead Heat. Got Joe Piscopo in it and Treat Williams.
Oh my God.
Exorcist 3. The Love Witch. Oh my God, there's so many to choose from. I don't know where to start. Ooh, the Poughkeepsie Tape. That's actually a good movie. No, like that one was.
I know. It's just like you. I don't know where to start.
Mikey.
What was that? What was that one back there?
Where?
Mega Shark versus Crocosaurus.
Oh, Crocosaurus, yeah. Overlord. Suburban Sasquatch. Oh my God! Have you ever seen Suburban Sasquatch?
I don't think I have, actually.
Find Suburban Sasquatch. It is one of the best bad movies ever. And all I have to say is, which is the sound that the Sasquatch makes over and over again.
I wonder if we turn off the light, if it would still be light.
Probably. Because
I
we're
feel
like
white.
blinding white. We're like powder right now.
I'm like, that's a good thing.
Yeah, not too bad.
Yeah.
All right. Let me know when you find it. Suburban Sasquatch.
Yeah, I found it.
Got it? Okay.
Yeah.
I will be right back.
That actually works pretty well. Okay, AJ is going to the restroom real quick, and then we will we'll watch Suburban Sasquatch. So you get to watch us watching Suburban Sasquatch.
I mean, there's people out there that watch people play games. I think watching people watching a movie.
I wonder if I can like put up some kind of like text on the screen. I'm gonna look into that real quick. So you get to look at my couch for a second.
What are we doing?
Is there a way that I can like put up on the screen what we're watching?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, so I'll do it.
Okay, so just put like Amazon Prime Suburban Sasquatch. Take that. All right, get to the screen where you can click on Watch Now.
I've already got it. I got it on pause.
Oh, okay.
So.
Okay, so Suburban.
Let me skip the ad here.
I am technically 5 seconds into it.
2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So I see like BLE and half of a C or something. Blah. I keep getting a little ding on my phone saying you've got notifications on Facebook, but then like I look on Facebook and there's no notifications there, so I don't know.
On Amazon Prime.
Mm-hmm. Let's see where you turn.
Right here.
Can't see it. Sure. Yeah, okay, there we go. You're watching Suburban Sasquatch on Amazon Prime. All right. Push play in 3, 2, 1, now. This movie is brought to you by the moon.
Because, you know,
that's when you have trouble pulling your butt out. Oh my God. Special effect by Mrs. Johnson's third grade class.
We do better than this. Look at those trees.
And what part are you on the movie? Because right now I'm seeing a car.
A car?
It just jumped through the whole like opening on me.
Oh,
okay, now I see a car.
We're at the car. Okay. Car coming down the street.
Yep.
And out of frame. Now I see people.
Yeah, we gotta go out for a party. This is where all the good parties are. It's so far away.
All right, now I'm synced.
Oh, it is funny if you get away from the city.
No, but barely even think worth it anymore.
Are they just in neutral?
Like somebody's just pushing the car.
You can tell like he couldn't set up any kind of like a rig, so he just like had them drive really slowly and he walked beside them running the camera.
Was that the Sasquatch?
I don't know.
Fine, don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, just wait.
I think you would know if it was a deer or not that just jumped in front of the car real quick.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
I feel like I went to high school with them.
And there's the sound.
What is the heck?
He's got boobs.
I'm about to say it's like. Oh, God.
Oh, that was wonderful.
What's our budget for the costume effects? Whatever you get at Spirits. Like $50.
I thought he ripped her.
He did.
Okay.
No, those were just extra body parts that he had. He was tossing around.
Oh, is that what he hit her with?
Yeah.
I could think it was my extra body part.
Stop Woody. Middle America. Pandemic.
You couldn't get a photo or a film of a real bird?
I have subtitles on, and it's like it has that like hawk, but on the subtitles it said hawk cry. That's not a hawk.
Are they
They're supposed to be Native Americans, and she's like maybe Middle Eastern, and he's like Italian.
maybe Italian?
I love their fire.
He doesn't even look Italian.
Yeah, I was like, he's a just straight up like white guy to me.
Yeah.
A balding white guy.
He's just Granddad. The home called. They need you to come back.
In my hunter.
Why has he got reverb?
Did you see the nose hair? Like oh my god! Somebody they got a close up and there's just this like long nose hair coming out of the. If they go up, just pan up a little bit.
But you're not, obviously, from looking at you, so never mind. What tribe?
There's nobody else here. And she is literally wearing a Halloween costume that's like a Pocahontas Halloween costume.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing.
Right. And now some white guy waking. Oh my god!
With his mattress on the floor. Our hero, ladies and gentlemen.
And his hairy chest, like weirdly, like. Is he the Sasquatch? Does he turn into one? Please don't get naked.
You're supposed to be here today.
On yesterday's clothes.
Just don't get naked. I just don't want to see him get naked. Oh, thank God.
I love the brown shirt with like tape.
For the stripes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, every college dorm ever.
They're in a motel room, looks like.
Oh, look, his arms are gone.
Oh my! He's got his handcuffs through his belt loop.
That's right. Just hold your gun out. There's.
We couldn't afford it. We didn't have another holster in the budget.
What body part is laying beside her? Because she's got her arms and her legs. Did she have 3 legs?
Some sick bastard.
Or did the Sasquatch knock her out with the guy's arms? Just flinging them around.
I know he does do that later, so that's possible.
What the hell's this guy doing now? Touching the.
Oh, I love dirt.
The footprint.
Look at that badge! Oh my God!
Nothing. I thought it was. Never mind.
And why does everyone talk with reverb? What is that? It's like a cuckoo clock in the background.
Bodies around.
Is the cuckoo clock on your house? What is that?
Oh yeah, that is my cuckoo clock.
Okay, I thought that was in the movie. I was like,
I'm so used to it, I don't even pay attention to it anymore. Yeah, we have a cuckoo clock that's going off.
I was like, why is there a cuckoo clock in this?
He told him to be there.
And we've been down this road before. I mean, the public has a right to know. I mean, what are the barriers?
Is his cue card on the ground?
Yeah. Look at those hats.
Look at that guy's eyebrows. Why is he
Which
so
one?
scared?
The one in the middle.
And he looks like he just crapped his pants and he's hoping they don't notice.
He farted real like in there. He's like, God, please don't.
I'm filled with shame.
Now there's another random one that needs to go. Like, that's police work. Let's not worry about getting blood everywhere. Let's just step right over this arm.
Oh, this scene.
Is this a good one?
I've seen bits and pieces of this movie.
Okay.
Like way up. Why is everything so echoey?
Maybe because his TV's going.
Oh, I guess it could be your TV.
I could also be like a slight seconds off from you guys too. Yeah, I'm a little faster.
That's what it is.
Yeah, I've been hearing like a fraction of a second.
What is up with the big boobs?
It's not noticeable very often, but he also has a big hairy penis hanging down.
So he has boobs and a penis.
So if at any point in time you think you catch Suburban Sasquatch's dick, you definitely did.
So he has boobs and a penis.
Yes.
Best of both worlds.
A what? A ground?
Stop flirting around.
Did he rip his arm out? Dave! He just feeds him his heart.
Just standing there like.
Put your arm on it. Quit screwing around. What just happened there? Did you see that? Like the frame, like.
That killed him?
No, he wakes up later.
Oh.
Like an hour later from now.
From being hit by a
Yep. And there was Sasquatch's big hairy dick.
I saw that. It was impressive.
Meanwhile, at Jefferson Junior High.
It does look like a junior high.
Except for the curtains.
But you know when you went to school and like the art studio was in the basement in the little windows? Did you have that too? Like I felt like my school was like that.
And that room literally looks like an art room.
Yeah.
It does. They got the high school tape. Yep, the little windows.
Yeah.
And the kids are still playing outside.
Hey, oh my God, the sports teams are going, and it is a school.
Because they couldn't actually like close down the school.
I know I was at one time, but it doesn't sell paper. Yeah, but then it's short. If I just do a little dig on your own time, all right? You write, we get money.
Oh my God.
That's the way it works. But I mean, it's crazy if I sleep on how the police are trying to cover up. You went to the you know, I've heard all these rumors about right? And they're all
he just saw it. There were dismembered bodies. That's not a rumor.
It's not conspiracy.
It's not a conspiracy.
No, you don't think. Nobody.
The kids in the school.
I want you to read it.
The playground.
That would sell. I work in school, right?
Yeah, there's kids playing in the playground.
It's totally playground.
Well, just go for the gusto. Go out there and make the story happen. But all the place is great.
Quit looking at the script.
Well, it could be my big chance. It could be my
Well, it could be my big chance. It could be my big piece. I think.
Believe I don't have faith and I don't believe I
Oh my God, the kids in the background are hilarious. Like they're on the playground, they're playing sports. Why is the table so low?
Because it's made for like fourth graders.
Fourth graders.
Look
at the computer.
Yeah,
I think that's the same computer they use the opening to make the editing.
Yeah. I don't know if it looks old enough for that.
That's it. You're done.
My computer is so old.
It's still got a floppy disk drive.
I know.
You can always pick the name.
Like their table is literally their
It's
knees.
knee high, yeah. What?
Are they really?
What?
Was there-
Giant Rolodexes of the future.
There's phone books. That's how, like, that's their phone books.
There's like 5 different Rolodexes in that room.
Oh wait, now they're
Meanwhile,
showing
just outside that window,
a kid playing. Okay.
Just kick the ball around. Just kick the ball around, but don't kick it too far.
Right? Look at the hand.
Is he gonna kill the sad, lonely child?
Who's not in school because he doesn't have friends.
Mm-hmm.
Mom, can I stay home from school because I don't have any friends? Just play with my soccer ball. Is it a redheaded child too? Because I feel like it's a redheaded child.
Oh. How did he find? But that should. He's over there.
He found a footprint in a yard that Sasquatch had to walk. You don't look up. There's a giant.
And don't forget the ball. No, that's the director, son. Oh my
God.
That was good. That was good. Sigourney Weaver, ladies and gentlemen. Sigourney Weaver. A role that will shock you.
Go outside. I have to do my
Should have
training.
had that abortion. Oh, put that thing away. There's a kid, man.
I love how she's like, I've got to clean it. She's literally just
That one
dusting
picture
the
frame
one
is
picture
really dirty.
over and over and over. Now she's just standing there watching your kid play outside. Where there's
Oh, his father is here.
of course he is.
Get him.
Kill the kid. He's having a seizure.
Like he's not running.
His foot too. Like, did his foot just come off?
I couldn't be the phone's in the way.
I think it did. I saw like it slip.
We have arrested the child and the bull.
Oh wait, is that his dad now?
I mean, maybe.
I mean, he called him son. You know, most people just say, "Don't worry, kid," not son.
Right.
So
Bigfoot. Like the guy's surprised there are big footprints everywhere. Some animal, like the kid calls it Bigfoot, and it's somehow. Oh, now we're back to Pocahontas in her slutty Halloween costume.
Crow.
Hawk.
What is that? Like is that a skeleton in the background?
I don't.
Oh, never mind. That's just the tree.
The tree. I have to concentrate and bend over so my cleavage shows to impress somebody.
I gotta pick the grass. This grass is special.
And I'm face down in water, unconscious.
Oh man, it's a good thing I'm half amphibious, or I would have died.
I didn't drown at all.
Quit farting around, Dave. Oh, that's poison ivy. Oh, that's gonna suck.
I wonder if they bring that up later, or if it's something that they didn't realize. And then the actor was like, because
just one giant walking rash. Rash Man versus Sasquatch.
Somebody's gonna make that movie now.
Mm-hmm. It probably is. And there's a porn.
If we've learned anything tonight, there's a porn of every movie.
Yes.
Oh my god. His clothes are dry, which is a good thing, because have you ever tried to walk in wet denim? It's a pain.
Like, was that a beer can in his back pocket or a flashlight?
I think it was a fleshlight, actually.
So, is the mom in the cave? Is that what he heard?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't care.
You know what it is. Sasquatch fell in love.
Yeah, it's a good thing I brought a flashlight, you know, going fishing during the day.
Uh-huh.
Well,
of course.
Yeah.
There's Halloween props in here. That's weird. And trash bags.
And yeah.
Well, I mean, it was nice of Sasquatch to put those trash bags up so he doesn't make a mess.
I mean, listen, he's probably recycling. There's probably like human flesh, animal flesh, and pollution that he's picked up from other people. He's a conservation. Oh, here comes Sasquatch. What does that sound remind me of?
A dirt bike?
Oh my god, yes. Like a dirt bike to make it interesting.
I'm going, but I'm out of here.
I'm not gonna try to save this woman, because you know. Oh, here's the guy who had like the weird orgasm when he would touch the footprint.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know what else to call it. Like, he touched the footprint.
I don't know how to do it.
Hey, that reminds me of the bathrooms up at that park that we used to take Lex to. Except they have doors on the stalls. They just have curtains on the stalls at that park.
Again with the flashlight. It's the middle of the day.
They're
Unless
blind.
this is supposed to be day for night and they just never adjusted the contrast. It wasn't nude?
What was it?
Who did? Sasquatch. I saw Sasquatch in the woods. He was going to eat me. He was not alone.
What?
Because those are things.
Suburban nature park.
I believe they're called parks.
What?
3M in our work today. What the?
Was the emerald?
I know.
Oh, look, 2 hikers. Female hikers. I bet he takes them back to the cave.
It was nice of them, good that they have a progressive lesbian couple. I mean, they're wearing jean shorts.
They're wearing mom jean shorts.
And she has a bandana.
Of course.
That equals lesbian in low budget movies.
They are kind of wearing matching outfits, so.
Did you fart?
I love the like. Like he can just make himself invisible?
He's a magic suburban Sasquatch.
Yes.
Why is he behind them?
They're not in the line. Now they are.
You got hit from the front, but yeah, you got injured from the back.
I remember you. Hey, there's a house. There's a little house. I love how he like ripped her shirt with a claw mark before, and now he's just got like 3 blood streaks. But he put her arm back on.
There. He found it. And now he's picking lights
Just so he can tear it off again. Okay.
I'm gonna leave this like a popsicle.
And he's still eating that one.
He's still eating the hand, but yeah, he finished the rest of it.
CGI arrow. Oh wow! Oh wow! Oh god! Wow!
That was.
Being the
You
chosen
can
one.
take another shot. He's in range still, wide open. No, we're just going. That's it. We're done.
She couldn't hit him from 10 feet away. You really think she can hit him from that far?
Well, did you see her rubber? Like the CG, they're not real arrows.
When they fly like that fast.
I mean, you hit something and it bent in half, and yeah, that wouldn't hurt anybody. So let's go have a fancy lunch.
I thought he graduated.
Always do. And then the clouds and feet on the ground. Your dreams are too big like this. Take some advice.
What's up with his glasses?
I have the most horrible joke in my mind, and I want to say it so bad, but it's so horrible and
no one's watching.
Probably offensive, and I don't really. I mean, we have somebody watching right now, so I don't know. I probably shouldn't say it.
Do we have somebody watching?
Yeah.
Yay!
Hi, whoever you are. We're watching Suburban Sasquatch. You should join us, and we can rip it together. I just really wanted to say that I always wondered what Corky from Life Goes On was up to these days. And I'm going to hell now.
It's okay. I'm sensitive.
So to whomever has joined us, if you're not aware, this is a 24-hour live stream. We're just doing nerdy stuff, and it's the overnight times now. So yeah, we're riffing Suburban Sasquatch on Amazon Prime. If you'd like to join in, send me a message, and we'll join you in. I'm filled with chicken.
I love how we have cell phones, but the computers were like from the 80s.
No. I just keep pushing, but nothing's coming out.
Not here.
Not here.
It's the same. Okay.
Listen. He just doesn't want it to happen there.
What?
Man, what did you put up there? It's just no more cold.
Does he have like a second tie underneath the tie?
Come on, we have work.
The one with the like when the one
fat
with
one or the
little one with the eyebrows. When it had like showed it from behind, it looks like he has a tie that's a different tie than the one on top.
Oh,
Just making you understand.
yes, apparently.
Is it a reverse tie?
He's got like a purple striped tie and
Unless
then a
it's
brown tie on top.
like just this, I don't know, the material on the back of the tie, but I've never seen a tie like that.
No, I feel like it's two ties. He's a two-tie cop.
Look, the Chief's really constipated right now. He's been over there trying to squeeze one out all afternoon.
Listen, you'll need this gun, which I can legally give you because I'm a cop.
What?
Oh my god.
And that explains everything.
He's got to
Then rope it off. Nothing's being hidden. We just don't want anyone seeing it.
Same.
Look, I'm enforcing on this now. You want me to then I'm gonna take it out of hand. Still baby. Believe me, if I need it, I'll call you.
Why would you need him? He's a reporter. Like, why? Oh, it's the little broken arrow with the emerald on it.
Yeah, that's not like anything weird from being in dirt and stuff. Oh, that's shiny. I must take it.
I mean, and the cops are like, I mean, these cops are bad even for bad movie cops. Like,
don't worry, officer. One day you'll grow up to be a big boy.
He looks
Why are you
like
turning the light when it's daylight?
I don't understand. And then and the old computers again.
Day for night. They just forgot to do the contrast.
Sorry, I need these reports. Let me get the floppy disk out. But we have cell phones.
So what is he reading? Something it looked like it said "nice thief."
No, I think it said police chief.
Oh.
Police chief magazines for only for police chiefs.
I want arousal all over the county.
I think he said our eyes.
You don't. It's funnier if you don't. I'm so high.
Well, I'm just thinking how.
What the?
See, he's magic.
Except it's got boobs and a big hairy dick.
I should have given my
No, he's kind of like mildly.
Oh God! The car's just fine. It landed on its wheels. It's fine.
The car turned into a weird, like two-dimensional paint shop thing for a second there.
And he picked it up and sat it back down.
He moved the police car, because it was parked illegally. It was in front of a fire hydrant, so he was being a good citizen.
The car's not damaged, but I am for some reason.
He's gone.
He's not in front of me or to my right. He's nowhere to be seen.
I'm gonna get mad and throw my hands. And now look at a picture of something or someone.
You let it happen again. What?
What?
So, is this a
Who
sequel?
crafted a picture like that?
It came with the frame.
Oh.
Is it a sequel?
The director at home.
No, that's the people watching it. You need a drink for this. That's what we should have done. We should have had a drinking game for every time Sasquatch threw an arm. That
Every time
was
Sasquatch went,
I would get drunk so fast.
and now we're over here.
Some dude with his sugar mama.
All those decorative boulders she has in her front yard.
I'll protect you with my eyes.
She missed that. Okay. Chosen one, ladies and gentlemen. Chosen one. Stop.
Oh, okay, that's it. I'm going away.
These are getting bigger.
That's weird. Yeah, I hit it.
She was so proud of herself.
He was. Something I shot finally connected.
Thanks, Grandma.
And now we know how the door ended up closed in this shot. See, that's why they added that. It's genius.
Do you know they did a really good job on a grandma's house?
She just looked at the camera.
They even have the giant Bible.
You got the little porcelain dolls in the background.
Yeah.
A pen. Thanks, Grandma. That's all I needed. How I Met Your Grandfather coming this fall. I'm huge.
But I was there. God will give you your message. I'm sorry. A boy directed from hell. But
She's like the reincarnation of Go to the Light, Carol Ann. Sometimes he faxes.
A mix between her and Candy Baby.
Follow the rest. What?
Oh, I don't like you, but I love you.
This guy just starts screaming and it doesn't actually break. Aww.
Get me out of this movie.
I feel like this dog is not going to be friends with Henry Henderson.
Hey, get out of there.
Does he seem frosty?
How many neighbors are like standing at their door right now, just being like, "What the hell is this lunatic yelling about?" Muffy?
Is it Fluffy, Muffy, or Frosty?
Or
I'm getting like Muffy on the subtitles.
Oh my god!
I did that for photo shoots. For College of Bill photo shoot. Oh, my stepdad!
Look, there's no actual gore. He just like kind of sprays a little bit of blood onto their shirt. Get out!
Yes, find a different career.
You're welcome. Where is she?
What the?
Okay.
She has the supernatural ability to see into stock footage.
Where is she? Looks like.
I mean, he's got the walk down pretty good.
She's in a tent. She's not even in a teepee. Sorry. She's wearing Uggs. No good Native American would wear Uggs. This woman is enjoying that.
You know, suburban women and their hot dogs. And their chandeliers. And like no condiments or anything. That was a whole new hot dog.
Listen, she likes her hot dogs dry.
Oh, we don't need the close up. Come on.
So why are we comparing her eating a hot dog to this thing eating a leg or whatever?
Yes.
I smell hot dogs. I could eat a hot dog instead of a human leg.
That's
I
a
will.
ballpark, Frank. I'm going.
That's a Nathan. It's got like the all beef. Yes. Does she still have the hot dog? She's almost done with it.
Yes, definitely. And she likes like scary parents all the time. She can't even get in. He's gonna have to bathroom. That's what's happening. That's what's going on. I mean, it's just like you some
I mean, if somebody told me I would live in a neighborhood with Sasquatch, I would.
Yeah.
Sasquatch on a scale. What the hell?
What is he talking to the VCR for? Why are they there? Oh, the police department. Well, now we know.
I just wanted to hold your hand. He healed really fast.
I don't like my butt.
He looks like he's dressed in Daddy's clothes.
He does. Roll.
It encourages me to
Like Good.
only if it has George Burns' voice. Have a car. You're in the neighborhood, lady. He just had her phone.
I heard here's my sperm, but okay.
All he wants is that hot dog.
How is he's a disappearing Sasquatch?
Oh my god. If you guys aren't watching this, you should be. It's on Amazon Prime, The Urban Sasquatch. It's the greatest thing ever. Oh, she's cuter. I'll go get her. Wait, did she just
heal?
Oh, he made a different noise.
He did.
Ah!
There's a cartoon on.
Oh my god.
Cartoon time.
Lumpy, he's a cop. This music is ridiculous. Stop, Rick, come back.
I can't. Want to scoop?
On it.
Who are you? What?
Quiet, that's a weird name.
I mean, she is Native American.
Thanks, good enough for the shower? What?
Thanks for giving away my position.
They had boom mics. Protecting the maze.
I'm right. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
Are you saying that Bigfoot is losing killing people in a suburban town in Northeast America?
North. Can't say the state.
Hey, this is your business. Why don't you want it? Magic, right? Huh? Wait. Where are you going?
To get more peyote.
I didn't say that. Hey, I never said I want to be caught out.
No? Then why are you following me?
Because you're hot.
I mean, if you can help me, I won't get in your way. Rick Harlan?
I love how he's like this reporter on this big scoop and he's carrying around this pad and paper, but has not written down a single word.
All
That's
of here.
That's his script.
No, that's exactly what that is. He keeps looking at it when he talks. Why do I feel like this is a church?
No, I still think it's part of the school because it's part of the old principles on the picture frames.
Yep. At least this desk is like normal height.
Why are you so Stephen? Keep this quiet. Cheese. 2 months ago.
Cheese?
Someone eloped. Truth is, I'm a beaver. Look at my teeth.
You want the truth? You can't handle the truth.
My coming in here a few years ago was kind of forced. I just got out of the police force. Most of them recently married. I decided to live in the peace of nature, not amidst the crime and evil of the city. So this is what we thought.
Oh, fun fact.
Oh, yay.
Well, thank God. I wanted to know the backstory of this guy. Are they? Use words.
She looks weird. Like
That is a very nice porch swing, though.
So who's that
Probably
going
the
for?
best prop of the whole movie so far.
if you see that coming at you, do you just stand there or sit there and watch it?
A dick.
Oh, just my imagination.
And let's fall asleep.
Like you do.
Did he put her to sleep?
Who knows?
Is he?
You are my favorite shirt.
You still have my wife, but I'm just gonna. Oh, I'm gonna go for John.
Since when to? You seem like a girl.
So I couldn't make it. I had to move away from there. So easy start a home town with no crime. No hate. All
And a Sasquatch.
I just never come over to home.
So the Sasquatch followed him.
I guess so.
So he pet dogs.
Like, I wonder if there was like maybe a different actor that was supposed to play the underling cop that was about the same size as the chief we have in here. Because everything he's wearing looks like it's about 3 sizes too big.
Do you have any comments? Oh, I think we have a comment. I think we have a comment. I see it red. Probably an old comment. I'm sorry if you guys were into the movie.
We have 5 comments.
We have 5 comments.
Bethany Graham says, "Hi everyone, hi guys, I'm Beth. I'm hearing that laugh, AJ. As much fun as I'm having watching the live, I'm off to bed. I'll message you tomorrow, AJ."
Ah, see, it's just about me. It's okay. I want to fall asleep, and I fell asleep. I was like, I want to just fall asleep. I will set up and watch movies with you, but I'm gonna fall asleep.
I never thought it would be this difficult. I'm sorry. I'm here to stop the
Right.
I'm a mystical being.
Magical beans don't exist.
What I do?
Magical beans?
But these creatures aren't real. Not in this day and age. Look, you seem to be.
Wait.
They were real in this day and age?
Not real and being extinct are 2 different things.
Are you gonna go smoke a cigarette?
Yes, I guess
He's gonna walk outside. Are you still gonna walk?
Doorway, so I can still comment. I just want to be seen on camera.
He's angry. Angry little man. I hope he gets squashed by his car.
That's watch fart.
And he's under the car and Sasquatch just squashes him. You just said he's trying, like that's what you need, and yeah.
Sometimes you just need a pair of really big springs.
I don't know how good that mechanic is because he's using a wrench as a hammer.
I know, but well, he just wants these giant springs, so you know. How tall is this thing right now?
He's doing the Karate Kid.
The Karate Kid.
I can motorboat him really easy. Like,
hey, we have actual gore.
I'm on top of the skin. Like,
on top of the shirt.
He did.
Oh, nothing like freshly squeezed.
Freshly squeezed. Give me those springs. I
Just gotta collect this stuff.
Terrible. I love how she's like a mystical being who lives in a tent, like a plastic tent.
Wait, when did she change outfits?
They were all out of teepees.
That's what I said. She needs to be in a teepee. Like earlier.
Oh, you got a head.
It doesn't have any hair. I don't know, but her Uggs are totally distracting me. Those I get to sell shoes. Those are like $250 Uggs.
Well, that's where all the pop budget went to then, I guess.
Like they spent money on a wardrobe. They were just like, wear the most Indian-looking thing you can find in your closet.
And she was like, "Oh my God, I'm playing an Indian," and she came to work in the Pocahontas dress, and then they realized that it showed too much cleavage, so they put her in a white shirt. Yeah, he'd like to please himself.
Well, I'm impressed. Someone that's not going to be pretty as you.
She told you. Aw, her daddy thought she was pretty.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm not Jewish, Christian.
Is this a religious movie? Is this like Signs, where it's like the baseline is him finding his faith? Because he's like, I don't go to church.
Never saw it that way.
You maybe want to do another take of that. I just never saw it that way.
Seriously. It's a movie about him finding his faith through Bigfoot killing people. And it's Indian girl.
Spaghetti sauce is creeping out of it.
Shoot you in the butt. They're like the sour ones. I found them. I was like, I gotta get them. I like them too.
Come at me, bro.
And now he disappears.
No.
It disappeared too.
I like the yellow one.
These things are awesome.
They're the Twizzler sweet and sour. They have like the sour center thing.
Yeah. And was he taking a shit?
That is the stance of the actors in this movie.
The different life and so separate in nature too long. Did you do so? Why?
Wait, are you snubbing? What is it?
He's here.
Sorry, I had curry for dinner. Oh my God. Just hanging there.
Isn't me or his penis getting bigger? And his boobs! His boobs and his penis are getting bigger.
Nope.
Yo, yes.
How dare you?
With the chips thing I'm starting.
Is this a porn?
No, concentrate.
So now he can manipulate your mind.
I guess so.
We were standing out in the middle of nowhere, but he didn't see us.
Oh my God.
Bird's my only weakness.
What? What did he do?
Right. Where was the mistake? Hey, don't just give this shot out of me. Look.
I agree with him.
It's my best shot at the
Yeah.
Well, if you could aim a little bit better.
Yeah, right. Oh my God.
What the?
Where's the scope exactly?
Where's the scope?
Good job, Billy Mays.
Oh, it's that guy. He's the one that shot.
That guy has a wig on. What was up with the wig?
I thought it was just a bad haircut.
We got more printers.
I feel like he's trying to dress like Michael.
Michael Myers. I don't know. He's probably an actor that was in this movie somewhere else. over. We finally have enough printers.
Where does the machine gun come from? It's like shotgun, rifle.
You would be shooting him in the ass.
Oh!
Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry about it. You see? Oh, your prosthetic's falling off.
Grill.
Why did they put a cartoon on?
Oh, he's floating.
Oh, yeah, and now he's giant. Now he's falling.
I'll stand here. You come at me. This is a fun game.
Turn his wig off.
Oh, that was his good sweater.
No.
And we just pan in into his crotch. Oh, there goes the eyeballs.
Yay me! I made somebody pee their pants.
So the wig, I'm pretty sure it was him, and that's why it was in a wig. And now she has pants, like pajama pants. Day to day? How long has it been?
I don't know. They've never had a nighttime. Bright and live free.
I work at an elementary school.
I live alone in the woods for free. See me living alone in the woods, telling my stories to the trees.
There'd be more people listening if you did.
Other than the fact that it may exist.
It may exist.
Ah, did we lose you?
Oh.
We lost you. Oh, there he is.
You have to add him back. He's got to add you back.
Oh, we lost you.
Yeah, somehow I couldn't hear anything through the earpiece. So I was like, I looked and it all froze.
Ah.
I'll be back.
Okay.
I sprinkled these coffee grounds on the ground.
Well,
Ever had a what?
Spiritual encounter.
I think she's hitting on you, dude.
Told you, it's not his face. I'll make out with you.
So not interested. Get your hand off me. No, not for this movie.
Even the crow's like, nope. Bird literally cock blocked him.
Well, so
He
now
absorbs spirit now, apparently.
she's like the worst hunter. She's the worst hunter ever.
Yes. Acting.
I forgot your name. Tala. You know somebody gave him that name. Like somebody was like, your name's Tala.
Again with the trash bags.
Is it finally nighttime?
There's an actual purpose for these flashlights now.
Right.
Even though they're holding them wrong.
Well, you can't have everything, I guess. With this movie, you can't have anything and everything all at the same time.
The new Paranormal Activity looks terrible. Bigfoot lives here.
I can tell he was. Why are
I can tell you used this doorknob.
I can taste his presence. I'm so. Is it night?
Now it's daylight.
The name like Smucker, is it?
Does Bigfoot live in a house? I thought he lived in the cave.
The cave is in the basement. What did they forget to add CG barf there?
Like, don't help the guy.
Away! We get it.
You're the worst cop ever. There's a man dying in front of you, and you're like, I just can't.
Nope.
Wait, so
More oh, these are tarps now.
Oh, Bigfoot's harem.
You literally have no form of time?
It's hard to have time when there's no night.
Oh my God! She just implied that Bigfoot raped her. I guess then he redressed her when he was done.
Well, he's compassionate.
Except unless you go like that, then
He's not either.
You're also not an actor like she is. What is that chair? Did you see that chair?
Yeah. Oh, they're back to the art classroom. There's even a is there a sew machine over there?
An eagle.
Just don't care. You care about the story. Show me something to prove it.
Firefighters?
We got a picture of Waco there behind me. What?
A feather.
From where?
I
No. Get out. I don't want to leave. I want to sell. I'll get you.
I'm a man who likes my little desk. Supposed to be shooting. It's called bricks. You could have just put it up on bricks.
Where is she? I'm here, okay?
Good.
Oh.
Soundtrack by Andy Kaufman. I would love to see him just gonna go in and snap.
It's an ivy vine, people.
Well, I could untie this knot. Quit moving your goddamn hands.
You don't want to know.
That's what she said.
Flop in the wind.
What?
I told you his penis is even bigger. Like wider.
Die.
She's gonna heal him.
Oh, damn.
Maybe. I told you it's all about him finding this faith.
Little granny sitting around doing some cross point, listening to some punk music, like you do.
Having her husband strip for her. Please don't strip. I just strip stripping. I don't want you to strip. Hey. He is trying to get her attention. Who turned the? No, I know. Her annoying voice made the record stop.
They should have had like a record skip there.
So this town is literally nothing but cougars with young men.
I know, right? I heard something. My hearing aid is turned up really loud. I heard something. Oh my God. I don't understand. It was dark out, now it's light out again. He's the shortest night ever.
I'll just open the door.
Standing at the door, and he opened it, just like there was a glass door and you could see out. And now it's dark out. And now it's light out. Now it's dark out. The gun you never have to reload. Yay! Oh my God! Oh, this movie, you guys, is like so bad. So bad. Oh, it's after. Did you hurt yourself? She took him back to. She stripped him naked. Oh, his dream came true.
Yeah. They'll also get you fucked up, yeah.
So some weird shit I just picked out from outside. You'll be fine.
You got some peyote, some poison oak.
6 seeds to sprinkle on your gut wound there.
Time for yoga.
Truly your yoga outfit.
I dreamt that I was a good actor and somewhat attractive.
No. What's good? Sorry. This game. Your pursuit is the thing. If one gets killed. I don't know if you can live with that. I don't know.
Well, I mean, if you're killed, it's kind of hard to live with that.
It's not listening. I'm telling you, it's not. Stop. You're going to die listening.
You say the story is not. What is the story of the handicap? The many generations it's part of you.
So tired.
At least finish.
Yay.
You can wake me up when you get really tired. No.
I am.
Your strength is important.
Be looking.
Mine is invalid fight, and we need to fight it.
Yes. You want to go back to the cave now.
This is no ordinary flashback. His motive to prison captain must have something to do with this destination.
Okay.
Favorite stories of not coming out to certain people, certain tribes. For many years, the truth has become diluted, and we do not know how it's but we do know the secret of someone. We all share the same belief. The blood they shed falls on their own.
We can't put this in the middle of the town. Innocent people could be hurt.
I'm not choosing this. We have to find a way to keep them isolated from nature as long as possible.
Let the family handle it. You could live a life instead.
Screw your lifelong quest to find Bigfoot.
Just moving me with my studio apartment.
Well, I can help. I love you, right? We have to use this.
Let's not stay together and fight dividing power.
And let's not let this divide us. Someone else.
Someone who's a good shot.
Maybe you're right. I'm a lost. I'm a lost.
I do not my
Who's that?
I don't know what that was. Oh, it's a bird.
Sure.
I never saw a bird just have its wings spread out, just sitting there.
Run. Hey, I skipped the right sweetheart. Not that you're not. We're in this together.
I cannot I will not come this life.
What's a sand
I'm
squash?
not asking you. But together,
Well,
we're stronger. Apart.
it's
That's squash.
Right now, we're a team.
no, like you know, yellow squash.
I'm really surprised he hasn't grabbed his book for his script.
Walking, yes, indeed.
Can't figure out the days and nights here. Day, night. It was day, night.
The door is right there.
Oh, it's the grandmother.
The scene also directed by J.J. Abrams.
Hey, anywhere else is help now.
Cheating
Oh
on me?
no, Grandma.
Too late for that.
He broke
No, he didn't.
I know, but
But the carpet's been freshly shampooed. I'm not even supposed to be wearing my shoes in here.
Grandma just Scotch guard this.
Right in the movie. Electric arrow? Electric fast punch. And the house explodes, they all die at the end.
That would have been better.
Is that a Little Shop of Horrors coaster?
She literally just has.
Oh, I've got some jam smeared on my chest.
No. Please. Oh, God.
No, please, don't die.
It,
I'm a good actor.
it's just a scratch.
She's allergic to strawberry jelly. Tongue got smeared on her chest. Save her, please. Give her an EpiPen.
Only you know what she needs. Grandma told them to have sex with her. Necrophilia. Who would have thought?
Saves the day every time. I can't lift her.
Yeah, he's lifting her very awkwardly. Oh, is he gonna sprinkle a couple seeds on her?
God, I don't care. Tell me. No, don't listen to it.
I thought she.
No.
Like if she won't mind.
Ah, the opium bag. Sprinkle this dust all over you. I don't know what I'm doing.
Now I'm gonna face outside. Oh look, she's in a different outfit.
I can't tell you what to do. It's up to you.
I don't expect to make and that
You do it.
That's
yeah.
No.
I'm sorry. I have to go.
But you can't go now. Look at you. You can hardly walk. You won't survive another battle yet.
This is makes me great. I did not ask for this. But there are greater mysteries than I will ever know.
She doesn't move around.
I love you. And I would sacrifice myself for you anyone.
Even though I just met you yesterday.
You don't know that. It could be like 7 months because their time goes day night, day night, day night, day night, night.
Well, except nighttime still is the day. They just kind of occasionally cut to a shot of the moon every once in a while.
She just magically made her tent disappear. Oh, look, he's got a turtle. Why you didn't take any pictures or anything?
You didn't even take notes. You didn't even change clothing. No, I'm not starting the movie over. Definitely. Definitely.
But you can.
I can. That's true.
My life has been given to me. My work may never end.
But the war is over. You won. You can stop. Fine. Your war will never end. So let me be part of it too. We fight together.
Maybe maybe.
Shut up!
I wasn't saying anything.
Not for this movie. Come on. Why do that to yourself?
Oh, God.
So that was Suburban Sasquatch.
Was written, directed, and produced by one person.
Mm-hmm.
It shows.
David Wascavage, yes. So, yeah. Does your life feel fulfilled now that you've seen Suburban Sasquatch?
Out of the woods and in your neighborhood.
If anybody endured that with us,
Sorry.
you are stronger than I. Yeah, I can't even begin to just. Yeah. I mean, I've seen
bad movies that are good bad movies. That was not one of them.
that was painfully bad. Like I had seen bits and pieces of that movie before, but had never sat and watched the whole thing.
That movie was almost hard to rip, really, because it was just so bad. It's just like,
well, like 2/3 of the way through it, like that last, like the last probably 20-30 minutes of that, I was fighting to keep my eyes open, which sucks because I still have 10.5 hours to go of this live stream. Ugh. And I know here very, very soon I'm gonna be alone. And I don't think anybody's actually watching right now. Yeah, nobody's watching right now. So I mean I could feasibly like just call it quits early and jump back on at like 8 in the morning and take a nap, but I don't know. 7? Oh, I get guests back at 7 a.m. So. What is that play? Is that the credits playing in the background?
yeah.
Oh god.
Nobody would know who you were talking.
That is very true. That might actually happen. She said I could just like turn a movie on and like doze off on the couch, and like anybody that would come on, like just leave the stream going. It's a stream of me sleeping. I mean, technically, I never said that I would be, that it would. Well, I said 24 hours of nerd talk, I guess, but. Oh my god, I can hear that, and it sounds terrible.
Oh, it really is.
I kind of want to go back on just to hear it. It's like the grandma singing.
Oh, it's horrible.
Oh god. Yeah, I don't know that I'm gonna make it till noon. I could just be like, hey, so the broadcast crashed again, and no one was watching anyway, and I don't have any viewers until 7, so I'll be back at 7, and then I could just like take a nap.
You could do it's like, well, I'm going to the bathroom, and all of a sudden, just like, wow, that was just a long time in the bathroom.
Right? Well, I'm back. Hope you're still around.
That movie was so bad it gave me the runs the rest of the night.
Yeah. Oh. I am kind of having today.
Oh. Troubled Moon. Yes, that movie was troubled to watch.
Yes.
Oh.
And it was made by people from the moon. God. I mean, I've seen some many bad movies in my life, but that is,
yeah, I've seen a movie. It's kind of like a old horror movie, and it was like a haunted house castle thing. But whoever like slept in the bed like devoured people.
Oh, Deathbed, the bed that eats.
Yeah.
Yep, I've seen that.
Yeah.
We used to do trailer rips. We used to do trailer rips here on the channel, and we did the trailer for that one actually.
Have you seen Killer Cartoons?
I don't think so.
Oh, this Sasquatch was a lot worse than that. But I mean, the people in there were supposed to be cartoon characters, but they just basically got Halloween costumes that look cartoonish from a Halloween shop and everything, and they were just killing people. It's really bad, but this Suburban Sasquatch was much worse. At least the Killer Cartoons was slightly better acting. Not much, but slightly better.
Oh my god. Yeah, I think if there's still not any viewers on, which I don't think there is, but if there's not, I think I might do the take a break for a couple of hours and come back, take a little cat nap, and then come back on at like 6. That way I'm already on whenever. Well, I can't do that because if I did that, I'd have to. Well, I could still send out a new link, I guess, but I don't know. We'll figure it out. Because yeah, after fighting to stay awake during that, I don't think I could make it another 5.5 hours alone.
Yeah, the movie's so bad it hurt your live stream as well.
Yes, it did.
Oh, it's just like, man.
My brain is mush right now.
Like, I'm literally at a loss for words. I was trying to think of good rips for this movie, but it was just like, God, it's so cheesy. Even the rips wouldn't even be that great. I
mean, I have to hear this song though. The song for the credits is just as bad as. Oh God, no! It backed up the movie. The song is every bit as bad as the movie is. Joe the fisherman.
What's up?
Oh my God. I love the names. Sammy the socialite, Megan the socialite, Jackson, Tina the hiker, Barbara the hiker.
Zeke the lead.
Played by Paula Negro. Homeowner. Bigfoot primary.
There's 3 of the Bigfoots were Dave's. Dave the Bigfoot.
Homeowner victims. And the guy that wrote and directed the movie played like 5 or 6 characters in this too.
And he made the Bigfoot costume.
He released a making of this movie. It's on the DVD or the
Bigfoot head.
This has been released on Blu-ray.
Why?
Yeah, and it has like a big behind the scenes deal, that that I mean, it's like him sitting on a couch, hand swinging.
It literally says police uniform. Police uniform.
Oh my God, the song is beautiful.
Yeah.
But this interview with him, or it's not even an interview, it's just like him talking. And it looks like a killer's confession tape. I mean, it's bad.
Hi. My alarm's set for 4:30. So a 3-hour nap. Is that okay?
Okay. Are you about to bounce?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna bounce.
Okay. So I think here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna bounce too. I mean, nobody's watching right now anyway, so
Yeah.
we're gonna wrap for a couple hours, just long enough for me to take like a little nap, and then I'll resume at like.
I got my alarm for 4:30.
You got your alarm set for 4:30, so I'll be back by 5. That'll give me a little 3-hour nap, and yeah. So okay, so thank you for being on with me for so long.
Yeah, it was fun.
There's no problem. I actually enjoyed it.
Yeah, we should do this. We can do it again sometime.
Yeah. Now I gotta figure out a review for this big guy now.
Yes, that is beautiful.
He is huge. Just
I see that.
I love him.
all right.
All right, man.
Catch you guys later.
All right. Have a good one.
You too.
Later.
Hi, guys. Okay, so here's what happened. I guess we went down on Facebook while I was asleep. So I've got that fixed. We're being joined this morning with Jay. Unfortunately, I told her 7 a.m. I forgot that she was an hour ahead of us on, she's in a different time zone. This is AJ. First waking up. Hi, Jay. Sorry about that. Forgot
That's
the
okay.
different time zones. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
I told everybody this is me. I literally just woke up.
This is me after work.
Look at you. You're beautiful, like all the time. I'm like the night of the living dead here. I got some coffee made. So what happened was, I guess we got kicked off Facebook. I guess Facebook has a limit on how long a live stream can be, because like at 8 to 9 hours on both times, they've kicked us off and we had to restart. Although I think I figured it out, and I'm gonna double check here in a second. I think we're still on Facebook. If somebody is watching, let me know if we're actually on Facebook now. I'm gonna check. I think I've re-added Facebook to it without having to start a whole new one, which is like really cool.
Double check.
See here.
Ooh, lost you. I'm back. Technical difficulties.
Right?
Well, I didn't want to blend in with my couch, so I switched up what the background was. So.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so yeah, just wanted to make sure that we're actually on Facebook. This is a new thing for Shpoo and I using. I've used StreamYard with Geeky Cool when I do the things on Geeky Cool,
Yeah.
but I'm never the one controlling it. Professor controls it. So, oh my God, I look terrible.
You and me both.
So Professor controls all the behind the scenes stuff. I've only done it once, and so I literally have no idea what I'm doing, and I'm figuring it out as I go. I need to get my coffee cup. Shpoo was up. I mean, both of us were up at like 7 o'clock yesterday morning for me to go to work and everything, and then we tried to get up at 4, and his back is out.
Oh.
So because of that, I told him I would take the 7 o'clock and talk to my friend Jay here.
Yep.
And then I figured we would. I might even do the person who's coming on at 8 is Miss Morgan, and she is a really good friend of mine. I've only actually seen in person, just like kind of like you. I haven't seen her in person a lot because we don't live next to each other. She does live in Missouri though, so that's a little bit different. But
No, I live far, far away in a galaxy.
I don't want to live in a galaxy far, far away.
Right now, yeah.
Oh my God, seriously. So, just so everybody knows, they're like, well, if she lives so far away, how did you meet Miss J and stuff? I've actually met Jay in person. It's not just an online friendship or anything like that, although I do have several of those. Jay was on vacation in Branson. I live in Branson. I don't usually meet tourists and make friends of them because, there's just too many of them. And sorry, I'm getting I'm getting my breakfast table set up so I don't have to like reach around things and stuff. I was doing photo shoots at the time, and when I say photo shoots, I do not model, so don't even think that. But
I do.
She does. I am a photographer. I don't really do it very often, but what I do is And if Spoo was on here, he'd laugh because he would be like, "You just said doo doo." What I do is, I know a lot of photographers, I know a lot of models, so I set up photo shoots where I'm the creative director of, and you pay a very small fee. Most of the time, the models pay like, I think the one you did, we had you pay like $30.
Yeah, which is nothing.
Yeah, and you get you can pay a little extra to get hair and makeup done. And
which I did do. Remember, I had that radioactive zombie look.
Oh my god, yeah.
Right?
Because Madison did your look.
I think so. It's been so long. Can you believe how long ago it's been? It's been a minute.
No, I can't. The last few years have just gone by so fast. But I did a voodoo shoot. Basically, all the models were either voodoo dolls or voodoo priestesses, or priest. I had one male model, my best friend Trent. I rope him into that stuff all the time. When I did photo shoots, I would be like, I need a boy. Be my boy.
We had what's his name? He's now a director. Yeah, Damien.
Damien, I didn't know he was going to do it until like 2 days before. And he was like, "Do you need another boy?" And I'm like, "Always." Here's the thing, guys. And if you're watching this, and even if you don't think you're a model, Trent is not a model. He's a very good looking man, but he's not a model. Damon is an actor. So he kind of does modeling. But my thought is anybody can be a model. It's just about the attitude and getting the right photographer to take your picture.
You guys set me on a journey. Let me tell you, I came home and I average at least 2 to 3 photo shoots a year, and I do them TFP or for free, basically, because they just need stock images of me.
Right. TFP for anyone who doesn't model or doesn't do photography is trade for print, which are time for print, depending on if you're trading for actual pictures, and it's time for print if you're actually just getting the digital images. But yeah, so I put a thing on Facebook with an event, and I got this message that said, "Can I pay for this event?" And it was from Jay, and I'm like, I don't know this person, but that didn't stop me, because half the time I didn't know people. I'm just seeing if we have comments. Half the time I didn't know the models, that because they were referred by other models and stuff like that. I have about 350 models that I've worked with, and so I'm like, okay, so not a big deal. So I friend requested you just so you would have the information, and then I saw that you lived like a few states away, and I'm like, I don't know this person. And so I asked her, I was like, how did you find out about this? Like, who referred you? And she's like, I just found you on Facebook and thought it was a cool event. Like, apparently she typed in fun things to do in Branson, and my event popped up.
Yep.
And
pretty much.
So it was the first time I had a tourist at my event. It's the first and last time I had a tourist at my photo shoot, but it was a lot of fun. If I can figure out how to pull up photos from it, which I think I can, I'll show you guys some photos from it. I'll show you.
I look amazing.
She did. She looks so good. Oh my gosh. I'm always so jealous of my models, because like I do not photograph well. Basically, Dakota always says that he goes, "Mom, you're pretty and you should photograph well," but he's like, you get in front of a camera and you just do this. Like, I don't know why, but I can teach people to model all day long. So, he must trust me. Shmoo left his Facebook open. Which is,
by the way, if I go off screen a little bit, it's my oldest dog isn't doing the hottest right now. Yeah, there's this whole incident, and Lola has my oldest dog has basically, she got a wound and it got infected, and it's been 2 weeks of a huge battle with her.
Oh,
it's not been the best. I even did a photo shoot with my dog. That's a roundabout way, because basically, I mean, it's not like I hadn't done photo shoots because my uncle was like award-winning photographer in the Ohio area.
Oh.
So I was always his model. Actually, one of my tattoos was based off of a photo he took of me that won awards. So I have a tattoo of that. And I'd always loved modeling for him. So this came up and I was like, sure, I'm bored. It's Branson. I'm not 80.
Right?
I was on a free vacation, so I can't really complain. But at the same time, I'm still not 80, 60, or 40 yet. So I needed something to do. And I found it. And it was awesome. And I met so many amazing people. And it gave me a huge, huge confidence boost. And it made me,
The thing.
it really did make me love, my going bald. I went bald soon afterwards. And it just helped me embrace everything. And it was a lot of fun. And it helped me totally embrace doing cosplay again, which is what we were going to talk about.
Yeah.
A little bit of cosplay.
The thing we do that, like it's me. It's what happened.
I know.
Oh, I figured out how to do this. Yay! Okay.
Oh Lord, there gonna be pictures of me on here.
Yeah, I figured out how to do this last night. So
it was me when I was about 30 pounds ago.
Girl, it's called COVID. I don't know. Like, I just
see
want hair that's going like this. Like, there's.
I have not been off of work because of COVID at all. Because I work law enforcement. Remember?
Yeah. There
I am. Whoop whoop. I look gorgeous with Mr. Jack Skellington.
So I'm just gonna flip through some of these. Yeah, there's Madison. Did you see Madison?
Yes, I love Madison's work. I tell everybody that it was just so much fun.
We had a lot of fun. And Miss Ashley, love her. So this is what I do on my downtime, guys, is I get all these beautiful women together. And men, look at this. This is Trent, and that's Damien, and then that's
he was so much fun. Remember, I put him in a chokehold. That was fun.
Oh my God, that's right. I think that's in this one. Like, I think this Dakota releases them in
in batches. But it was still so much fun, and it gave me a huge confidence boost, and it kind of set me on the path. I've done mental health awareness photo shoots. I want to do a cosplay shoot this year in the fall or winter, and I haven't decided yet. It's probably going to be more towards the winter, because hopefully
Miss Samantha there.
Oh, her and Madison are beautiful.
Oh my gosh. Miss Megan, my belly dancer. Trenton, Jess. Oh, look at that. Courtney and Megan.
Yep.
So gorgeous, Miss Courtney.
And I still see her doing her belly dancing, and she's amazing. I love her.
Yeah, they both do, and it's a lot of fun. So yeah, this is how I met. That's Trent.
There we go.
And we just had a lot of fun, and this is like at Trent's. It was at Trent's house.
Yep.
A lot of people didn't know that. It was just like I needed a big enough space, and he had a house, and he's like, I can do that, and I'm like, awesome. So
I still have a lot of those photos. I love them because I had that one photo of me and Ashley where we looked like we were raising a ghost orb.
Yes.
You remember that one? Yeah. I loved some of the spooky aspects, and heck, that's definitely carried on because I've really embraced this. I mean, I was always goth way back when I was goth before I had to get a job.
My son was like emo, and I was like, oh, so you're goth? And he's like, no, Mom, there's a difference. And I'm like, okay, but back in my day, it would have just been called goth.
Just goth. By the way, if you like Marilyn Manson, he is releasing an album this week. I'm excited.
I'm not a huge Marilyn Manson fan. I'm not a huge music fan, and this is the worst thing about
me. That's weird.
It is weird. Because I will listen to music, but I don't like. This way. Maybe, yeah, that's better.
I guess I can turn mine that way too.
I was just like, why are there little black lines? And I'm gonna change our background.
I don't know if that's gonna work for me. Let's try this. Oh, maybe. Maybe. Let's try it.
You can turn it back. I've changed the background now. It was just like we had this little black.
It was very, 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 very busy. Shit.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
But my boyfriend is a musician. He's a singer songwriter, and he's amazing. He does that. You're good that way. You're good that way. Now that I changed the black background, it's fine. But
it was bugging me too.
Right? Just the two little lines on the side of us. But he is a musician, so he's a singer-songwriter. He likes all kinds of stuff. He loves Ghost and that type of music.
Mm-hmm.
And he sings and does screamo. And then Dakota, who I raised, is he's not just a photographer. All the photos I just showed, my son Dakota took. He's
he's very talented.
Yeah, he's one of the most amazing photographers I've ever worked with, and I'm not just saying that because I'm his mom. But he's also a bass player, guitar player. He can play
I thought he was,
ukulele, and stuff. And he was in a band. They stopped being a band because my son's getting ready to move. Like, it's killing me. Like, he's getting ready to move far, far away. He was supposed to move in March, but COVID happened, so it's been postponed until November. But Dakota's going to be moving to Florida.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's a change.
It is. He's got his best friend lives down there, so he's got a roommate already, and he knows some people down there already, so I'm like not worried. And his best friend's family just moved down there, so he has a mom down there who's not me, but he has a mom down there. And everybody who's watching, he's 20. He'll be 26 around the time he moves, so it's not like he's a baby. But he did just move out of my house.
Oh wow, that's a big step for you.
Yeah, right after Christmas. But he is a musician, and so he's always like, "Mom, listen to this song," and I will listen to songs and I will like them. But it's very rare that I remember. I'm not really good with names of bands and song. Like, I can't name that song. Like, if you name that song, I can't do that.
Does it help when it's in soundtracks though? Like, for example, like Captain Marvel uses a lot of known music. We'll go with fandom stuff. And Guardians of the Galaxy had one of the best movie soundtracks you can. I mean,
ever.
It was phenomenal. Seriously, like it's not my favorite Marvel movie. I'm not a big
fan. Soundtrack is
soundtrack is killer. The way they used music, and I also think Captain Marvel did a good job with the score as well.
I do too. I did not hate Captain Marvel as much as most people did.
Oh, I loved that movie. Loved it.
I do not mind Brie. I know a lot of people who hated her.
Nope, I love her.
I'm not sure why, but I will remember movies or songs from movies.
Yeah.
So when I hear a song, I because I'm more of a visual person than an audio person. So when I hear a song, if it's been in a movie, I can tell you what movie it's been in.
Yep.
But I literally cannot just name the song. And even when it's like, unless it's, something like Footloose, because it's the name of the movie and the song. So it's a little
like Yellow Submarine in the Beatles.
Yeah.
You know that song because it's an actual movie and song by them.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. I'm like, no, I can't. So I just literally, I'm going to click this back real fast so that way if I get comments, I can see them.
Baby.
Maybe.
Go lay down.
Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so that's good.
So now I can make faces at you and you can't see it.
There we go. Yay! Okay, am I back?
Lola, go down. Oh, Lola, baby. Go lay down.
Oh, she's not doing good.
Yeah, well, I mean, she turns 12 this year, so any kind of thing like this just messes with a dog.
Yeah.
It would mess with an old person, it doesn't matter. Old dog, old person, old car. Like, if something older gets hurt, and it doesn't matter what kind of old it is, it doesn't bounce back like it used to.
No.
Maybe that's why Robert Downey Jr. refuses to do more Iron Man.
I think I'm not upset by this. Other people are upset.
I'm not.
And
Like,
here's the thing with it. Like, okay, first of all, I feel like news stories can be told. My thing with comic book movies, I love what Marvel did because when it started doing the actual stories, like if you watch the 3000, I call it the 3000 because it's the 3000 minutes. I love you 3000.
Yeah.
It's that when they started those, I love what they did because yes, we got a lot of Iron Man, but that's because Iron Man was a pivotal character in
It's my dude.
The overall story. He's a pivotal character, and we didn't get like Doctor Strange until later on because he's a pivotal character, but he's not pivotal for the beginning.
Well, think about this, because if you know the comics of Iron Man, he wasn't the nicest, and he wasn't the hero. He was more like Venom as an anti-hero than he was your classically defined hero. And I think that's why I love the character, not just Robert Downey Jr. as the character, but I grew up more with DC comics, but there was always something about Iron Man that I loved. I mean, I'm getting an entire arm sleeve tattooed about Iron Man.
Awesome.
So
I think what I like about Iron Man is he's basically Marvel's Batman, but with no, he gives no shits. Like, he basically goes out and he's like, I'm a rich dude who could afford toys, and I'm smart enough to invent toys that will help me, do whatever I want to do. And guess what? I'm freaking Iron Man. So he doesn't he wears a mask. The difference between Batman and Iron Man is the mask. Because I've always said, and I've been on Geeky Cool and I've said this, is Bruce Wayne is Batman's mask. He is really Batman.
Definitely.
He is really Batman. Deep down inside, that is who he is as a core person. But he has this persona that he has to, this appearance, this make mom and dad proud. Let's be Bruce Wayne. Let's be this, I don't know, this like public figure.
Yeah. And Tony Stark, I mean, even in the movie, he says, I think it's Iron Man 2, he basically says he is Iron Man. Not just in the first movie where he like loudly proclaims it in the press.
He tells everybody.
he that's why I hope they don't remake it, at least in the next, we'll say 10 years. I'll be very upset if they do. I hope if they do, it would be awesome to see a young Iron Man, like, not as a central figure though, like as a flashback.
I don't think they'll do Iron Man. I think they're going, because let me finish my thought on Tony Stark. So Tony Stark though, Iron Man and Tony Stark are the same person.
Yep, that's what I was going with.
Batman and Bruce Wayne are two different people.
Yep.
They share a body, and Bruce Wayne is the mask. Iron Man and Tony Stark, like, he's an asshole when he's Tony Stark and when he's Iron Man. There's no difference in personality whatsoever. So Iron Man is a armor. It's clothing that
a
Tony
prosthetic. Stark. It's very much a prosthetic he uses to just be a bigger aspect of himself, I think. Yeah. Whereas Bruce Wayne uses Batman as a cover.
And I think Batman uses Bruce Wayne as a cover.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In that respect, that they're very much, Bruce Wayne used to be Bruce Wayne until he went through hell and back, and then he had this. You can really see a psych split, especially in the comics, and then even more so in the movies and TV shows. You can see that like kind of persona split with Batman, where he becomes, it doesn't matter which actor plays him.
No,
I think a big
there's
part of the character is that where he like, he's who he is, and he's not a nice guy, but he has to play one for society, I think. But he plays a rich asshole kind of nice guy, if that makes sense.
He plays a proper man. Like
Yeah,
Bruce Wayne
proper.
is not a nice guy, but
Nope.
he is a proper guy. He doesn't do things that are against the law. He doesn't, intentionally. He doesn't. He's a proper gentleman.
Yeah.
And
Tony Stark is not.
Tony Stark is not. It's so funny to me. Like I've read the comics, and then you watch the movies, and I love the way that they take these movies and they make them different than the comics.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But not bad. I think Marvel has done it better. I think DC is trying to redeem itself with the Snyder Cut, which I think looks amazing. I hope I have more hope for it than the original Justice League. Not that I hated the original Justice League for the reasons that everybody else did. I mean, well, no, I hated it for the reasons, but I don't hate it.
It's a sad. It's kind of sad.
Yeah, I looked at it as an entertainment thing and not a movie that I was gonna love, and it was still mediocre in the entertainment department, like the CG effects and like none of it worked, and it was weird. And you see the change in the actors, not just their physical appearance, but their attitude from the things that Snyder shot to the things that
but I think DC is. I think more in the TV realm, they have totally, I would say, redeemed themselves. In the movie realm, Wonder Woman is about the only thing that's saving them.
Well, and that was the thing with Wonder Woman is it came at the right time.
Yep.
I've always wanted a Wonder Woman movie. Other than like the Linda Carter thing that happened. I was way too young to appreciate that for what it was. But I always wanted a Wonder Woman movie. I wanted her to have a moment. I wanted a female superhero. I don't know why it took so long for them to. She is, if you say name 5 female superheroes, she's on everyone's top 5 that they can think of, because she's such a big persona and she's been around forever.
And that breaks, I think that, I mean, you can break DC and Marvel into so many little categories, but if you were to poll everyone on like top 5 female superheroes, doesn't matter what verse.
No.
Wonder Woman was so integral, just like Captain America. By the way, I'm not a Captain America fan. Hands down.
He's not in my top 5 either.
He's not even in my top 10. Never has. I have never, ever been a fan of his. And then Chris Evans, I'm very anti-Captain America.
No.
I am. No, my sister laughs because I'm Team Tony all the way, and I still hold that since Civil War, the movie. Like, that set me. And even if he redeemed himself a little bit in Endgame, etc., if you go into the movie versus the comics, I do like Captain America in the comics better. Movies, no.
The thing about the juxtaposition of Tony and Cap is that, and it's Superman and Batman.
Yes, it is.
It is. Superman is the Boy Scout. Batman is not.
Definitely not.
No. And then you have Cap, who's the Boy Scout, and Tony is not. And it's weird because the movies that came out, the Justice League, and then also actually Batman versus Superman, and then the Justice League, and then the Avengers, they set it up for the stories DC just didn't set it up long term. Like they didn't play the long game.
Like Marvel has like decades worth of planning. Like I was going through the article today. I was reading I went through Google to see topics that were trending for Marvel. And I mean, hands down, everybody's talking about Chadwick's passing. But there was an article in there about the different things that they're getting into. And I was like, I want to be the fly on the wall when someone came up with like 30 freaking movies that they're going to do, or 30 TV shows, or however many, I don't know the exact number, but you got to think.
3,000 minutes. We know it's 3,000 minutes.
And that's that section, not even phase 3, 4, and however many they come up with next.
It's a long-term game, and that's what I'm hoping, because when AT&T took, like when AT&T became involved with DC, that's when everything has been changing. My friend Keith and Gary on Pop Culture Minefield, I'm just checking to see comments. They've like, they have all the inside scoop. If you guys haven't watched them yet, go check them out. But they're getting a name for themselves for getting these great scoops. But Keith was on Geeky Cool a couple weeks ago, and we were talking. It was when the DC fandom hit. Like they released all that stuff, and we were talking about it. And when AT&T came in, and they're just trying to clean house a little bit, and they're just trying to make things right. If DC would have had a clear plan for movies leading up to the Justice League and Batman versus Superman, I think it would have worked. The problem is they threw us into a huge comic book storyline.
Yep. And not everybody is geeky like us and have read any of the comics. I mean, I have not read all of the DC comics.
They gave us Superman's death.
Yeah, at the
That's
beginning.
a huge thing. That should not have been something that was the first.
That's more of what they should have done with, Tony Stark's death is a great example. They alluded to it so many times. In Iron Man's 1 through 3 and all of the Avengers movies, they always alluded to the fact that no matter what Captain America thought of Tony Stark, he ultimately was going to be the one to make the sacrifice. Right. And now we didn't know how he would make the sacrifice. Nobody except for Marvel really knew just what trauma they would put us through.
Right. Unless you kind of read the comics.
Yeah.
If you knew the Thanos story, but we didn't know at the time that they were going to go with Thanos. We don't know which big bad guy the Avengers, when they become the Avengers, go for.
I would have liked them to go deeper into the Hydra storyline, because I do like evil Captain America. I'm not going to lie. I like it when he's evil, okay? I like the bad guys.
You do. I love the villains. Like, Loki is my favorite out of all, and this is weird because if somebody's like, well, who's your favorite, like, on the Avengers movies, it's Loki. And they're like, he's a bad guy. And I'm like, but he's not.
He's another anti-hero.
Yeah, well, and half the time he's not an anti-hero. He's just a villain.
Yeah.
But he's a villain who, I love him because he's the gray.
Yep, like, he's definitely a gray
area. America is all white.
Yep.
Thor is mostly white. They throw him in the gray in the Avengers Endgame, after the snap. Like, you see the angry, the fat Thor, like I'm just giving.
That was hilarious.
Oh my God, the fat Thor. Did you see like all the cosplays from that? Like, it didn't even come out yet. Like, the movie hadn't come out yet, but the stills of Fat Thor came out where he's in the robe and I saw so many guys were like, I'm cosplaying as Fat Thor. That's easy. But
there's a huge number of cosplayers on TikTok. That's where I mainly do cosplay these days. That because I used to do it at conventions. I used to go to Stargate conventions and totally cosplay, like more closet cosplay. And I still do closet cosplay because I'm a cheap bitch.
I just don't have time. Like, I used to build cosplay for other people. But I'm working all the time now.
It is time consuming.
And
I have to do it in stages. Like, I have to plan mine months in advance so that I can gather everything and then pick a month. Like, next month, I'm doing a Vampire Diaries and Originals cosplay. To be continued. I'm not telling who. I'll be posting on Facebook being like, hey, guess who I am. But there's a lot. And I mean, I was going to talk about that. I was like, there's so many good cosplayers for all the fandoms. But speaking of Loki, there's actually one from Ohio that's how I found him, was the algorithms from TikTok. Not because I typed in cosplayer Loki. No, it just popped up on my screen as soon as I liked cosplay that, hey, this guy's in your area. And I'm like, hey, he's cool. And like 6 months later, his Loki content, he also likes heavy metal. He does a lot of like goth stuff too.
Cool.
And I love the fandom representation on TikTok more than anywhere else these days, because I think
I'm not gonna lie, I don't even have TikTok on my phone.
Girl.
I have grandchildren and a stepdaughter who are all like between 5 and 10. And TikTok annoys me because it's them. Like Lex, my stepdaughter who's 9, will be in the car and she'll have her phone. She's allowed to have her phone because her mom lives like an hour away. So when we do the drop off and the switch over, an hour drive. And so she's allowed to watch TikTok on her phone or play Roblox or whatever she wants to do on her phone on the drive. And oh my God, I blame TikTok for her. And we're homeschooling her now. Her mom and I at 2 different houses. I blame TikTok for her lack of attention span.
Oh, and they actually make videos making fun of that we can only pay attention for 10 seconds now.
I can't. She won't even watch a whole TikTok video.
Nope, me neither. If I don't like it, I scroll. It's an instant. I started it because of like relationship problems. I broke up with a long-term relationship last year. And some random person, I don't even remember the girl, said, hey, you should check out TikTok. They have a lot of great breakup stuff on there. And I'm like, oh, well, I got on and I started doing
random.
I don't even remember who it was. I'm pretty sure it was some chick at the movie theater. I was like, hey, that's cool. Or at the mall or something. And I ended up doing hundreds of dog videos more than anything because I have 2 beautiful babies.
Right.
One who's not doing great, but the other one's sitting outside in the sun right now.
Yeah.
And it turned out to be I've been at it since like October, November last year, and I follow thousands of people and thousands of people follow me. I'm not a big creator and I don't plan on being because I have a whole nother career outside of, my online life.
Right.
But it has got me into cosplay for the first time in probably over a decade.
Oh, that's great though.
Like I had done the Stargate stuff, and then when I had to get a job and had to pay for things, I couldn't afford $400 tickets for conventions.
No. Well, when you become a grown up,
you can't. You realize the value of money and plastic when you have to start paying your own bills.
Yeah.
And in college, when I went to these conventions, I didn't even think about it. I didn't think about it till I got the first bill, like at 23, and I'm like, damn, that's expensive. Never again.
I would love to make enough money to where I could do as many conventions. I mean, the thing with being in the press, people always assume that you get free tickets, but conventions have rules with their press. And if their press, like, this is why we're trying to get so many subscribers to like Geeky Cool, because their press have to have so many readers and subscribers to go to the big conventions for free, so that we can bring you better content and stuff like that. But no, we pay for our conventions, except for the little local ones that we do, and I just know everyone locally, so it's easier.
Oh, Ohio's the same way, and I don't know about you, but I really miss conventions and Ren fairs, and heck, our Denny's is still not open in Ohio. Like, I miss Denny's. I miss Denny's.
Well, because you like work overnight, first of all.
Yeah,
right?
I work third, which is why I look so bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Yeah, right.
You look beautiful.
But I was on Instagram and TikTok the other day, and we were all talking like, man, I miss. Like, you never think you miss the movie theater.
Oh, I know. My best friend, Trent.
Yeah.
Okay, so Trent is the projectionist at our local movie theaters, like the chief projectionist at the IMAX, and then the Branson Meadows. Branson Meadows is still closed, but the IMAX got closed for a while, and then they started doing like 80s movies. Like, we went and seen The Goonies, Lost Boys. They did Wizard of Oz.
Ohio's doing that too, but only on days I work.
Oh.
So it just straight up sucks because, like, I'm not like, I was telling somebody, I had a Zoom call the other day, and they were all like, yeah, I hate the fact that I haven't worked in 6 months. And I'm like, I'll trade you. I'll take a 6-month vacation. Because I mean, I would and I wouldn't, because I don't want to lose the money that I've earned in in working for where I work. But I have not had, not just no social life. I've not had, I don't know about you, but your hobbies are cut down. Like, everything is like pared down to where you just exist in your little house and your little box.
Yeah.
And it reminds me.
Go to work and come home. Go to work and come home. That's all.
Do you remember the old TV show Sequest, which, by the way, you can stream now? It is on Hulu.
Oh, cool.
And I used to love that TV show. Like, and this whole COVID thing reminded me of an old episode. God, I'm sounding like your buddy Larry. Professor. I'm Professor Junior. Because I do watch your guys' stuff when I'm not working, because lately I'm always working.
Right.
And in this episode, they were all stuck in their homes in this dystopic landscape. And they had gigantic robots that fought, just like, you know how Gamer was virtual versus reality and the two differences between them? It was very much the idea of they had their real life in their little apartment, a grayscale Star Trek like set looking apartment. You know, it was the basics, all gray concrete looking. And then these giant robots were fighting, and they show the idea of that these people were wasting away. So this entire society died because they never left their house and like never had a life and never ate and never, went. Yeah, they had nothing. And it very much showed, like, as soon as COVID hit, I was reminded of The Stand, which is now going to be in December. I'm so excited. Did you not see my excitement on your post or Gigi's post? Like, I even shared it because I was so excited. And I don't share a lot these days, but I was so excited because back in the early days of COVID, I said, this reminds me of The Stand.
Yeah.
The next thing you know, it's coming to TV, and I'm so excited, or coming to streaming, or whatever the heck it is. But the episode of Sequest also reminded me, our society's become so isolated that, the fact that a Denny's opening would be super exciting is kind of sad.
No, it is. I have had both experiences with COVID. So when COVID hit, I got laid off of my job that I was working on March 15th. And I started applying for other jobs, and no one was hiring. May, I put in the application for the job I have now. And they were like, we want to hire you. We just don't know when. It took like a whole month for them to get all the paperwork through and all of that stuff. And I started in June, the very end of June, I started there. So I've worked half of the COVID, and I've worked and I've not worked half of it. You think that and this is the weirdest thing, but when COVID hit, everybody was like, it's going to be like 6 weeks. And so you don't do things because you're like, I get a 6-week vacation. And then you realize that school's out and you have a child who is not learning. And so even before they weren't doing remote learning with her yet. And now we're homeschooling her completely. Like we're taking over that whole thing. But
a lot of people are doing that. I've seen a lot of people say that.
It's so much. But so I was homeschooling her then, but without like any direction or stuff. I just wanted to keep her like learning stuff. So I would give her homework and everything to take home to her mom's, and we would learn different things and animals and all this stuff, just things that interested her just to keep her learning. But 6 weeks goes by and then you realize this is way longer. This is not something that's going away. And you have this list of things that you're like, I can do this. The problem is you can't because you're broke, because you have no job and you're home. So it's a double-edged sword, because if you're home and it took a while, I know like unemployment had the $600 and everybody's like, yeah, but you had an extra $600. First of all,
that doesn't last forever.
One, it doesn't last forever. Two, it takes like different states are having this. We're having the same issues at the time. It took Missouri a really long time to get that implemented. Yeah. And so we didn't get it right away. It's not like we applied for unemployment and we got it right away. I didn't start getting the $600 until May.
See, Ohio was on the ball.
Yeah,
even DeWine, as much as I don't like him now, and yes, I said it, the internet. Yes, I said it. So Google, if you're listening. DeWine sucks. He actually was on the ball about this. He did good in regards to unemployment for the first 2 months, and now it's been nothing but him waffling and changing his mind. And I've heard worse things about California and New York. So I can't complain. I just wish, every single one of us can't wait till 2021. But oh wait, I don't think it's gonna end.
I think things will have it won't end until they have a vaccine.
Yeah, it'll gradually slow down, but you got to think. So, gosh, what was it? Speaking of fandom or something, I was researching yellow fever because of a movie I saw. I don't even remember what movie. But it was talking about, it was probably something on Netflix. I watch a lot of that. And they were talking about it, how it didn't die out. It's still around.
Yeah.
The vaccine, which I am not taking the first round of vaccines, by the way. That just scares the crap out of me. Give it a little bit and some test people or test guinea pigs or however they're going to test it. Who knows what Trump's going to come up with tomorrow.
He doesn't. So.
he doesn't even know. I'm sure he wishes that all of his resorts and everything can reopen, because he's probably losing money too. We're all losing money.
Yeah.
I don't even want to think about how much Branson's lost, and I know.
That's the thing about it, is like everybody's like, you have that $600, but by the time you get it,
nothing.
By the time I got it, I was 2.5 months behind on everything.
Yep.
So that means the first 3-4 checks just went to back pay.
Yeah.
And then I'm the smart person. I'm not bragging, but I'm the smart person who was like, okay, I need to pay my bills up.
Yep, that's what I did too. That's what I did with that stimulus check.
Yeah.
I put it all towards bills. My mom's like, you're not even keeping some. I'm like, I'd rather pay up than be behind. And even though I've been working and our hours got increased halfway through, first couple of months they were not. And we were working for, what constitutes as, it's actually still illegal what we're working for, because they've broken contract, but it is what it is. I'm thankful. I am thankful to have a job and I'm employed. Right. But you see, that's why I saw such a huge uptick on TikTok of people because COVID gave them a release. You know, they gave them a hobby. And the rest of us who are already on TikTok were like, oh, more people. Cool. But it's been really neat seeing the uptick is probably the best way of saying is like of artistic, creative fandom, not just fandom people, but people in general on this app. I think it's become bigger than Instagram and definitely bigger than Facebook. I don't care what anyone says because I think TikTok gives all generations, because I know my grandparents have watched my TikToks. I've played them for them. They love my dog videos. They love the crap out of those dog videos. And they're not the only older people. There's tons of like 60s, 70s. I mean, there's this dancing grandma in England that I watch, and she's awesome, you know? And the fandom has just, because I've noticed, I was actually going to talk about this, that I've noticed a lot of fandom stuff dying down because of this, because no movies are open.
Nope.
The only thing you really see is Google updates about, oh, this comic book may be coming to you, maybe not.
Comics are a whole thing. Like comics were a thing before COVID. That Diamond being like the only distributor of it, and then like saying no, we're not going to do this and we're not going to do that. Like they have a monopoly on both DC and Marvel, and so they already had issues. There were already issues in place before COVID, to the point that a lot of comic book stores I know of closed down before COVID. A couple of them closed down. Were so close to closing before COVID that since COVID they've just not reopened. Our local one did reopen. By the way, if you guys are in Branson, Missouri at any time, check out Comic Force. It is locally owned and operated. I remember that one. Yeah, it's locally owned and operated by Josh and his wife. They're amazing, and their daughter. I think they're two kids. I don't know if the third, but two of their kids work the shop, and it's just amazing. It's just family owned and operated, but
so many of those businesses aren't reopening.
Yeah, and did, but they're struggling. I don't know if they are now, but they were struggling when we first.
And you got to think. Think about. I'm obsessed with Hamilton, by the way, and so I watch a lot of Hamilton react videos and like Hamilton talk videos and things like that on YouTube. And they were saying, you got to think all those actors, they're not making any money because all the musicals are shut down. I planned on going to see Hamilton this year. Didn't happen. I planned on saving my pennies to see that musical.
Right.
And
and not just the actors, but some really good friends of mine. Yeah, some really good friends of mine are like stagehands,
electricians, everything. Yeah.
Yeah, and basically the live entertainment industry, whether it be plays, concerts, and stuff, they're closed down. They're saying until middle of 2021, if not later. And so I have friends who have been doing stagehand tech, like Tony. If she's watching or anything, like she's been doing it for 20 years, 20 plus years, and now she's having to try to find a different career. Yep. That's a big thing, and people are like, well, just find another job or go get a job at like Target or Walmart or something like that. But the problem is these people went to school or learn these techniques and this like they do things. They're specialty craftsmen in the live industry. One of Dakota's best friends from I've known her since she was in 5th grade. She went to school. She went to Full Sail University.
That's nice.
Yeah, to learn how to do this. And she traveled around the country doing lighting and tech work and stuff like that. And she's now like her degree does not have a job to go with it.
Yeah. And nobody expected that. Nobody in this country or in this world, because I'm sure all the other countries' entertainment industries are going through the same thing. And, every time I see, Gloria Steinem's movie is now going to be streamed on Amazon, things like the streaming services, I was going to bring that up, that Netflix and Hulu and Amazon and all those kind of like, even I'm sure
HBO Max,
even Pluto probably has an uptick of customers, because you got to think nothing else is moving.
Right, and
nothing else
to the point. And Trent and I talked about this. We talked about this for years ago when I worked in the movie theater, because I used to manage the local movie theater.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. And Trent and I talked about this, like, just when the death of movies were going to come. And
didn't expect COVID.
no, but streaming sites brought that closer and closer and closer.
Every single one of them.
COVID was like, oh, you're slowly dying. You're slowly dying. Well, we're gonna just push the coffin close to you, and
there's the cliff. Bye.
Yeah, exactly. But I have this theory, and I've talked to my friends about it for years. By the way, I think Miss Morgan will be joining us soon, hopefully. But I've talked to my friends about it for years, and the thing is there's a law in place that says that movie production companies cannot own movie theaters. There's a law that, and it was in place, like, I think in the 30s or something like that. It's just a way for
the monopoly. It was the monopoly in silent pictures.
Yes.
Wow, I did sound like. I wanted to be a film professor way back in the day. I'm obsessed with movies and films. I grew up on AMC and all that. So continue.
TCM, AMC. So the thing with it, though, is there's a court case in the Supreme Court docket that is sitting there that will take away that law.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Oh, here's what's going to happen. And I have this theory, and I'm just going to put it out there. I've never put it out there before. I said, if that happens, if that law is taken away, what will happen is Disney will buy movie theaters where their movies have done well.
Oh my God, that's genius.
Studios will buy them. And then these movie theaters will become little Disney worlds with characters. And
I'm game.
Only Disney movies.
I am game.
The only issue with it is then they can charge you whatever they want.
Because it's a monopoly. And back, I want to say,
you'll have Disney themed movie theaters. You'll have Marvel themed movie theaters. You'll have Sony will try to buy their movie theaters. You're going to have all of these. Netflix.
I'll go to a Netflix movie.
They're a production company. People just think of them as a streaming. Amazon is a production company. They produce their own stuff. They will then have the ability to buy movie theaters that have gone out of business because of COVID and create little mini theme parks that are based on their movies. And if you want to go see a Disney movie, the problem is we have 2 movie theaters in town. They're owned by the same people. But if one's open and one's not, but if they had to close because of all of this and Disney bought them out, say Disney just because it's the biggest one, right? Because they own everything. If Disney bought them out, if you wanted to see a movie that was not a Disney movie, you would have to travel to a movie theater that was not a Disney movie theater, which means traveling. Yeah, which means we might have to drive to St. Louis to see a new movie that's not Disney. Or
that sounds like some 1984 stuff or Fahrenheit 451, because then here's the thing. I would say government propaganda would also be snuck in there. Wow, I'm a conspiracy theorist, by the way. Internet, I am, because I believe in a lot of that kind of stuff. Maybe not so much aliens, but I do believe in the idea.
Conspiracy theorists did not believe in aliens.
Because I sound like a cuckoo if you talk about it. Listen, so ask me off the internet and I'll tell you.
The idea, I will put it out here, okay? The idea that we are the only intelligent life, not in just the universe, but in every universe there is, because we know the other things that are out there, because we can only see so far, is so egotistical and stupid. It just is. I got in trouble So I gotta tell you a story. I was raised in my family was Mormon, and we went to a Baptist church too, because my grandfather, who was a Mormon, preached at the Baptist church.
That explains so much about you now. I see it.
But yeah, because everything about me, I live with my boyfriend, who I'm not married to. I raised my son, who's on that rainbow, I'm totally a Mormon. But my family was like that. And I was in Sunday school at the Baptist church when I was 4 or 5 years old. And they were talking about the creation of the world. And I got kicked out of Sunday school. I got kicked out of Sunday school, escorted out of the room, sat in the hallway until regular church started, because the teacher was talking, and she was like, and so God saw this big empty space and he created the universe. And so I raised my hand. And they're like, I don't know what's up. And I'm like, where was he? And she goes, what do you mean? I was like if he created everything from nothing, where was he? And she goes, what? There was nothing and he created it. And I'm like, I understand that I'm not arguing that God created it. I was 4 or 5. I'm like, I'm not arguing that God created it. I'm like, but where was he? If I make something, I have to be somewhere to make it. And then she was like, no, I don't. I know. No. So then she's like, and on the 7th day, he created, and she's going through the days. And I'm like, and I raised my hand and she's like, yeah, what can I help you with? And I was like, so how long was it? And she goes, it was 7 days. And I was like, but if he didn't create, we count our days by the sun. And so our days on our planet are different than the days on Neptune or Pluto or whatever, because Pluto was a planet when I was a kid, not a dwarf planet. But because they spin slower and it takes more days, more of our Earth days to make days. So is it our Earth days, or is it their days, or is it God's days? And if God's days, could it be 1,000 years? And she just looks at me and she goes, "You out."
Hey, I get you on that. Let me tell you, but I could see, because you remember all the conspiracy theories in regards to Disney himself. Have you heard those?
Oh, yeah. And if Shpoo was up, I would wake him up, but seriously, guys, his back is hurting really bad, so I'm gonna let him lay down for a little bit longer. But if he was up, you and him should do a live that's just you and him talking about conspiracy theories, because that man has so many conspiracy theories. It's hilarious.
I would be game to do that. Maybe not today, because I have to work a double I have to work a double shift in about 6 hours. So, hey, I stayed up just for you because I felt so bad about yesterday. But my grandparents, gosh, my life's not. I need TikTok right now as a distraction, and I need fandom stuff as a distraction, because between work, the dogs, and my grandparents, So, but yeah, I mean, I could see Disney trying to take over stuff, and then if they crept into the White House and said, "Hey, Trump, we got a proposition for you." Do you know how fast they could get this country into that propaganda machine? And you got to think, back in the war days, not Iraq II war, I mean World War II war days. That's the propaganda reels helped brainwash generations, because they saw it and then they told their friends and their family, and then it kept. It was.
The World War I and II were so propaganda filled.
Yes.
On both sides of the war. It was if you watch the stills, it's amazing. If you watch Hitler stills, and Hitler was a horrible person. Do not think what I'm saying is anything. But
he could use propaganda.
He was a brilliant politician.
Yes.
He was a short not attractive looking Jewish man who got a whole bunch of people to hate the Jews by propaganda and think that he was just gonna save the whole world. Like
it wasn't Mein Kampf propaganda, because yes, I've read that, well, little of it, but I got bored. Just like any of Stalin's writings, when I went the first go around in college, I'm a history degree holder. I love history. I went to school for it. I was going to teach it, and then I tried it, and I was like, not for me. Let's go work in law enforcement instead.
Jump, girl.
This week is 11 years, so I'm that old. I just shave off the gray hair. But the propaganda on both sides using Hollywood.
Oh yeah.
And then think about the 50s with the Red Scare in Hollywood.
Oh, I mean that the Red Scare, when people think about it, they think about like that one decade, but it lasted. It was a little bit that it lasted after that. Like there were writers.
It was almost till Vietnam.
Yeah, there were writers who couldn't write for Hollywood because they were
Dashiell Hammett.
Yeah.
My bro, and see, that's how old I am. AMC and Turner. Well, you are. Turner Classic. Turner Classic and AMC introduced me to, Dashiell Hammett and all these great writers, and then so what? I mean, I am a nerd. Some of my favorite writers are from the decades before the Red Scare, and then there's a huge idea that Hollywood used politics and politics used Hollywood.
Oh yeah.
And you can't tell me that if Disney took some movie theaters over, that politics wouldn't get involved.
Well, and the thing is like it will.
It would be very interesting, and if it does happen, we're gonna call you Stephen King Jr. because I still say he predicted COVID.
Right.
Seriously.
The thing about it is like it's the idea that a production company owns a movie theater doesn't seem like that big of a deal.
But it's very biased.
It's a very big deal. One, like I said, it will monopolize the movies that local areas see, which monopolizes the money that movies make, which monopolizes and changes budget for movies and different production companies. It will be Netflix and things like that will be the only place you will be able to see independent films.
Now, and I'm all about independent movies, and so
no, it's think about it this way. Like some of the best. I love how I feel like it's the production companies put out these big blockbuster movies, and typically in the 80s and the 90s, and even up until 2000, like 2005, these were the ones that got Oscar nominations, got all the awards and stuff.
Oh gosh, that's gonna change that game too.
No, it's gonna change it because it already did. We had in like the last 8 or 9 years, we had movies that were considered independent films and independent movies, or like low budget films, or non-blockbuster films get Oscars. You had Lady Bird, you had Billboards, you had La La Land, which was considered.
I love La La Land.
It was not a blockbuster. Like we didn't even show it here until it was nominated for an Oscar. And I know a lot of
Ohio was the same way because who wants to see a musical these days?
Right. Me. I know. I love musicals.
My background is in musical theater. I would love to see more musicals.
I wish Spoo was up because you and him would get along so well. His background's in musical theater too.
That's actually, I told a friend, not just conventions. The Zoom meeting I was part of, I said, I've decided that when theaters open back up and hold auditions, much like doing cosplay again these days, I haven't done theater probably as long as I've done cosplay.
Right.
And I did theater for like 10 years. Background characters. I was actually more in your neck of the woods, as in like stage production and stuff. I was always in the background. I played the background characters when they needed people, but otherwise it was always, production management, because I didn't mind that and I was good at it, but I also loved all the other stuff. So I always jumped in.
Yeah.
But I mean, I learned some of my best creative, outlets through theater. That helped me so much, and it gave me a huge passion for literature, which in turn gave me a passion for graphic novels and comics. I would say I didn't really discover comics until probably middle school, because my family life was really bad back when I was younger. So I didn't have that outlet. Movies were my outlet, which is why I'm sad about not being able to go see a movie. Because I remember going to Blockbuster and renting 5 videos and watching them all in one night and then returning them and getting some more. So movies were my passion.
The kids don't understand that. Going to a place and renting movies, like, they don't understand that. They don't. Change, but you got to think about this too. Like, if the movies change, and production companies own the movie theaters,
it's gonna be interesting.
This is going to be like, I feel like this is where this is all leading up to. It's then also going to change theaters.
Yep.
Because movie production companies will now buy rights to live action theater productions. They already have some of them own some of the rights to stuff. Like, Disney owns the rights to the Lion King, Disney owns the rights to all of these. So think about this for a second. Then they can also own and operate live theaters to where you have to pay to go see their live production.
And only their production.
Only their productions.
And that is extremely, like, some of my favorite novels, movies, all that. I'm a huge into dystopic works, and like I mentioned earlier, Fahrenheit 451 and 1984. But there's also the Christian Bale dystopic movie where the government only played what they liked, and not Hunger Games, but the other one that came out with the other female lead years ago. I'll remember it 2 hours from now. But that also, they showed things that they wanted their people to see.
Right.
And that's why I brought up propaganda, because that is, we have social media. But if you take your kids to the movie theater, because, hey, that's what we did back when we were kids, and they see something that's totally, not their social media, they're going to bring it on social media and they'll spread the word, and it spreads just like COVID. Ah!
No, I'm still here. I've got a message, so hold on. I'm like, I don't know why my camera does that.
It doesn't like you.
Right? Morgan's like, I'm ready, so let's see here. Send that to her, and then hopefully get back. There we go. Yay! I'm figuring this out. It's so weird because we have it here, but we also have it on the computer right over here. Because in order to add you guys to the stream, I have to do it on the computer. So I have my computer sitting right there.
I was thinking about having my computer set up, and then I'm like, I'd rather just write some notes down, and if we talk about it, we talk about it, and if we don't, we don't. But I will throw out my AKA JWolf85. Check me out on all socials. Whoop whoop. Other than Facebook, where I use my real name. Well, my fake real name.
I mean, I use AJ, so it's okay.
You know, but yeah, find me on TikTok, people, because I make awesome dog videos, and then some of them are just of me. But my dogs are awesome.
Your dogs are like I know I've seen enough pictures of your dogs that's awesome. I'm gonna change this position here.
I have
like this.
So many and it's so weird that kids follow me because I'm like, kids, I post other stuff than dog videos. So I post a lot of my videos that are like cosplay or like not explicit or R-rated, but like not 16 and under appropriate, but TikTok's full of them.
Right.
I post those videos at certain hours when they should be asleep. But TikTok runs into that kind of thing, and I will say, I could imagine them using the propaganda too. It's not just Disney, it's not just Facebook, because we know Facebook does it. We know after the last election, Facebook does it.
Oh,
they can do the idea of social brainwashing perfectly.
Hey Morgan, if you are watching this, so you'll click the link and then you can copy and paste it into the Safari. You can open it in Safari on your phone. And if you can't do that, then you can try it on your Chromebook. She's having difficulty like hooking to.
Yeah.
I have difficulty on mine. Like
my mic's not working right, so it's weird.
Fine. So.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're good on that. So let's see here.
Man, now your idea is gonna make pink.
I mean, seriously, you could totally, run with it. But no, I brought that up. I want to say, I haven't worked at the movie theater in like 3.5 years. So we brought this up. We were having this discussion about it was because Netflix was getting really big. And people were just streaming and they were doing that. And so yeah, we were totally talking about it, and it was like, well, there's that law. The law prevents this from happening. And I was like, yeah, someday that law is going to be abolished. And it's actually in I'm not sure where it's at. Trent follows it a little bit more than I do, but it's at the Supreme Court right now.
I think that'll be I don't think anything's impossible these days.
No.
I tell people all the time that don't be surprised if the COVID vaccine turns you into a zombie, because at the point we're going in 2020, anything is possible.
Oh,
like aliens could land on the White House, and I don't think any of us would be surprised. We'd be like, "Can you solve COVID?
Here's
you can stay."
I keep waiting for. Do you remember the miniseries V?
Yes.
I keep waiting for Donald Trump to pull his face off and be like a lizard underneath there. Like I do. I just like.
Or in Mars Attacks, when they were like that.
Yes.
Like, okay. I mean, I think I'd rather have him be one of those velociraptors, however you say it, from Jurassic Park. Can we just have him become that? Turn him into a little dinosaur?
Oh my god.
With a little orange pumpkin head, he'd be the like that. Now, okay, if I disappear tomorrow, you know what happened. Trump hurt us, okay?
Same guys, same.
By the way, I am proud to be an American. I just have an opinion. Sorry, folks.
Hey, and in America, we're allowed to have an opinion.
Thank God. Did you see the stuff that's happening in, I think it's Thailand? No. Like, whew. I didn't realize I was reading, I don't even remember what article I was reading, but I guess they have concubines there, and he kicked his concubine out a couple, last year, and then brought her back. And in the middle of all of this, the country's in an uprising, and I'm like, I think I'd rather be concerned about the uprising than my concubine. Right. But to each their own.
You're like, but
no, I really don't think 2020 can surprise me anymore. I think all of it is like, I'm just going to shake my head and be like, is it 2022 yet?
So, yeah, I like, I'm messaging Morgan.
That's fine.
This year, everything has just been like, what the hell? Like,
Yeah.
what are you doing? And every time I think to myself, okay, this is bad.
Hit
This is bad.
first. Bam!
Weird things are happening. Weird.
Murder hornets.
The murder hornets, though, people always bring them up and they're like, they just disappeared. I was like, because there was only like a couple of them. The bigger things are like the sandstorm, which we always get, but it was bigger this year, or the giant earthquakes, or the fires, or the like hurricanes, or it's like all of this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I was really hoping they'd actually get through Area 51 and show us some aliens. I was looking forward to that this year, but that didn't happen.
That didn't happen. But who knows? Maybe that's what caused all of this.
Oh my god. Trump found out we have aliens, and then he found an alien plague and was like, let's talk to China. See how that'll go. And yeah, if we both disappear tomorrow, somebody better come looking for us.
No one will.
Hey. I mean, I would hope my sister comes to look for me.
Unless it's Spoo or Dakota. No.
Yeah. No, I think I could see, I mean, you got to admit, throughout the years, and schooling and textbooks are also a good way to put it. Literature for the masses, entertainment for the masses is a way to control the masses.
Oh, God, yeah.
And that's why independent film and why graphic novels. I mean, I'm not the world's biggest fan of anime, but anything that goes against the grain that is not illegal, I do look at or I do read, and it's something that everyone should, try to expand upon, because at the point we're going, you don't know if the stormtroopers are going to knock on your door tomorrow, and you got to be prepared,
Look at that. We got Morgan. Yeah.
Hi.
Morgan, this is Jay. She's been on with me for an hour and a few minutes, hour and 15 minutes. I think she's got to go soon because I want her to get some sleep. I
have to work today, but I had fun talking. I mean, I can always talk about Hollywood and conspiracies.
I'll tell you what. If Spoo can get with you about doing like a you and him,
I would totally.
I'll just get with you and you and I'll do something on Geeky Cool.
Yeah, I would be game for that, because I'll have to think of some good conspiracy theories. I haven't I've been working so much, I haven't even really been on the internet, let alone. I have my attention span for TikTok, and that's about it, like we were talking. So, but you guys have fun, and I had fun doing this.
Yay! I love that you.
So, everyone, check out my TikTok, and
right over there, she's got her little.
And you guys have fun and good luck, and I hope it continues. And is it still going to be a recording on Facebook? Because I figured I'd go through and watch it some more.
Yeah, it's going to stay on Facebook. It's in 3 parts right now, just because he got kicked off at like the hour and a half mark, and then he got kicked off at the 9-hour mark. And I guess Facebook has a thing, because we got kicked off again at the 9-hour mark, but I was able to just, instead of doing 2 different broadcasts, I was able to just like re-enter the broadcast on Facebook, which was great. Yeah, I guess Facebook has like this 8 to 9 hours. You've been on live too long.
Oh, no.
And it's on YouTube. It's on YouTube.
Who knew? I didn't know that.
No one.
So I'm going to be on YouTube? Yay!
It's on YouTube.
Right, Morgan? We're going to be on YouTube. We're famous. Yes. All right.
So, yeah, we'll send you a link.
I will leave you guys. Have fun.
Good luck at work.
Bye, Jay.
Thank you. Bye.
And now I'm joined by the lovely Morgan. So Morgan is an amazing writer, a great friend, and I met Morgan at MaxCon.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, what year was that?
It was 5 years ago.
That was crazy long time ago.
20. I think it's
2012.
I think it's 15 or 14.
Okay, so Morgan, love you to death. Yeah. Can't hear you.
Oh.
So, see, down here, there should be like, it says camera and it has a mic. Let's make sure that you. Okay, so now it's saying your mic is off. Let's turn it back on and see what we got. Okay, say something.
Hi.
No. Is your volume on your phone? Are you on your phone?
Chromebook.
You're on Chromebooks?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Morgan, I can't hear you.
Oh, no.
Okay. This is hilarious. It's called technical difficulties.
Woo.
So I can't hear Morgan. I'm trying to figure out what we can do. Oh, my hair. To get Morgan back. It's bedhead, guys. Bedhead. It's a thing. I woke up. Morgan.
Yes.
Is it? What was that? What is this? Okay, so Morgan says she can hear me in private chat. I just can't hear her. So what I'm going to have you do is like exit the broadcast and then go back in and we'll see if that works. While you're gone, I'm going to put up the cover of your new book. Morgan is as an author. So you go do that and I'm going to put up the cover of your new book. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
So Morgan is an author and she writes these wonderful books. I have like a whole thing over here. You can see me scrolling. You can see me on me. There does not need to be two AJs on the screen. I'm just saying. Morgan's new book. This is Morgan's new book, The Hunter and the Bringer. I'm pretty sure this is the new one. It's the one that was like when I pulled up her books, it's the newest one that I could find. So, this is another one of hers. I love her artwork. I don't know who does her artwork for her. She'll probably tell us, but Morgan writes these young adult fantasy, supernatural books, and they're amazing. Let's see here. So I'm just waiting for Morgan to come back. And hopefully we can get her back. Excuse the bedhead. I am seriously going to go get a brush. Like, this is like, every time I turn my head, I feel like. So you guys are coming with me. Yeah, I'm going to brush my hair in front of you guys because it's a thing, I guess, that I'm doing. I don't know. I'm brushing my hair in front of people on live. This is a thing. It's not tangled. It was just like weirdly poofy in the back or something. Just so you guys know. Let's see. I don't know if you can see it. My giant It poster. It's huge. It's huge. My giant It poster. And another It poster. This is Marie. Let's see here. Let me get Morgan back on here. I have to go to the computer to do this. Sorry, Morgan. I was like, yay! I hear you.
You do?
Yes.
Yay!
Okay, that's better. So welcome, Morgan.
Thank you.
It's a learning process. StreamYard it's amazing because we can have up to 10 people on here at one time, which is really cool. Last night we had 7 people at one time. Well, 8 if you count, because Tabitha and her husband were sharing one. So we had like 8 people at one time. The conversation got weird with 8 people. I'm not even gonna lie.
Sure.
It really, really weird. But it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I had to hop off and take a shower and all that stuff. And Spoo was going to be our host, but he was actually up, we both were up from 7 o'clock in the morning.
God.
Yesterday morning until about 1:30.
Oh gosh.
And we were both gonna pull it all overnighter. I was gonna take like a 2-hour nap, and I was like, I'm gonna take a nap. We ripped a movie. We were watching the last 2 hours of the live stream from the overnight. Yeah. We were actually watching a movie, and we were just talking about how bad the movie was. So you could hear the movie, but you couldn't see the movie because of copyright laws. But we were on the couch, and we had another guest, Shaggy, who was with us, and he was watching the same movie. So we were watching the movie and riffing on it. And then I just almost started falling asleep. And Shmoo was like, he was tired too. His back was hurting a little bit. So we continued the live stream just because we told everybody we were going to stay live. So we had the live stream up, but it literally just said, we will be back at 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock rolled. Well, 4:30 rolled around. My alarm went off. We went to bed at like 2:30. 4:30 rolls around. My alarm goes off, and we get up, and he's like, my back hurts so bad, and he's like, I'm so tired. He's like, when's our first guest? And I was like 7 o'clock because we had Jay coming on at 7. I forgot she had a time difference. She lives in a different time zone than us.
Oh gosh.
So it should have been 6, but. And then I was like, I'll take the first 2 guests because I actually know Jay from a photo shoot, and I know you from MaxCon. And so I was like, I'll take the first 2 guests. And then after, in a little bit, he's going to probably wake up and get back on here. But we did continue the live stream until Facebook kicked us off at that 8 to 9 hour mark.
I saw that.
Yeah, 8 to 9 hours. I guess they're like, you've been live too long. Who knew you couldn't do live for 24 hours?
Yeah, really crazy.
But we are now sitting at almost 8:30, and that means at noon, other than the 2 little breaks where we got kicked off, and we had to redo it, but it was within like 10 minutes. Other than that, my house has been live streaming for almost 24, like 12 o'clock, 24 hours. So. We've had so many great guests, and you're just one of many great guests that we've had to talk about all kinds of nerdy stuff.
Yeah.
You and I have some of the same nerd fandoms and stuff like that. One of the things that we bonded over was I was at MaxCon, which was in Farmington, Missouri, and they only did it for 2 years. Lisa only did it for 2 years, but it was a very small con. They had reached out to me when they were planning it because I do costumes, and I do, I do all of that stuff. Like when I say do costumes, like I make other people's costumes and wigs and stuff like that. And so they were like, we need somebody to help with the cosplay contest. So I was one of the judges both years that they did it. And I show up there, and I think it was the second day, the Saturday.
Yeah.
I wore my Tortoro cosplay, which is just a simple cosplay. It's a Hot Topic dress. It's the Tortoro Hot Topic dress. I have a little apron that I tie around that gives the little belly marks, and then I made a headpiece with the leaf, and I carry an umbrella with me, and I walk around with little acorns. And when I'm in costume and I'm not at my booth, like if I'm on the floor, do you still have the acorns?
Yeah. They're by my desk.
Oh, I love that. When I'm in costume and I'm on the floor, I'm that character. And the big Tortoro, they don't talk, but I wasn't a big Tortoro. I was one of the little ones. So I was one of those the little ones that leave the acorns and little presents and then giggles. Like they only make this little noise. Yeah. And so I was doing that, and Morgan is one of the only people there who knew who I was.
I was freaking out. I was like, Totoro.
She had her cat. You had your cat bus purse. Was that the first or the second year? It was the first year that you had your cat bus purse, which is part of the movie. If you guys aren't Ghibli fans, then you have no idea what I'm talking about. And if you're not, you should be.
Yeah.
It's you can go watch all the Ghibli movies on HBO Max.
I saw that. I own them all, but
I do not. I unfortunately.
Oh, they're so good. They're so good.
I do own Tortoro though. I own. Where are my Ghibli movies? I have a little bit of like them over there, but yeah, I own a few of them. I have a hard time finding Howl's Moving Castle without being like super expensive.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I'm cheap when it comes to buying stuff for myself. So I'll buy stuff for other people all day long, but when it comes to buying stuff for myself, like I'm just not. But so yeah, I was in Tortoro cosplay, and Morgan, there was this remember the little tree display? Like they had like the miniatures. They had the miniatures for D&D or one of those games. Like they had it all set up, and there was these little trees. And so I'm like over there doing like this little dance around
to make them grow.
to try to make them grow. And Morgan and Tabitha, who was on last night, were the only people who came over and helped me dance to make the trees grow. It was super cute and super fun. And since then, Morgan and I have been great friends on social media. We haven't got to see each other since MaxCon, which is disappointing. I was supposed to go up there and stuff, but then COVID happened, so
yeah,
we've gone anywhere.
I understand that.
Oh my gosh. But Morgan has so many fandoms. She does a lot of cosplay. She's a teacher and a writer, and as you can see behind her, she is an all-around girl. Like you see the stuff behind her, it's like my house. It's like
I got mangas, figures, autographs, posters, keychains, all kinds of stuff.
That's my wallpaper. Like,
oh, it's beautiful.
It's literally DC Comics, and then I have
I love it.
I have my Marvel comics, and then over here I have my anime and stuff like that. So
nice.
Yeah, I have them separated. I
well, of course.
My
phone,
no, that's okay. My phone fell off the little stand. I had a stand for it, so I don't have to hold it the whole time. But Morgan also writes these really cool books. They're like supernatural. How would you explain them?
Well, I have two different series. I have a young adult paranormal mystery series, which a lot of people peg as Christian fiction. I didn't intend for that.
It does have an underlining
with God and angels and stuff. Yeah. I try to write like a manga with words, if that makes sense. So that's kind of the projection that I do. Hence, my cover is also looking like manga covers.
Right. I love the cover. Who's your artist?
Her name is Susie Zhang. She goes by Cherry Yuki, and she's got like 55,000 followers on DeviantArt, something like insane like that. But she's so talented and so sweet. She's from Australia.
Awesome.
We've known each other for years. We were both Cardcaptor Sakura fans back in the day that we met online. Yeah, so she's trying to be a professional artist.
I put up your covers for
thank you.
The Hunter and
Bringer, yes.
Hunter and Bringer. And then the monster, the one I think was before that.
Yeah, Hunter and Bringer's first.
Yes.
And then Monster and Mortals is second.
Yes.
And that's new adult. So it's like college level. So there's a little bit, I get to finally cuss in this, which is fun.
I love that you're like, it's fun. I get to cuss.
Well, I'm an elementary teacher. So I don't get to let loose.
No.
Okay.
I'm going to come over here just for a second. Okay. I have a comment, and I want to put it up here.
Sure.
And good morning, Mandy is. I met Mandy at OzCon, which is another small con. It's in West Plains, and I know you've always wanted to go to OzCon, but it's the same week as. It's usually the same week as Cape Con.
Yeah.
So, and I know you have your tables at Cape Con. So,
yeah.
Like, I love Mandy. So, thank you for joining us and watching us. We have 2 watchers right now, which is great. I think everybody's waking up and stuff like that.
Yeah.
For everyone who wants to know what this is, we have 3 watchers now. For everyone who wants to know what this is, we are actually at noon. It's going to be over, but we've been live streaming from my house for 24 hours. My boyfriend Spoo was in charge of it yesterday while I was at work. It's his thing. It was his idea, and I'm just like the person who like helped him implement his idea and just encouraged him for it. He is still sleeping because I didn't like. There's no need for him to pull a 24-hour shift if he doesn't have to. And his back is hurting from just sitting in the uncomfortable chairs all day and everything. So he'll be up in a little bit and everything. But we are just talking nerdy, geeky fandoms and theories and movies and all kinds of things. So go back and watch us. You can watch us on YouTube, on Facebook, on Skallywag Productions, and Geeky Cool. We've live streamed from there. There'll be 3 live streams just because we got kicked off from StreamYard at about an hour and a half. Mandy was part of that one. She was there when that happened. And then I guess Facebook has a law or a rule that you can only live stream for like 8 or 9 hours. And so we got kicked off twice there. But we are back. We are back, and we are joined by Miss Morgan, who is amazing. So anybody who's watching who doesn't know what's going on, that's what's going on. And so it's just, I love this idea.
Absolutely.
We brought together so many different people who had so many different likes and stuff. And, we had professional cosplayers, we had actors, we had guys who give us the scoops of any news, movie news and stuff, being Keith and Gary. And like Mandy came on and talked about some books she's reading and movies she likes and the TV shows she's watching. And Jay, who was just on, we talked about everything from conspiracy theories to COVID to stuff. And now I get to talk about one of my favorite subjects, because I know you will not shut me down on this.
Yeah.
My boyfriend, Spoo, is amazing, and I love him, and he's all around nerdy, except he doesn't watch or enjoy or any of that anime.
Scandal.
I know. It's like I'm like, really? You don't watch anime? So he'll watch it with me, but it's not something. I watch stuff with him that I don't necessarily enjoy all the time either. But it's one of the things that I don't get to nerd out about, and I know you are a huge anime fan. And
well, I actually run the anime club at my local high school. I'm the sensei. So.
I love that you call it's the sensei.
I'm sensei.
Oh,
so, yeah, I like anime a little bit.
You also run the Pokemon club, right? Are you still doing that?
We haven't since COVID. So February was our last one. But I'm glad they're keeping everybody safe. But right. Yeah, I run the Pokemon. We don't do tournaments or anything like that with the Pokemon company, but we teach kids how to play and get parents involved, and it's a lot of fun. We've been doing that for about 5 years now. Once a month. Yeah, which is crazy, but I really enjoy that.
I love Pokemon. I always I have the tattoo of the it's Toga P, but it's a B because I'm a B. So Toga B. But I got into Pokemon for my kid. Dakota was, he's 26, or he'll be 26 very soon. So he grew up in that 1995, 96, 97, when Pokemon was getting huge here in the United States. I did Pokemon, Digimon, Beyblade.
Yeah. Those
Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, I love Yu-Gi-Oh.
I can duel on Yu-Gi-Oh and kick some butt. But I did all of it just because my son was an only child for most of the time. Sure. I had my niece half the time, I helped raise her, but she wasn't into those things. And so it was kind of like, Mom, I want to play these games, and I would play. I had to learn them to play with them, and I fell in love with them too.
Yeah, absolutely.
The artwork is amazing, and it's a way to connect with your kids. And so I'm glad that you mentioned that you bring parents into the club too.
Yeah, a lot of parents want to learn with their kids, and it's also Pokemon's great introduction with reading. There's math. Yep. There's basic science, like water beats fire. So it's good educational, and it's so great to see parents involved and everything. Plus, I mean, my generation's having kids as well. So they're passing on their nerdy lineage, which is fantastic.
Right.
So yeah, we really enjoy that.
So Mandy says she loves Pokemon too. I've been playing Pokemon Go lately, but we started playing the card game with the boys. She has 2 boys.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, I don't know their ages, Mandy. If you can, Amanda, if you could like put those on there and stuff like that. But she does have 2 boys, and yeah, no, Pokemon Go when it came out, like I was off work the day that it came out, and Dakota took off work the day it came out just because it was coming out. And so we're sitting at the house, and it was like it dropped, and he was like, "Mom, it dropped," and we were like both like downloading it. And turns out I have a Pokestop right across from my house, so I can sit on my front porch and just like do the Pokestop. So within like 2 hours, I had all kinds of like things, and everybody was like, "How do you have all these things?" And I'm like, "I was sitting on my front porch." So but I loved Pokemon Go. The thing with Pokemon Go is it introduced Pokemon to a whole new generation, but it also got people out and active instead of just sitting around and everything. But the card games are so great. I'm glad that you're getting, Amanda, getting into the card games with your boys, because I know Dakota learned a lot of math from Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, for sure.
Yu-Gi-Oh! You know, there's all the, we didn't play it by when he first started by the complete real rules.
Someone does.
They're so difficult. Like you have to read the card, and it's like you can't play this card unless you play these.
The print's like that big.
So I'm just like, you know, at the time, it's just kind of like about him, 1, having fun, and 2, like putting it down and learning defense and offense and learning, you know, adding and subtracting and, you know, all of that stuff. So, here she goes. So Eli is 11, Wyatt is 7. Both are autistic. So the card game is great for teaching. Taking turns is a great one. Good sportsmanship. Yeah, be sure to like keep those like little pads around so they can add and stuff, because I think that's great. Yeah. I love when I met Morgan, and then we friended on Facebook like right away. Like I don't know. Right away. We left the convention room. We were like, our tables were like, mine was in the corner. I was in the corner, you know, and then well, it was close to the cosplay panel.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Cosplay judge. And then Morgan was right across from me. Like, and I was just watching her. She was so cute. She does some great, cute cosplays that aren't like way extravagant. I love the extravagant ones, but they're not. When you're working the convention, I don't think people realize this. Like when you're standing at like a booth, you're an author, so you were promoting your books and stuff. Yeah. You don't want to be in like heavy full. No. You can't. So we both were like in very casual type of cosplays, but she was so cute and energetic, and we hit it off right away. It's hilarious because she calls me her Totoro sensei. I'm like, I'll take it. It's fine. Like, I bet you know more about Totoro than I do.
I don't know about that. but I love Studio Ghibli, and I'm glad you mentioned cosplay. I actually work for a cosplay charity organization, which I love. Yeah, Heroes for Kids.
Heroes for Kids and that's over in the Cape Girardi area.
Perryville, about half hour from there. And I've been working with them for 4 years. They're fantastic people. They've expanded my cosplay.
Lonnie, and what's his wife's name? Lonnie
Johnson and Jessica Johnson.
And Jessica. Sorry, Jessica. I do know you. You're friends with me. Names do not click sometimes, but when I see your pictures, I give them a like and stuff. So
sweet. And I got to see the art of not only cosplaying, but seeing the effect it has on children and having them come up and hug me and just freak out, and just being like a hero for a few minutes to them is so rewarding. And that's why I keep buying new cosplays. And I've expanded slowly into DC. I never was, no offense, a huge DC person.
I'm not a huge DC fan either. My boyfriend is. He does the Riddler. He's famous for doing Riddler. But yeah, I'm not a huge DC fan. Like
we were trying to come up with cosplays we could do together when we did OzCon last year, because they didn't do one this year. And we were trying to come up with one that we could do together. And he's like, I'm going to do the Riddler. And I was like, I'm not doing a DC. I couldn't come up with a DC. I just couldn't. Yeah. So who do you do on DC? Who do you cosplay?
Starfire from Teen Titans.
Oh my god. Okay.
And it's really fun because I'm bubbly and proper, and I get to drink mustard out of a bottle and confuse people. So it's not real mustard, but because I'm a props person, because I'm not a professional cosplayer. I can't sew. I buy or makeshift a lot of outfits. So
props, but I don't like it.
Yeah, but props are huge. So kids will run up to me as Sailor V because I have my cat Artemis with me, and then we start a conversation. Or like, would you like to hold my Abu when I cosplay as Aladdin? They're like, oh, and they freak out. It's great. It shows I know the character too, in case I don't get it perfect, because you don't have to be perfect, but some people expect it to be.
Well, they were talking about this when Tabitha and her husband and then his wife were on last night, because they're both cosplaying couples. They were talking about this, and Shpoo and all of them have said this, and Shpoo has said this on several things, because he's been cosplaying for 20 years. He used to do the Hotel of Terror. Like, he was one of the people who ran it. So he, cosplayed in horror to scare people for a living. And but he's like, if you're gonna cosplay, there's two things that you should know. One, if you want to and if you can make it screen accurate, do it. Two, if you can't, make it your own. If you can't make it screen accurate, make it your own. Make it something. Make it a steampunk Batman. Make it a gender bend Aladdin, which I know you do, and do something that makes it your own. And I think that's great. Kids don't care if you're doing it for the kids. Kids don't care. They literally just want to meet the characters from their cartoons or from their movies or from they. And the other thing is body image, because I am a heavy set person. I used to weigh like 580 pounds. So I'm like a lot smaller than I used to be. But, there's certain things that I'm like, I would not wear. But
I agree. Yeah.
If you're comfortable wearing them, I don't think there should be if you're a busty girl and you're trying to cosplay as like a non-busty girl, which would not be a manga character because they're all busty.
No.
But do it.
Exactly.
You don't have to have the body to pull it off. Just make it your own. Yeah. And Jay and I were talking about Marvel last hour, and
I love Marvel.
And we were talking about the Fat Thor.
Yes.
Fat Thor. Like, it wasn't. The movie hadn't even come out yet, and people saw the stills of Chris Hemsworth as Fat Thor, and so many guys that I know were like, finally a cosplay I fit. They're like, we could just and I'm like, do it. But you could have done Thor even with belly. You're good.
Exactly.
Cosplay is about to me, cosplay has always been about celebrating a character that you love or that you respect or that you just want to have fun with. Like, you might not be a huge fan, and you don't have to be a huge fan. If you find the character, something about the character appealing, it's colorful or it's funny or it's, whatever, and you want to cosplay as it, you should just do it.
Absolutely.
You should just do it. It's about having fun.
Yeah, we're very supportive of that with Heroes for Kids. We just be careful because we work with children for decency issues. That's the only thing we kind of get concerned with, because we do work with very small children.
You have to be concerned with costumes and stuff with little kids. I do too, Amanda. I love that there's that big push for body activity. And I think
the community is so good at that. Like, I love our community. It's so supportive, and everybody, we're here because we're all nerds, which is fantastic.
And I grew up
because I'm quite a bit older than Miss Morgan over there. I'm probably old enough to be her mom.
Oh, stop.
But I grew up in a time when one, it wasn't cool to be a nerd. Like even the boys, it wasn't cool to be a nerd. And if you were a nerdy girl, it was even worse because nerds didn't fit in with it wasn't until I'm gonna say this, and I know people who hate this TV show, but I feel like this TV show helped push the nerd population out into like the public and everything, and it's The Big Bang Theory.
I love The Big Bang Theory for that.
So because they're nerds, and this whole show is built around these nerdy, geeky guys who love D&D and all this stuff. And yes, there was already a push for that, but I think that made it people who never knew what D&D was, or who never knew what Comic-Con was, or something like that, who weren't in that nerdy circle. They then had this like very public, very like popular TV show that showcased cosplay and showcased comic books and stuff like that. And I really credit that TV series and the showrunners for I know people who find it very annoying. Like they find that show annoying. And yeah, some of the characters are very one tone and stuff like that. But I still watched it. I still loved it, and I found it hilarious. It's just my sense of humor.
My whole family and I just adore it. Yeah.
Right. It's my sense of humor, and I understand it's not everybody's sense of humor. Yeah. But you can't take away from the fact that I think helped make being a nerd so like accepted.
Yeah.
Like you tell people you're a nerd and they're like, "Oh, I am too." And that's the other thing is you can be a nerd about one thing and not everything. Or you can be like me. I'm a kind of a nerd on everything. I like Larry, when I write for geekycool.com, and Larry, my editor, he calls himself Professor when we're on. I'm Ace and he's the professor. It's a Doctor Who thing, because I'm a huge Whovian. I've been a Doctor Who fan since 1981. But yeah, long time.
That's awesome though.
Long time. But he will always say like, I am like the geeky girlness. Like I'm like, I know a little bit about everything, and I enjoy a little bit about everything. And there are things that I enjoy more, but I do at least enjoy or appreciate things that I'm not like super fangirl about. So
yeah, everybody's special. And honestly, I know as a teacher that's so cliche, but just respect what other people like. And I think it's great. It helps you learn more too.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like there are things when people talk about things and I don't know, I have an idea of what it is. I'll be like, oh my gosh, I'm learning. And
absolutely.
I luckily I raised a kid who was very into anime and manga. And the thing is I didn't know what they were until I became a mom and he got into them.
That's awesome.
Like, although I will say this, I was a fan of Sailor Moon.
Yay!
From a long time ago. But I didn't realize it was anime.
Right.
It's kind of like the racer. Oh
Speed
my
Racer.
God. Speed Racer. I didn't realize that was like an anime. Like growing up, it was just a cartoon. I didn't realize that they were Japanese cartoons.
Right.
And so that was I mean I watched all of those, like Penelope and Speed Racer and all of them, and Sailor Moon and all of those. I just we didn't call them anime.
No.
That wasn't a term that we were used to, and it wasn't until I had Dakota that I realized what anime was, and what manga was. And I appreciate and love. I mean, there are animes that I completely love that most people don't think I would. And because I'm a lot older most of the people who are watching these things or something. But it just goes to show you that I love art and it's good.
Yeah. It's good storytelling too. Anime has beautiful stories.
Yeah, are funny. Like one of my favorite animes is Fruits Basket.
I just watched the new episode this morning. I dress up as Toru. I cosplay as Toru now.
Oh.
Because everybody says I act like her. I don't know if I do, but I like Toru.
You kind of do.
I kind of do. And I have a basket of all of the Zodiacs. I have all 13.
Yes.
Plushies. So
yeah, okay. And people who just like probably heard her and thought, no, she said that wrong. No, there's 13 in the show.
Yes. There's 13 Zodiacs.
So, I love Sailor Venus.
I do Sailor Venus. The original. That's my main one.
She's so cute as Sailor. I mean, oh my gosh, so cute.
I like it.
Fruits Basket. Let's talk about it for a second, because animes that I don't think people realize is out there, because it's not. I mean, you know, there's the 7 Deadly Sins. There's Death Note. There's all of those. There's Tokyo Ghoul and stuff. But this one, I always say, like, if you have little kids and you want them to get into anime that's not too deep. Also, I'm surprised he doesn't watch. Okay, so I can't get him to watch anime. I'm working on it, though, guys. I'm working on it. I feel like he would like a lot of anime. I just don't think he's been exposed to it. But Fruits Basket, like with my granddaughters or my stepdaughter, I feel like that would be an anime that would. It's like Sailor Moon is very appropriate for that age group. But if you want something really funny, Fruits Basket is just funny. It's so funny, and it's about the zodiacs, the Chinese zodiac, and the rivalry basically between rat and cat. And if anybody's watching this and they know the zodiac, there is no cat in the calendar, but there's a reason behind that, and they say it in the show. But they are, and it's not about animals. They are animals, but they're also human forms. So you're not just watching talking animals, because I know a lot of people don't like that.
Yeah.
I don't mind it, but it's just cute. It's funny, and I love it. So if you guys are looking for a really good, like family-friendly anime, I totally would suggest Fruits Basket. It's
yeah, Derek and my husband, were talking about how realistic relationships are in Fruits Basket. They're so heartwarming, and they cover so many different bases that it really makes you empathize or sympathize.
Yes.
With people in those situations, even though this is a fictional world. And the new anime that was released last year that follows the manga, it's so beautifully animated.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. Cardcaptor Sakura also is one I recommend for young viewers. That one
I have not seen that one.
It was my first official anime when I knew what an anime was. I watched Pokemon, but I didn't know that was, because everybody watched Pokemon.
I know. Everyone watched Pokemon, Digimon. We just started watching Digimon with Shpoo's daughter. He will watch Digimon.
Well, that's good. That's good.
So like I got that. Like he'll watch Pokemon because his daughter's into it now. Thanks.
There you go.
Thanks to me. She gets cards when she does well, or she behaves. She'll get cards for that. She has like a whole little thing, and Dakota gave her a whole bunch of his old cards, which was really cool. But yeah, we're trying to get her into Digimon. She's not quite into it as much, but it's one that he likes. So I figured, like, if we can like bridge this gap. But yeah,
Cardcaptor Sakura is incredible. It's very appropriate. It's about a little girl who has a magic wand. She's a magical girl, so there's that aspect. If you like Sailor Moon, especially, and she releases these magical cards called the Cloud Cards, and they could cause destruction if she doesn't go and capture them. And it's just precious and adorable, and the couple in it will melt your heart. I mean, they're 10, but it's so adorable. So
that's my weird thing. It's the weird thing, right? Weird thing about animes and like the one that I think is the one that in my head that freaks me out a little bit about like the the age, like they make them couples when they're little kids and stuff like that. Which I understand is just storytelling. But Ponyo.
Oh, I love.
First of all,
they're 5. I know they're 5.
They're 5, and his mom leaves him alone.
She's a crazy driver. I can't get over that.
I'm like, if you guys haven't, hold on, here, Digimon was her first anime. Didn't have people, and I know that, and that's I think Spoo will watch it because he remembers it from Saturday morning cartoons, which is something that kids don't know now. But basically, growing up,
so good
in the 80s and the 90s, like the kids who grew up in the 90s before streaming sites, believe it or not, there was TV before streaming sites, but before streaming sites, you would have cartoon time Saturday mornings, usually 6 a.m. to noon.
Crazy.
And you had to pick because, like, I remember the Smurfs because I'm an 80s.
Oh, that's my mom.
Hi, Mom. Like, somebody loves Morgan. She does rock. She does rock.
Oh, AJ. AJ is the awesome one, guys. Like, she's so beautiful and talented. Like, oh my gosh. I admire you so much.
Yeah. I
This is a love fest. This is a love fest, guys.
Morgan's so sweet. She lies so nicely. No, she doesn't lie, but it's okay. She can think that about me.
I see the good in everything.
She does.
I try.
So your mom did a great job raising you.
Yeah, I have good parents. And today's my husband's birthday. So
happy birthday.
Yeah, he's 33 today.
Oh, still a baby. Still.
Tell his age to everybody.
He's like, thanks. Tell me that.
It's so good. But I'm so glad you like anime and manga and all that stuff. Like, oh, it's so wonderful, and I love that it's becoming more common. And I get to teach next generation because they watch the modern stuff, which is great. But I'm teaching them like those 90s and 80s and the staples and classics, and they're like, "This is actually good." I'm like, "I know it's good."
Oh, I know. Like one of my favorites is Full Metal Alchemist.
Yes, I introduced them to that.
It was such a deep story.
Mm-hmm.
Like you go into it and you're like, okay, it's about 2 little kids and and brothers and all this stuff, but by the end of the series, and there's the 2. They it's the same story, but it's told 2 different ways. But the Brotherhood and then the regular. But by the end of the story, you realize that this has a huge political and emotional and humanity meaning. Like the story grows as they grow and it changes, but it's always been there and you just didn't know it.
Yeah.
And I love that because it's also not in your face. Like if you don't know what you're watching for, you'll miss a lot of it. And I love that. I love the last Avatar.
Oh, Avatar: The Last Airbender. Yeah.
I watched Korra as well. I didn't like it as much. I think I just missed Aang. I just missed his personality and Zuko's personality. And I'm a huge Uncle Iroh fan.
Yes. And Korra I enjoyed as well, but it got pretty deep at times, which isn't a bad thing. But it kind of shifted gears sometimes.
It didn't stay as lighthearted because when like the last Airbender, it was deep, but it kept it lighthearted enough for children to watch.
Aang was such a positive protagonist. Yeah, he handled it well.
And Korra is just. I think Korra was written and made for the kids who grew up watching The Last Airbender, so they made it a little bit more grown up. Yeah,
she's very
Dakota. They made it a little bit more grown up, which is fine. But like I always tell people who have little kids, like if they're like, should I watch Korra? I'm like, it grew up with the original audience, and Korra, I think they just should start with The Last Airbender first. Like, I think that you should start them there, and as they grow up, you can progress into Korra. Not that Korra is inappropriate. Like, it's not inappropriate. It just has very deep storylines that get a little dark in episodes. Like, they have whole episodes that are a little darker.
Yeah. It's political too, so you gotta have that mindset to understand that too. Yeah. But I do love Bolin though from Korra. Bolin and
yes,
Pabu, fire force. Oh, and Varric cracks me up. He's so funny.
Oh my god, yes.
Really do the thing.
The thing with Korra is also you got to think that the main characters in Korra are older than the main characters of The Last Airbender. The Last Airbender, they're like 12, 13. You know, they're like that young teenage age, because it's different. Like, I think Zuko's probably the oldest of them.
Yeah, he's 15 or 16. He's the oldest. I think Korra is 15 at the beginning.
Yeah. And so the thing about it is, in Korra, she's already older than the oldest character. So she's already in that full-blown teenage phase. And so parents, you know what I'm talking about. And teachers, you know what I'm talking about. But she's in that full-blown teenage phase, and she's not just now finding her teenage voice. And I think that's a big difference too. So, like, if you guys are wanting to watch The Last Airbender, which is now streaming on Netflix, which is amazing, it got a whole new audience with this, and I love that. But yeah, watch The Last Airbender before you watch the Korra episodes with young kids. I think it's just gonna transition better, and it still has really dark meanings, a lot of it, and it shows like people can change, and you know, there are still some, like, there's still blood bending and all of that in the original, and the blood bending.
Oh gosh, that was intense.
That was but
so good.
It's lighthearted enough that you can do that. Talking about Korra, I mean,
she does.
Kind of. It's that teenage thing. It's not like Aang. Aang like fell in love and stayed in love, and you know.
So sweet.
What I do love about Korra is you get to. I wish they would have. I want them to make the in between.
Yeah, definitely.
I want them to make the older Aang and the older Zuko and all of them, and Toph. Toph is my favorite. Like, I'm not even.
She's great.
We're trying to get Shpu to cosplay as an older Aang because he's bald, so I could just paint the blue. And he's got the beard, like he's got that going on. And then Lex, we want her to cosplay as Toph, just because I think she would be adorable as Toph, but a young Toph. That means I've got to be Katara, but I would totally be Toph. Like, I just love that whole empowerment of Toph. If you guys don't know who Toph is, she is the Earthbender in The Last Airbender. She's the one who teaches Aang earthbending. But she also is, I'm just going to say it, she's a badass. But she's a little girl who's blind, and she can kick some butt, and she is snarky. I love the snarky, like I do. The snarky characters, my favorite.
So you would be the melon lord. Gotta have a watermelon.
I love that, but I was thrilled when they brought it back, and then I saw these people going, "You can't be a fan of it now if you weren't a fan of it later or like earlier," and I'm like, "Yeah, you can. People can find fandoms." I shared the Iroh meme that just said that has the cup of tea, and he's just like, everyone can join in at any time, like that sort of thing, because I feel like that. And I don't know if you guys notice this, like Morgan, you go to cons a lot. Do you ever like deal with gatekeepers? You know,
on occasion, but I mean, honestly, our community is pretty good.
You guys are great up there. I love you guys up there. Like, I'm not even lying. They're like, if you guys can go to, I know Heroes for Kids is doing a con next year.
Is that
in Perryville? It's usually in July, I believe.
Yeah, they had to cancel this one, right?
Yeah, they had some cases up there, so the city.
So hopefully next year they'll be back. But yeah, they're great up there and everything. I've gone to bigger cons and had to deal with gatekeepers. And if you guys don't know the term gatekeeper, it's just it's a term that people use for people who are fans of a specific fandom. It doesn't matter if it's Doctor Who or anime or Sailor Moon or whatever it is, DC, Batman, like it can be very specific. But they're judgmental on, like, if you're not screen accurate, you're not right, or if you do this, you're not right. And I have no problem with fans who are so passionate about one fandom. Like, good for you found something you love. I'm not that type of person. I'm just like, you like it, okay, you don't know that much about it, but you find this character cool, like, go ahead and cosplay as it. Also, I don't think there's anything wrong with gender bending or different races cosplaying as characters they love. If you are a different race of a character you love, as long as you're not like doing blackface or whiteface, like, don't change who you are, but you wearing the costume,
make it you.
Nothing wrong with it. I do know that there was a little girl. I was at a con, and this is going to make you sad, so I'm just preparing you, Morgan. Morgan has the softest heart. Star Trek is having issues with folks who are enjoying it. Yeah.
Oh, that's sad.
Yep. Morgan has the softest heart, so this is going to make you sad. I was at a con, I don't know, I want to say 4 years ago. And there was a little girl, and her dad and her watched The Walking Dead.
Okay. Which
she was like 6, and I was like, okay. I mean, I used to watch horror movies with my mom, so I don't have like that kind of thing. I'm gonna come over here because my phone says it's dying, so I'm gonna plug it in over here. Oh no, I'm good. I have like,
you were ready.
I am like my little battery pack. But she was she loved Michonne. Like, that was her.
I love Michonne.
And her dad's favorite character. Well, her dad had passed away. And so her mom took her to a con. Her dad had taken her to this con her whole life, which is not saying much because she was like 5 or 6. But it was their thing. And her mom was taking her to this con for the first time. Her mom had never gone. And she decided to let her dress up, which they had done like the Disney princesses before, like just the dresses that they could wear. And so this little girl goes, I want to go as Michonne. And her mom went as Maggie, kind of as a tribute to her dad. And but she's a little white girl.
Okay.
And she's walking around the con floor, super proud. She made her weapons were made of like tinfoil and cardboard. Like they were cut out of cardboard and then covered with tinfoil. So it's like, the swords. Aww. And she's walking around. She's super proud of herself. And then there was this guy who comes up, and he was a gatekeeper. It's the worst case of gatekeeper like I'd ever seen. First of all, this is a kid. And he goes up to the mom and is just basically saying this little girl is racially appropriating this character, and that the mom should be ashamed of herself because, there's lots of little white characters that she could be. And this little girl just starts crying. It was right next to my table, and I couldn't. She just starts bawling. And she was just like, this is my daddy's favorite character. And he's like, at this point, yelling at the mom. And to the point we had to get the security guy to come over. And he's a booth guy. He had a booth across from me. And the mom comes over and she's like, can we sit down at your table? And of course, I have 2 chairs. I'm like, yeah, sit down. You take care of your baby. It's, it's fine. And that's how I know the story, because she talked to me about it. But that is wrong. Okay.
Absolutely.
First of all, it's a little kid. It's a character she loved. You don't know the story behind it. You don't know why she chose the character. I don't care if she's white, black, Asian. I don't care what color she is. I don't care if it's a boy if it would have been a little boy who wanted to be Michonne. I don't care.
Yeah.
One, you should not yell at little kids at a convention or their parents in front of them. And two, gatekeeping is fine when you're online and you're like on Reddit or you're having a communication with other adults. Gatekeeping at a convention ruins the experience for somebody at the convention.
Absolutely.
And when I tell people that, because I've done like panels on gatekeeping, people are like, well, they should just respect the characters. And I'm like, but you don't understand how much respect they have for the characters that they choose or why they choose the characters. So that's my little tantrum of the gatekeeping. But when people ask me about gatekeeping, because I love a lot of fandoms, and you do too, but I don't think we're the type of people who would ever judge somebody on like what they know, what they don't know, if we think it's appropriate or not. And that's why when people ask me why I'm like that, I'm just like, you don't know the backstory of like why they love that character.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe that character, like if the little girl wants to dress as Sailor Moon, maybe Sailor Moon made her feel empowered watching.
Absolutely.
And so it's all about that. So that though was when people ask me about it, and like the whole why I'm okay with like my favorite characters, if somebody like does a cosplay that I just think is like, and trust me, this is I'm a little judgmental too. Don't think I'm not. Like if I see a really bad cosplay, I've been a cosplay judge enough that I'm like, yeah, that's really bad. But I understand that it might not be my idea of what's good, but it might be what their idea of what's good. As long as you're appropriate. I don't want to see your butt or your boobs hanging out on the cosplay floor.
No, and cosplay is to have fun.
Yeah.
That's the goal. If they're having fun, even if you don't love the costume, I mean, again, as long as you're being appropriate.
Yeah. And there are cons that are adult only cons.
Yeah, there are.
And so
the after hour 18 plus stuff, a lot of cons you have that like 9 o'clock and beyond. It's it's very strict though, so that's good.
Yeah. So like if you're in a costume that's like maybe inappropriate or you think might be inappropriate, just be aware that there are parents who have their little kids there and you might want to be like, there was one cosplayer and I loved her. Like I'm really good friends with her and she's probably going to be watching this and she knows who she is and I'm not going to mention a name. But she loves showing her butt.
Oh, okay.
Like in every cosplay, she's like her butt is almost out. Like it's a thing. But even she knows like during like the day hours of the cons, she will wear like a little skirt over it or something like that. And so here, and people don't realize some folks are poor, and that is true too.
Very true. Very true.
It's called closet cosplay.
Yes, I love closet cosplays.
You go to thrift stores and you find clothes that kind of look like it. What is I can't remember the term and I couldn't remember it last night when Tabitha was on, but it's the Disney, because you can't wear costumes at Disney. And there's a term for it, and I can't remember the term for it. If anyone knows the term, I did a whole panel at OzCon about it, and I did crossplay, gender bend, and the Disney one. But because at Disney you can't wear costumes unless you're under 12, like in the park, because they don't want people to confuse you with the character. So people are Disney bounding.
Yeah, that's it.
Disney bounding. Oh my God, thank you. But Disney bounding is a great way to cosplay out of the closet and doesn't cost you a lot of money. And if you guys love Disney or love any characters, you look up Disney bounding and it'll give you ideas on how you can cosplay without actually like building costumes. Because it's just about, if you saw a girl with like a headband and a black wig and, you know, a blue shirt. No, yeah, blue shirt, yellow, I don't know, yellow, blue, and red, you would think that Snow White.
Snow White, yeah.
A yellow dress
Mm-hmm.
with like curly hair, you know, and a book, you would think Belle.
Mm-hmm.
And so it can be any yellow dress and a book, and you have Belle. Like, think out of the box with cosplay. But yeah, I agree with you on that on Amanda. I think that one of my do you guys watch the Goldbergs? Do you watch the Goldbergs? Have you
I know what it is.
Okay.
I've never.
We've been rewatching it, and Spoo's never watched it, but I'm rewatching it. And Adam Goldberg in one of the episodes, he's the main character, and it's Halloween, and it's season 1 Halloween, and he takes a cardboard box and he makes a Rubik's cube.
Oh, that's cool.
Rubik's cube, and I'm like, see, that it's spray paint, cardboard box, and then construction paper for the stickers.
Yeah.
If I saw that on the con floor, I would be like, oh my God, that's amazing. It doesn't take long. It's not like it's not expensive. Like, I make a lot of my cosplay out of like really cheap stuff because I'm poor. So
yeah, I multi-purpose. So like I just started doing Evie from Descendants, and a lot of their costumes are like leather. I can't afford that. So Evie wears like sapphire blue stuff. That's what she is. So I have a sapphire blue top, and I have some leggings and a skirt that's similar. I can wear those to school.
Right.
Throw in a wig and the crown and the necklace, which cost me maybe $30 in all just for the accessories. I got an Apple purse. I'm good.
I was gonna say, I know you and your purses. Like Morgan has like, for almost every costume I've ever seen her in, she has a purse that matches. It's a thing. I was like, you have to have an Apple purse or some kind of apple, or like or like a purse that says rotten to the core or something like that. Like my stepdaughter, I love Descendants. I've loved them since the books came out, but my stepdaughter's gotten real to Descendants. So we've literally, so for music class, because I'm homeschooling as a teacher, you appreciate this. We're homeschooling her. She homeschools at our house 3 days a week, and then her mom's house 3 days a week, and then for like shorter hours, and then she has Sunday off because we transition on Sunday and Wednesday. But she, for music class, she loves musicals. She loves Descendants and Zombies from Disney. Have you?
I haven't seen that one yet.
Oh my gosh! There's 2 of them now. There's part 2, but it's really cute. You would like it. You would like it a lot. Okay. But so I did worksheets, and it's called I Watched a Musical worksheets, and so she has to name name the musical, name the main characters, if she can identify how they sing, like soprano, stuff like that. Then she has to write the songs that they sing, and if they're duets or groups or ensembles and stuff like that. And then she's into dance, so we do like is there any dance? What kind of dance? Do you recognize? Is it jazz? Is it you know, that sort of thing? And so I made these worksheets up so that she can watch a musical, which she loves to do anyway, and it's a music lesson because she writes the answers down. So so just anybody who's homeschooling, and because music is not my thing. My boyfriend teaches her to sing because he's a singer. Her dad does, but because music's not my thing, and I don't play any instruments at all, I don't know how to read music. It's not a music thing. That is something I use to teach her music.
That's great. And I'm a choral girl, and I love musicals. So
yeah. Musicals are a thing. So it's fun because it's about music appreciation. And but yeah, she's done the Descendants, all 3 of them. Already. She's watched them a couple. One day she was in her bedroom, and she has a TV in her room, and we stream Disney Plus and Netflix on there for her. And she was in her room, and I just walked by, and I hear Rotten to the Core, and then I walked by a couple hours later, and I hear song from number 2, and I walk by a couple hours later, number 3's on, and I'm just like peeking, and she was in there for like 7 hours
just watching Descendants. And she was playing, she got, for her birthday, she got a bunch of Descendant dolls. Her birthday was Descendants in July. And she got a bunch of Descendants dolls. And so she was playing out the scenes with her doll while she was watching.
Aww.
It was so cute. So
well,
I'm super excited.
My friend Kat, and Kat actually works for Disney. She was in the college program last year, and now she's a seasonal worker. Yeah, well, it's crazy right now in Florida. But she does Mal, and she does video chats for kids as Mal, and I want to do one as Evie. So if she would like a video chat for Mal and Evie, let us know.
Oh my gosh, that would be
yeah. We would love to do that.
She loves Mal. She loves Evie. Uma, she hated Uma, the first time, and then she's like, she really likes her now. But yeah, she was just like, she's all about it. She loves the villains. Her dad cosplays as the Riddler, and I love villains, and so she loves the idea that the villains aren't bad all the time.
Yeah.
And I think that's a good lesson. Like, it's one of those things also that, like, we were talking about anime teaching lessons and stuff. You can find lessons in so many things for your kids, and if they like something, just go with it. Just fully embrace it, because that's a thing. It needs to be fully embraced.
Miraculous Ladybug, perchance?
She does. I've seen some of the episodes.
Okay, it's French, but it's kind of like a three-dimensional anime styling, and it's got one of the best stories in a children's show I've ever seen.
I have not paid enough attention to it, so I'll have to go back and do that.
My husband is obsessed as I am with it, and he is screaming that the couple's not together. Like, he is screaming at the TV, and this is a children. But I cannot recommend that show enough, and my students love it.
What grade do you teach again?
I teach kindergarten for 5th grade this year. I work at the alternative school. There's 2 teachers.
Okay.
So all of my kids are in children's facilities.
I was gonna say, I knew you taught the younger grades, and then I knew you did the Pokemon Club for the older, right?
Anime Club, yeah. Anime Club's high school, yeah. I can't show them much anime if they're younger, because Japan's a little more open than we are.
Yeah, I mean, I work at a bookstore now. That's my new job, is a bookstore, and we sell manga. And one of my coworkers was like talking about, she doesn't like the manga section because it's the photo or the pictures. Some of them are very explicit, and I'm like, but you gotta understand, like, in Japan, that's not like Japan. It's not an abnormal thing. Like, that's just how it is,
We're a very mature-minded culture, honestly.
They are. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just we're not used to it, and so she'll go through and like turn the books. I'm like, you can't do that. Like, no, you're not, like, we don't put the ones that are there are a couple that are very explicit. We don't turn those facing out. We have their spine showing. But if it's just a busty girl with a low cut top, like, that's just anime. That's
every manga ever.
I do not understand, like, Japan is so obsessed with boobs.
Yeah.
Like, the artist, and it's not just Japan, like I say that, but almost all comic books, like, the women are very unproportionate. Like that. But manga and anime and video games are, you can tell, like, they are just very obsessed with boobs.
Well, if it's a male artist doing that.
But I know female artists who do that. I have a lot of artist friends, and but, like, this is what I think, that it's just the style of art, and it's just what people like assume and everything. So other than those, what is if you had to list your number one anime series?
Oh gosh.
Do you have one?
Well, Card Captors is my first, so I feel like I need to be loyal to it, and I still absolutely adore it. Actually, anything by the show's company Clamp. They also did Chobits and Magic Knights Rares. Those are some classics from the 90s and early 2000s.
Yeah.
Those are all good. I do love Sailor Moon immensely. A lot.
I was gonna say, like, I see you doing Sailor Moon stuff so much, which is great.
I think Card Captors, since it's my first. If I only had, even though it's only 70 episodes, and Sailor Moon has 200.
But you know how like amazing, it's only 70 episodes. So Larry, why aren't you like commenting? Like Larry just sent me a message on Messenger instead of just coming on here and commenting, because I can put the comment up.
Did I say something wrong?
No, he was just telling me his favorite anime.
Nice.
I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna see if he posts a comment, because he needs to post a comment.
Do you have a favorite then?
I think my favorite would be Full Metal Alchemist. Just because when Dakota was watching it, I appreciated, he was at the age where the meaning behind it was something that I was trying to teach him anyway.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
The storyline is so good, and the characters are so amazing. There he is. Here we go. That's his favorite.
Oh, nice. Yes, season 8. So excited.
We love that you're watching, Larry. I just thought, like, why are you messaging me? You could just comment and add to the conversation. You know how this works, Professor.
I only bite on Tuesday, so you're good today. I tell my students.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, I think Full Metal Alchemist, I do love The Last Airbender a lot, but I think Dakota and I watched Full Metal Alchemist and Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood all the way through, I think 5 or 6 times. Like, it's just such a good storyline. And if you have like kids who are between, like, I would say 12 and 15 who are into anime and they haven't seen it, it has such good lessons, and it's history lessons that you don't realize are history lessons until you get closer and you see symbols and stuff like that. It's very much Oh, he put it in the wrong place. Okay, that's fine. But yeah, so I think that one is mine, unless I want a good laugh, and then I'll watch Fruits Basket over and over and over again.
Yes. So are you watching the new series, or are you staying with the classic?
I started the new series. I haven't gotten too far into it. I love the classic, but I really like the artwork of the new one.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the art styles, like, it's a little different.
Yeah,
like,
it's pretty. But what's great about the new one is they're going to continue, because the anime stopped at volume 8 of the manga, the original. This one's going to do the full 23 volumes of manga.
Oh.
Yeah, because there's a lot we've missed that first series.
Well,
yeah, the manga's great.
Yeah, you can tell that they rushed through a lot of the storylines in the original. Like,